Loading. Is there a secret episode down here, or like a secret like epilogue thing before the other one? Maybe? Probably, I guess. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations, and incidents are entirely coincidental. I don't remember how episode 4 starts. We didn't do it. I did after stream ended, and I just held control until I got to a thing I could save it just in case I lost my save. But we didn't do it on stream. The first day, October 4th, 1986. How is the music? Oh, we're back on the fucking plane again. What? Wow, you alright, Battler-kun? We're already on the ground, and you can't fall any further than that. Wow. Ooh, ha ha ha. Fall, ha ha ha. In the lobby of the Najima airport, Maria dashed around in excitement. Battler's uproar on the plane must have been hilarious. Hey Maria, cut that out. I'm sorry, Battler-kun. Please don't take it badly. What a pathetic guy you are. Even with that huge body, you still can't handle vehicles? Ah, shut up. All humans have one or two things they can't handle. Battler-kun, why don't you come with your aunt on an overseas trip sometime soon? How about Europe? After what you did last episode? Fuck off. I'm sure you could manage a half-day trip on a plane. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Stop it, mother. Battler-kun's dislike for vehicles is probably genetic. Is it? Oh, you mean Asumu-san? For some reason, she just couldn't handle vehicles. Pretty much anything other than a bicycle or a car. Whenever we tried to go far away, that woman was so annoying. I can't say woman today. With the not this, not that. I'm scared. Fall, gya, gya, ooh, ooh. Children tend to learn that things their parents can't handle are dangerous. That's very true, yep. I'm sure Battler-kun saw Asumu-san doing something like that and learned that vehicles are scary. Giggle, giggle. So it's Asumu-san's genes then, is it? Who knows? Those would be some pretty annoying genes. That's enough talking about Asumu. Right now, you're the one who's here, right? You're right, sorry. Hey, the cars are here. Exactly 3 of them. Get in, get in. Fall. Where's the parachute? Ooh, ooh, giggle. I don't remember this happening. Is this like a scene we didn't see before, or? Why, you little... Hold on, stop right there. I'll sentence you to little girl tickle punishment. Being in high spirits is such a wonderful thing. Without Battler-kun and Maria-chan, the atmosphere in that plane would have been pretty grim. Man, episode 1 is starting off just off to the races. Thanks. I'll assume you mean that literally. Hey brats, the taxis are here. You can play around later. Ooh, taxi, I'm getting in first. Giggle. Hey, Maria and you two, Battler-kun, stop fooling around. You'll bump into someone. The tone of Aunt Rose's voice grew a little frightening. When even Battler realized they were fooling around a bit too much, just as expected, he bumped into someone. Oh, sorry. Battler-kun, you guys are going in that car. You're keeping them waiting. After George urged them to hurry on, Battler apologized to the person he bumped into and ran up to his parents, who were telling him to come quickly. He bumped into George, right? With a clunking sound, the doors on the 3 taxis were shut one after another, and they departed for the harbor. As their taxis dashed away, the entire world grew suddenly dull and slowed to a halt. Time freeze? Voices, the wind, and even sound, all of it stopped, and all of the people who were trying to move froze like the instant someone takes a photo. Coming to a halt. People and machines and clock hands, even the dust dancing in the wind, we were frozen. Some people who were walking froze with one leg still in the air. Scraps of paper dancing in the wind were pinned in midair, frozen in place. Then, among the shadows standing still in this unmoving world, a single one stirred. It was a girl. The girl Battler, yeah, it is girl Battler, had just bumped into. Okay, so it was her then, okay. Though she had moved, it was a truly subtle thing. Her gaze dropped, her shoulders lowered a minuscule amount, and she sighed. That was all. In a normal world, that probably wouldn't even be taken as movement, but in this still world, it looked very out of place. Then, something else moved. It was a black cat wandering around the shadows near the taxi rank. It came up right behind the girl, and leisurely changed its form into that of a human. Castle. This was no cat. It was a witch. Of course, the girl was also a witch. As the witch stood still, her gaze still downwards, she muttered, "I can't stop everyone from going to Rakinjima, can I?" You cannot. On October 4th, 1986, you are not here. If I were, would stopping everyone really have been possible? Well, I can't imagine what a 6-year-old girl can do to make them turn back. Still, that's right. If you were in this place, the probability wouldn't have been 0. Whenever there's a probability greater than 0, I can seek out a miracle. If I hadn't been sick, and they hadn't left me behind. With her head facing downwards, the witch tightened her fists. They were trembling very slightly. You were sick in bed starting October 3rd, 1986, and Beato's game board is sealed off starting October 4th. You are not given a chance to avoid getting sick. In other words, Tsumari, it would normally be absolutely impossible for you to enter her game board. Thanks for being patronizing. I know that. I know that just seeing father, mother, and Oni-chan healthy like this, even that alone, is a spectacular miracle. Hold on. When did she break into the ending of episode 3 then? Because this reads to me like this just happened after she fell off the building and she's here now. So when did she go into the end of episode? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, sorry, I can mute the phone to vibrate. 1 second. I don't want to turn my phone off for streams just in case there's an emergency I need to deal with, chat. Sorry, I'm paranoid. I can put it on vibrate though. Okay. When did she get here? Did she go and break Battler out of that scene at the end and then Burn Castle brought her here, or does that happen later? Angie had tried to stand in the way of her family, attempting to stop them from leaving the airport and heading towards Rakinjima. Are you still under the blanket fort? Yes. Does it sound good today? I've even extended the blanket fort. I have another curtain here now with some soundproof foam on it. However, it was impossible for her to exist on October 4th, 1986, so she couldn't do it. Even though her brother had only bumped into her and apologized, even though he hadn't realized she was his own little sister. Shit. It had been such a miracle that she could cry like the seagulls. Sorry about the sarcasm. I won't waste the miracle you've given me. I'm glad to hear it. Come, let us go with them. To Rakinjima. All of the pieces are already gathered. The curtain will be open on the 4th game. By this time, Beato and Battler will already be seated. We need to stop off at Domino's on the way to the boat so you have something to eat while you're hiding under one of the beds in the lower deck. It's tradition. To Rakinjima. To where to where everyone's fates change. The Rakinjima of 1986. Yep. What happened on that day? I'll expose it. I'll learn what it is, and I'll bring them back. As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single teardrop from the depths of her eyes dribbled down into the air. Oh, I need to clean my monitor. Holy fuck. And when time started moving again, the two witches' figures were swallowed up by a blowing gale and erased in an instant. Ah, what the? Oh, it's different. What are these? the towers? No! I love it when movement is tied to the music. Alright, so introducing a new main protagonist halfway through your long-ass story. Fucking Chronicles of Amber bullshit. Fucking hell. Enjoy that joke for 4 of you. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. That's for you. That's a freebie. Enjoy. Oh, we're in this room. Okay. Rachel Anga? Good morning, milady. My, you do appear to be in a good mood. What a pleasant awakening you seem to have had. What do you mean, pleasant awakening? I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink. After all, the curtain is rising on the fun 4th game. It seemed that she truly had been so excited that she hadn't gotten any sleep. Did she show absolutely no signs of lacking sleep because she was young, or because she had the mind of a little kid? Renove chose not to say that out loud and laughed poo coo coo instead, and now we're gonna see it. Poo coo coo. What? What? I really ran that battler into the ground last time. The look on his face when he was like, "You tricked me." That was so pathetic. Even so, is that guy still feeling down? Feeling down, you say? Well, that's right. That man's a bit too trusting for his age, isn't he? Indeed. Although you could call that his charm. Poo coo coo. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth? Well, speaking of which... good one, milady. Didn't he totally fall for that one last time? Yes, totally and splendidly. You violated the purity of one never deceived since the time of his birth, as well as his rosebud-like innocence, all to your heart's content. Even the joy of dashing across a field covered with beautiful new snow on a winter morning and trampling it completely wouldn't even begin to compare. I love doing that shit. I love doing that shit. Don't you take Battler-sama's innocent heart? Sorry, didn't you take Battler-sama's innocent heart and quite thrillingly, splendidly, atrociously, mercilessly, and unculturedly just a little too far? And you insulted him to the highest degree, enough to make one uneasy. Most people would be crushed after something like that. Poo coo 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 coo. So much so that they wouldn't want to see your face ever again. I know that much. I also, are we just doing the same bit as last time? I also thought that if he was too disheartened to join us at the table, even though the 4th game is finally starting, that would be such a pain. So I came to you, thinking that it'd be better to prepare a countermeasure for that case beforehand. In that case, perhaps it really would be best to prepare such a countermeasure. I'm sad to say that your North Wind and Sun strategy gave Battler-sama quite a shock. Oh, a shock you say? How bad of a one? Beato lowered her voice slightly, asking timidly. Renove followed suit and lowered his voice in the same way. In truth, he has been crouching and clutching at his knees for some time now. I spoke to him several times, but he did not answer. I also brought him some food, but he never even touched it. Oh, that is troublesome, Mr. Renove. Is he really feeling that down? I know what could cheer him up. Poo coo 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 coo. It is only natural. After all, you thoroughly beat him down, milady. That would make most people start to distrust humans. Oh, distrust of humans? How convenient. Let him give up on humans and trust witches. Wahaha. Oh. Cough. Sorry, I shouldn't fool around too much. Beato had tried to joke about it, but the situation seemed to be quite serious, so that even she took the hint and hid her laughter. Is it really that serious? Should we just wait a little longer before beginning the 4th game? Like maybe most of the episode? Just fuck around beach episode? Just slow, pointless scenes just for most of it until we finally start the game? Lady Burncastle's guests will be arriving, so it may be best to open the 4th game quickly. Oh, you know! Okay, however, perhaps you ought to show a little concern for Battler's feelings, milady. Concern? Show concern, you say? How should I do that? He's feeling down, so... That's right. Shall I cheer him up? By going to the beat. When a person's heart is dark and closed off, interacting with them in a dark manner gains you nothing. Your only option is to shine with a brightness stronger than the dark. Damn it, quit messing around. Yeah! Battler-kun, over here. A croissant baked by Ranave-sama would be wasted on likes of you. Why don't I enjoy it myself? So Ranave's like, you know what? He's so sad he's not eating anything. And meanwhile, whenever Ranave leaves the room, the fucking Stake show up and steal his food and kick the shit out of him. He's like, man, so hungry. Battler's stomach involuntarily growled at the fragrant smell of the croissant. His breakfast plate was empty, but Battler hadn't eaten any of it. The biggest glutton of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Belzebub, had waited for Ranave to leave and had them come snatch the food. Yeah. Battler had noticed, and they'd been really noisy ever since, even though Beelzebub had only had to give it back immediately or else throw it in her own mouth right away. What? She intentionally ran around in circles, making fun of Battler. Give me my breakfast back, damn it! If you get back now, I'll let you off with a single flick to the forehead, but just you try eating it. What, are you gonna eat me up instead? Yeah, if you think you can, just try it. I'll bet I'll be as sweet as honey pancakes. Yeah. Gotcha. Right now, I want to eat that bread even more than your thighs. Be a good girl and give it here. Why does this look familiar, this pose? So you resist until the end. No way, I won't give it to you. Even the croissant wants me to eat it. Yay, yoo-hoo! Good morning, Battler. Are you still moping so early in the morning? It's the beginning of a new day and a new game, so let's get our spirits up. She flung the door open like a marathon runner drawn on a certain caramel box, with her hands held high and an idiotic cheeriness. Beato appeared. For some reason, flags from around the world and confetti scattered about, perfectly completing this magnificent entrance. So you don't want to win, you just want to hang out with Battler forever. Okay. Battler and Belzebub, who had been fighting over the croissant, completely forgot about their argument, speechless. Yeah. Good morning, Beatrice-sama. I'll just be on my way now. Here, Battler-kun, say ah. Chomp, gulp. Hey, morning, Beato. Glad to see you're cheery this morning. Beato and Battler looked at each other. It seemed neither had a clue what was going on with the other. But Battler, what's going on, Ranave? He looks totally fine, doesn't he? He isn't clutching his knees. And he's answering. Wait a sec, he was even in the middle of eating. Cuckoo. No, he was sleeping like a baby in his futon, clutching his knees. I informed him that it was time to wake up, but he just wouldn't rise. I tried to feed him, but it seems that a naughty cat wandered in and prevented that. Cuckoo. You tricked me! Alright, resolve the bet. Beatrice got Ranave tricked. What's a pun we can do for Ranave? Ruse evade! She got ruse evade! Ah! You should talk. Weren't you the one who played that massive trick last time? I don't have a clue what's going on, but it looks like you got what you deserved. By the way, Ranave, nice one. -2 for that? I just thought of that right up on the spot. What the fuck? Cuckoo, thank you very much, Battler-sama. The two men stuck up their thumbs as though they understood each other, chuckling together. For a while, Beato was very energetic, trying to hide her embarrassment. Yeah. Don't take me so lightly. Did you really think I'd still be hiding in a corner holding my knees? Yes. Cackle. Then who was that person crying their eyes out in frustration last time? You could have gathered your tears in a jar and called it face lotion. Shut up. That was just because I was a little surprised by your crappy act. I might have looked a little lame, but don't think the same move will work twice. I mean, she's already started, my weeb. Of course not. And don't disappoint me by falling for the same move over and over again, okay? Cackle. Yeah, just you watch. I'll show you that I'm a guy who gets stronger every time he's beaten down. But Beato. Yes, what? Don't do it again. Oh? Why is that? So you really are weak against a rear attack? You and I are enemies, and we'll certainly never join forces. I now understand that clearly. So don't you ever try to trick me about that fact again. Cackle. You say that, but knowing your weaknesses, Beato thought they were still joking around, but that tone had disappeared from Battler's expression some time ago. Beato felt as though his eyes were like the surface of black tea that had cooled down. You hear me? Don't do it again. I don't get it. I might do it again when you've forgotten, right? Don't do it again. Alright, he's legit hurt. Okay. Pierced by his strong and forceful gaze, Beato held her tongue. Maybe she was certain that Battler would break that silence with laughter. However, Battler's serious expression didn't change in the slightest. So to break that silence, Beato had no choice but to start laughing at herself. Okay, so that hurt him more than the end of episode 2? Interesting. Okay. Cackle, cackle. Very well. Very well. You and I are worthy opponents. No matter how friendly our relationship, we'll never be anything more than a pair of enemies. Say it in red. If you have not mistaken this, that is enough for me. That's right. I almost forgot you were my enemy for a second there. I won't embarrass myself like that again. I won't fall for your rear attack again. Never again. I give it 2 episodes. Humph. It seems I'm not the only one who cannot wait for the 4th game. I am pleased, Battler. Come, take your seat. Yep, just how I like it. Clever little tricks won't work anymore. Stop acting so tough. You remain in a state of surrender for the last mystery. You remain in a state of surrender for the last mystery in the previous game, the mystery of Nanjo's murder. My answer for that one's still on hold for now. But that doesn't mean I've lost heart. I'll definitely break your red truth and show that I can deny witches. Humph. A commendable attitude. You truly are a man like a phoenix. Don't betray my expectations. With that, let us raise the curtains on the 4th game. But before that, it seems we must welcome a new guest. A guest? You remember as well, correct? That mystery girl who appeared at the very end of the last game without an invitation, ruining my fun. That person. She says she wants to join our game. I sent her an official invitation inviting her to join this match. Renove, summon our guest. There's no need. I'm already here. The voice that answered Beato's call came from the darkness in a corner of the room. When Battler turned around in surprise, he could now see that mystery girl there. My, how rude. All you had to do is greet us as soon as you arrived. I don't make a habit of talking to people before punching them. After I punch is a different story, though. Okay. Oh, and what would you say? Good night. Have a nice dream. Cackle, cackle. How amusing. How truly amusing. Beato cackled and clapped her hands. But that was only Beato, and nothing rose to Battler's face except a bitter smile. Phew, you sure are a fighter. And you're a battler. Battler and the girl's eyes met, and he shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. But the girl didn't answer, giving only a cold stare in return. You helped me out at the end of the last game. Thanks for that. I don't need your gratitude. You were just slacking off. I only told you to open your eyes. That's so true. Stop slacking off, Battler. Yeah. Beato tried to laugh as though sympathizing with her, but it didn't reach the girl's ears. She did absolutely nothing except stare at Battler with ice-cold eyes. Well, it looks like someone hates me. I'm just annoyed that you aren't taking this fight seriously. Are you saying I'm not serious about this? Don't tell me that travesty earlier was you being serious. Don't take me for a fool. How long do you intend to play along with the witch's farce like this? I'm fighting Beato in my own way, and doing it seriously, of course. Seriously? Don't make me laugh. You keep on drinking tea and chatting with the witch for all eternity and calling that fighting seriously? Keep the jokes to just your hairdo. One to talk? Well, that's because I wasn't used to this witch's game in the beginning and I've been through a lot of harsh stuff. Still, I'm finally starting to see how to fight and I'm getting the knack of it. Yeah, back the fuck off. If the pathetic way I've been acting makes it look like I haven't been serious to you, you're just wrong. Is that so? Of course, I know I've got to close in a lot more before I can grab Beato by the collar. But no matter how long that distance may be, it's still finite, and in each game that passes, I'm steadily closing that distance step by step. Let's see how Angie handles it the first time she sees people she loved get ripped to shreds and killed and shit with bodies everywhere. You haven't experienced that yet? No matter how long it takes, I'll close in on that witch and I'll definitely checkmate her. It might take 1,000 years, to use her phrase, but even so, I'll definitely win sooner or later. Why? Because I definitely won't accept losing. I definitely won't stop moving forward, closing on her. In other words, Sumari, there's just one thing I can say for sure. I will definitely win against that witch someday. That's how it is. You really don't sound like you're in a hurry. Are you even trying to win? Even the finite can become endless if you treat it the wrong way. By now, you've become an Achilles who couldn't even outstrip a turtle. What? I get it, so this is why I'm needed. At this rate, there's no way you could win against the Endless Witch even after 1,000,000,000 years. Who are you? It's not like you'll be struck by lightning if you just tell me your name. At that point, the girl fell silent, gazing straight into Battler's eyes. At first, Battler faltered under the firmness of that look, and his gaze wavered slightly, but then his eyes gradually began to be sucked into the pupils that were staring at him. Then, inside those eyes, he saw a light that he'd seen some time before. Battler was struck by how strongly they resembled the eyes of a girl who definitely couldn't be here, even though that was completely impossible. I am Angie, said Angie. I know it's stupid, but for some reason it feels true to me. But that can't be right. That person's supposed to still be 6 years old. You couldn't possibly be. Angie, could you? No, I'm Santa. If I were to say, that's right, would you believe me? I'll put it another way. If I said, I am your ally, so trust me, would you believe it? Well, after last episode, no. Would you unconditionally trust some unknown girl you're meeting for the first time just because she looks a little like someone you know? It's because you're such a softie that you got tricked so easy in the last game and cried so bitterly. Okay, alright, you said it yourself. That kid is 6, right? Do I look like I'm 6? If I were to claim that I'm that kid despite that, would you just swallow that story? If you say it like that, yeah, there's no way I can argue back. Sorry, that's right, I am a softie, and that should have been made clear to me after the last game. Is that what you meant when you said I wasn't being serious? Yes. You may think you're fighting against a witch, but you're just getting along with her and playing. You're just playing at fighting in a friendly game of chess. That may be a serious contest for you two, but looking at it from far away, I only see you playing around and following the rules like you're good friends. That's harsh. But as long as you're unable to win at this game, you won't be released from this place. That's why I came. I came to bring this game to its conclusion. It is episode 4. You claim that you're closing in on the witch, but you're just like a hamster running around in a wheel. Cackle, cackle. Oh, one of those. Those things that run around and around in place night after night? At a glance, you might think that running around in a wheel is endless. The endless witch Beatrice is just like you. He thinks he's fighting, but he's actually just running around in a wheel while making a fool of himself. This isn't a game. This is nothing more than a cage. Just shut him up in for all eternity. Oh. You liken my endless to something like a wheel that a mouse plays in? Interesting, interesting, cackle. Something that's endless in a certain dimension can be less than endless in a higher one. The fact that a Menger sponge has infinite surface area only matters in a world of less than 3 dimensions. In the 3-dimensional world of reality, it has 0 mass. Not only is it endless, it doesn't even exist. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What an assertive woman who loves to read Wikipedia. It seems you are worthy of being called my enemy. Who are you? I'm your ally, and an enemy of witches. Of course, I'm a witch myself. You don't have to believe it. No one can prove that I really am your ally. On the contrary, it is more desirable that you keep your guard up strongly enough to find me very suspicious. That's right. Last time ended up pretty bad. I've got to be at least that careful. I don't plan on getting tricked twice, he said, listening to the person who could be tricking them. Cackle, 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 cackle. Beato laughed in a truly pleased way, which was humiliating only to Battler. People don't just get tricked out of the blue. That only happens when they fail to check things for themselves and leave it to other people. Saying that you thought the light had turned green just because you saw other people start crossing. Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't count as an excuse for getting into an accident. Get it? Yeah, I get it. You're telling me not to swallow information given to me by others, but to think for myself. In the past, I swallowed all the magic Beato showed me. I stopped thinking, so I was useless. Battler grimaced as he remembered his many painful losses. The witch watched and laughed again, putting on a bold appearance. I'll offer you advice in a way that works to your advantage. Of course, you shouldn't swallow everything I say, because no one can provide certain proof that I am your ally. In the last game, Virgilia, who I thought was an ally, was actually on the witch's side. Battler couldn't rid his head of that eerie smile worn by Virgilia, a person he'd once even thought of as trustworthy and unreliable. It was a really good moment having her do the creepy smile with her eye open at the end. It worked really well. And now they're calling it back. Good job. So I don't need you to unconditionally trust me. You might as well take my advice as nothing more than an opinion to be considered. After all, the player who's fighting in a game against the witch is you. That's right. Saying I lost because I followed the moves of an outsider would be just too pathetic of an excuse. Oh yes. My opponent is Battler. You are nothing more than an outsider. You should bear that in mind. Cackle. No, I'm not an outsider. With Beatrice and Ushiromi a Battler, and I who gaze down from above, it's almost like a fight in the shape of a triangle. No, I'm not an outsider. With Beatrice and Ushiromi a Battler, and I who gaze down from above, it's almost like a fight in the shape of a triangle. So you're on your own side. At a glance, it might not look like a united front, but having a united front doesn't necessarily mean fighting together. Oh, what an odd thing to say. Just now, he described fighting with you as closing the distance. But you can't measure distance with a single eye. Only with two eyes are things visible in 3 dimensions, and only then can distance be judged. And even when you have 2 fields of vision, it's pointless if they're in the same place. You can pin down witches more accurately when they're far apart, shooting from different positions and different angles. So basically, it's crossfire. Crossfire! Interesting. We're shooting from different positions and different angles. Different Angies. So I won't get along with anybody. That's how I'll keep my own position separate and catch the witch in a pincer attack. Are you okay with this, Battler? This girl may actually be an ambush I set up, right? She might just be saying something plausible to gain your trust, right? Maybe. She's been saying that over and over again herself. So of course, I can't blindly accept her advice. But as to whether she's worthy of trust or not, I can think for myself and make a decision. As long as I don't stop thinking for myself, I won't be tricked by anyone again. Cackle, cackle. What confidence, Ushiromi Battler. After you've said so much, it makes me want to trick you all over again. You see? Actually, you know what? I am just completely like susceptible to this still because of how Angie was introduced to the story. I'm not even questioning the fact that she's on the witch's side or not. Like there's no way in my mind. There's no way that she's on the witch's side right now. Like, it's inconceivable to me after how she was introduced that she could be on Beatrice's side. But you know what? Like, yeah, I guess so. Like, she might be, right? Like, I can't wait to see what kind of face you'll make when you realize you've been duped once more. How pleasant, Kwa. It looks like you know my name, but I don't know yours. Tell me. For a while, the girl remained silent without changing her expression even once. She looked as though she couldn't decide whether to say her name or not, or possibly as though she was deciding on the name she'd say on the spot. Gretel. Ghetto? You are? That's my name, dumbass. Call me Gretel. Oh, you can call me Handsome. Then, should I call myself Hansel? Just kidding. I'm Ushiromi Battler. Call me Battler. Nice to meet you. I hate handshakes. Don't take it personally. Oh, really? Sorry. After all, it isn't certain that you're my ally. And you just told me to keep my guard up, too. Battler drew back his right hand, which he had stuck out. His bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a strong resolve directed at this new 4th game. Battler, think deeply about why you must win against this witch. You can't stop with something abstract like, I'll beat her because I don't like it. Have a deep conviction that you'll definitely defeat the witch and escape from this world. Because there is definitely someone waiting for you to come back. For that kid Sake as well. Maybe there was something she wanted to say. Gretel clenched her fists in front of her chest and hung her head in silence, at a loss for words for a short while. As though smashing through that silence, Beato spoke up in a forceful voice. Good. That should be enough of an introduction for Gretel or whoever. Come, try to remember what happened on October 4th. Let the curtain open for the 4th game. At the same time, as though it had been blown by a sudden gust of wind, the clock that had been turned back to October 4th, 1986 started to move. While we remained in the witch's tea room, the blue-gray sea and the green Rikingima spread out between us. Fucking hell, I just added a word there. And we could see a boat heading there, its wake trailing behind it. Now, the sky was already cloudy, and it seemed that the barrier of the typhoon would soon shut the island away. There was a boat docked in the harbor, and Goda helping to unload it. Then, once all of its passengers had disembarked, the boat began to separate from the shoreline. The relatives were gradually swallowed up by the island. Ahahaha. Looks like you're as cheery as ever, Maria. Ooh, ooh. Maria-chan, you'll trip if you aren't careful. Look out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's gonna fall, sink, giggle. The long-missed cousins I had loved dashed across the beach, getting swallowed by the forest path that led to the mansion and disappeared. Again, I know it's the fourth time, but really it's the third time since the murders happened that we're seeing them from like get along before everything goes to shit. So it's not quite as effective as the other times, but it still has some punch. It's like it's really fucked up, like how like the allure of money and the inheritance like cause people to kill each other here. Like, I don't know if they can do it again after this. I don't know. It's kind of wearing a bit thin, but it still has some gas left in the tank for the comparison. And of course, Oni-chan could be seen among them too. Damn it. Stop right there, Maria. You nimble little brat. Giggle. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Giggle, giggle. Maria Oni-chan, whom I'd loved, started dashing, and Oni-chan... One-chan? Oni and One? Or is it One and Oni? One-chan and Oni-chan chased after her. They were swallowed up by the forest. Following them, father and mother were also swallowed up. The rest of the parents were swallowed up. They were swallowed up, leaving only me behind. Dumbass. How long are you gonna joke around and play with a witch in a place like this? Come back quickly, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. And realize how cruel and lonely the world I'm isolated in is. Aww. Welcome to Rikenji. There's even a big chapter break. I'm gonna go make my tea. I'm angry. Good day to you. Good day to you is the standard greeting used here. What the fuck is she wearing? No matter how many years pass by, this style of greeting still feels very awkward, even though I'd responded to the greeting in order to stifle that awkward feeling. The classmate who had spoken looked at me blankly. Huh? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Huh? What's that? It seems you're mistaken, giggle, giggle. Their choice of words and manner were certainly what you'd expect from a school for rich girls, but the actual meaning was as innocent and cruel as you'd expect from kids of that age. So this is a school that Ava sent her to, right? It seems they found it funny that I mistakenly thought the greeting was directed at me. No, it might be the opposite. Maybe they didn't know how to react after being suddenly greeted by a gloomy, quiet kid like me. No, judging from the gazes of my classmate who were looking this way over their shoulders and whispering to each other, it looked as though some of them considered this refreshing morning ruined. I was dark because I was disliked. So trying not to get in the way of everyone's refreshing morning anymore, I stooped lower and entered the classroom, almost like I was cutting through the aisle in a movie theater while the movie was running. This is an all-dorm school that is receiving a tremendous amount of asset work in the backgrounds. That's worrying. St. Lucia Academy. Oh, we're in St. Lucia Academy? Oh shit, fucking hell. Oh, what year is it? What timeline is this? I wish it would tell me. This story is like not really forthcoming with fucking like setting and everything. How was I supposed to figure that out? It's not a school that anyone can get to just by taking a test. It's a hidden rich school known of only by a select group of celebrities from various fields. For lofty nobles who truly wish their daughters could be raised like saints, this is probably the ideal school in which to protect them from the impurities of the common world. But at the same time, it was probably also convenient for nobles who wanted to confine daughters they didn't want out in public. It's Weeborts? Like, what are we doing? As well as an academy isolated from the impurities of the common world, it also held excellent potential as a prison school. I was truly among the latter and was confined in St. Lucia Academy. Lucia or Lucia? Forced to live my life in dreariness. Of course, there weren't that many students like me, and you couldn't tell us apart at a glance. However, even if we were never fessed up about it, you could usually figure out who we were by watching how we acted. After all, we were always hanging our heads with an expression on our faces as though the whole world had abandoned us. Anyway, every class had 1 or 2 kids like that, so even if they didn't speak up about it, you could guess who they were. Therefore, even though I never confessed that I was one of those kids, at some point, everyone in my class knew about it. Just like how the seriousness of an injury becomes a sign of status in a hospital room, how noble a birth one had became a sign of status here. Those girls who couldn't be acknowledged in public were probably nothing more than filth to the others. They must have thought that getting involved with such students would dirty them as well. When a rumor sprang up about a particular student, those fastidious girls would grow cold and distant, chasing that student out from all social groups. Thanks to that, I led a quiet school life like this, all by myself. Well, that's only if hearing people whisper behind my back, finding my things lost or broken all the time, and having everyone pretend like they didn't know anything can be called a quiet school life. Even this early in the morning, I must look worn out. I can almost understand why my other classmates who had a refreshing morning looked at my face and wanted to click their tongues. Consciously, trying to do as I should and avoid tainting my classmates' morning, I quietly took my seat. Then, unusually, someone came to talk to me. It was the class leader. Good day to you, Ushiromiya-san. I don't have a portrait, so I'm not really that important, but maybe this conversation is going to be referenced later. You seem to be in a bad mood this morning. Were you able to get enough sleep? Is there some business you have with me? You're the only one who has not submitted her questionnaire for the class presentation, Ushiromiya-san. Did you forget that the deadline was yesterday? I'm pretty sure I heard something about that last week. But I thought that the questionnaire hadn't been passed out yet. The details would be written there, so there shouldn't have been any need to remember them beforehand. I wasn't given a questionnaire. That can't be. I believe the dormitory leader handed them out to everyone. If you lost it, all you have to do is honestly say so. I lost it. I'll fill it in right now, so could you give me a sheet? Again, either someone lost my sheet or they intentionally didn't tell me about it, but I have no way of knowing who was behind that. Spin the fucking chessboard! What are you doing? In the end, treating it as though it was my own carelessness would settle everything more quickly. Oh man. Damn, okay. Poor girl, holy shit. Once you filled it out, drop it in the questionnaire box in the student council room yourself. Our class is the only one that didn't get everyone's in by yesterday. As I hung my head at the class leader scolding, I could hear the giggles and whispers of people watching, coming from no direction in particular. Ushiromiya-san did it again. Oh, there's an announcement of this? Oh man, even the teachers are in on bullying her. Holy fuck. She's just so careless. She doesn't deserve to be in this school. She has no dignity and no manners either. Sorry, girls, but I've dealt with much worse when it comes to unfair personal attacks. As I froze my heart and let those arrows of ridicule pass by, I quickly filled out the questionnaire. Okay, I'm going to dip a biscuit into my tea, and I'm going to eat it. When I learned that father and mother and Oni-chan, and all the other rest of my family had died, okay, is the chewing too bad or are we good? I was at the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. The only survivor of the accident was Ushiromiya Eva. Only Aunt Eva. Even at the time, I hadn't really liked Aunt Eva. At a glance, she would act kindly, but even as young as I was, I could see that she was somehow making fun of father and the rest, and I hadn't liked it. I'm pretty good at wearing headphones and I didn't hear chewing. Oh man. So when I was... Okay, that's not what you said. Sorry, I just made it sound like you said something unhinged. I'm wearing pretty good headphones and I didn't hear chewing. All right, my bad, sorry. So when it was decided that Aunt Eva would take care of me, I was pretty miserable. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if that gentle Uncle Hideyoshi and George Oni-chan had been with me. But I hated the thought of living all alone with Aunt Eva. I'd frankly said it to Grandpa, hoping to live together in his house. However, Aunt Eva had been very insistent that she should be the one to look after me. She had no desire to remarry, so as her successor, I was essential if the Ushiromiya family was to continue. Aunt Eva felt very strongly about the family. She insisted that she take charge of me right away so that she could give me an education and lifestyle fitting for a successor. After that, It seems that confusing negotiations with lawyers took place. It's great weeb expectations or whatever. Like, what are we doing? But in the end, I was forced to go and live with Aunt Ava. Great Expectations does have some weeb vibes, by the way. There's something that happens in Great Expectations that even when I read it at 18, I was like, come the fuck on. Like, yeah. It is a well-written story. The prose is excellent, but like there's a huge plot point in Great Expectations that is like, are you fucking serious? After doing that, Aunt Ava told me something. You must bear all the glory and history of the Ushiromiya family. And in order to make you a fitting successor to bear that, the rest of your life will be dedicated to frantic studying. Sacrifice the rest of your life for the Ushiromiya family. That's what she said. At first, I thought she meant that literally, but I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Because even now, in Aunt Ava's eyes, the one most fitting to succeed her was the late George Oni-chan. At our first meal together, I received strict instructions and questioning about table manners, and was forced to listen to her abuse mom and dad as though they'd been neglectful in their discipline. I also received the same strict instructions regarding manners at my first party, and my clumsiness had been disparaged in front of everybody, forcing me to endure insults to mom and dad as well. After that repeated over and over, I eventually began to understand. Aunt Ava didn't really want to make me her successor. She thought George Oni-chan was the only one truly suited to be her successor. She couldn't forgive the fact that it was to be me instead. Sorry, that was my last biscuit. So she insulted me in front of lots of people. She humiliated me. And she made it known exactly how I was inferior to George Oni-chan to both acquaintances and strangers, surely in place of a memorial service for her dead son. Or rather, she must still be mourning his death. However, that wasn't something I could endure. I couldn't possibly live together with Aunt Ava. I was kept like a pet, my life continually compared with her dead son's. I understood that even when I was still in elementary school, I understood that, okay. I tried to escape the Ushiromiya house and run off to the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. However, Aunt Ava had already foreseen that. No, thinking back on it, she must have lured me into escaping. I was caught by the guards and brought back, and for being a coward who had smeared the Ushiromiya family crest with mud and tried to throw it away, in a way that makes my whole body shake and shiver just remembering it. I was punished. How should I describe what Aunt Ava was like when she punished me? In a frenzy? Gleeful? I saw the anger and sadness of losing her beloved son, and well as the hatred and pain from me stealing the inheritance from the son who should have received it, and the dark pleasure at being able to let those feelings out on me. I was hit with all those negative emotions at once. Then all of my free time and freedom to act was stolen, and I was put under surveillance around the clock. I may have lived in a gorgeous mansion dressed in expensive clothes, but my heart and my dignity had been trampled upon, and I was the Ushiromiya family's slave. It's cattle. Compared to that lifestyle, the derisive laughter of my classmates here was calm and pleasant. It caused my heart no trouble. After burying almost all the fields of the questionnaire, burying? With nothing in particular. I've never heard burying being used in that context before, but maybe it's fine. I folded it and put it in my pocket. Because if I left it in my desk, it might disappear again. During lunch break, after dropping it off at the post box in the student council room, I finished lunch by myself as usual and headed behind the school building where no one could be seen. There I lit up a cigarette and sneered at my stalker, Odagiri. Only my time by myself could protect me from the derisive laughter and gossip. Since I was hated and didn't have a single friend, my time alone was the most kind to me. After checking the surrounding bushes to see whether some malicious classmates were hiding and threatening my time of quiet, I finally relaxed the tension from my entire body, knowing that I had gained some true peace. Then I let out a sigh. It faltered, heavy, as though it was the first time I'd breathed out today. My old favorite place behind the vegetable garden storehouse had been found out by my classmates, and I'd been teased, so this was my new lunchtime hideaway. There was nowhere to sit behind the school building. As I crouched near the wall in the shadow of the bushes, I opened my bag and took out a book with an elaborate old-fashioned binding. Just glancing at it, you'd probably think it was a religious book or something written in the Middle Ages, but this wasn't a book. It was a diary. Of course, it wasn't my diary. there weren't any special things worth writing about in my daily life. Every single day was just gray, cold, and dry. In those completely unchanging days, there aren't any changes worth writing down. This was the diary of Maria One-chan, a girl I'd been very close to. She'd been a bit strange and 3 years older than me, but Oni-chan was always a warm, wonderful cousin. She would always grab me by the hand and let me join in on some fun game. I remembered that being able to see her was the most fun part of our family gatherings. When I opened the diary, the characters, which were made fairly skillfully considering that this was an elementary schooler, were packed close together, though they were written on every other line. Was she just hopelessly obsessed with jotting everything down in her diary? Probably not. To her, writing her daily life down in a diary was probably like having a conversation with another part of herself. So rather than an object on which the events of her day were written down, Maria Oni-chan's diary, right? Oni-chan? Was written like a letter to another part of herself, telling of the events of that day. I found this diary among her belongings after her death and secretly took it home. At first, I felt that reading someone else's diary might be boorish, and satisfied myself with just keeping it by my side, but I couldn't help flipping through the pages and reading through it bit by bit. And by now, she had become my only friend. That's terrifying. I gently opened the page with the bookmark. Ooh. Sorry to keep you waiting, Maria Oni-chan. Could you let me hear your story again? At the same time, a very, very soft breeze blew, tickling the paper. I thought the open diary might have sparkled faintly. The weather's good today. Maria Oni-chan loves the wonderful rays of sunlight, so I'm sure she's in a good mood. On the pages of the open diary, no, in the world of the diary, Maria Oni-chan showed herself. I'm pretty sure she was 9 when she died, so her form was already younger than me. But I call her Oni-chan, so she affectionately calls me Angie. Ooh. Angie, you were slow getting here today. Was it packed at lunch? Yes, it's always packed. Groups of friends set up camp in the seats, and they stay there even after they finished eating. It's pretty fatal if you get to the dining hall late. I was on cleanup duty today. Ooh, I eat fast. The faster you eat, the more you can play. Ooh. Maybe she realized I was holding a grudge because that duty had been forced upon me and shortened my lunch break by a bit. Maria Oni-chan brightly changed the subject. Grateful for the act of kindness, I responded by saying I was a slow eater. Maria calmed me down, saying something about teaching me the trick to eating fast. I read about it in her diary. No, I heard it from Maria Oni-chan. She was ranked number 1 among the girls in the speed eating ranking for her grade's newspaper. Quoi? She was apparently very proud of that, but a little disappointed that her mother Aunt Rosa hadn't praised her very much for it. Just a part of the standardized testing process, yep. Ooh, then let's start our story for today. How far did we get yesterday? Ooh. This far. Until you got to Sakutaro as a present. Until you got Sakutaro as a present, Maria Oni-chan. You promised that you'd tell me about Sakutaro. Ooh, let's talk about Sakutaro. You know, Sakutaro is a really cute stuffed animal. I'm sure you'd like him too, Angie. Ooh. Yeah, tell me that story. The only time I can relax at school is when I'm listening to your stories during lunch break. Ooh, I'll tell you about it. Sakutaro was really, when I looked at Maria Oni-chan, who was always in a good mood, it made my heart feel warm as well. As I listened to her tale, I began to get absorbed into her world. Happy birthday, Maria. Okay, how many different layers are we sinking into here? With the fucking Witcher Book 4 here? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Happy birthday, Maria. Sorry I got back so late. Ooh, good job with your work, Mama. I know you're busy, so even though you were late, I waited without crying. I was good and waited, watching TV. Yes, you're such a good girl, Maria. As a present for waiting politely, you can order anything you want today. Of course, only as much as you can eat, okay? Oh, I'm a speed eater, Mama. You remember that? I can eat a lot. Oh, yeah, I fucking hate that you're like that. You're gonna eat so much. Oh, here we go, but you promised, didn't I? I guess I did. Okay. Ooh, today, I'm sorry, I just went on a moment there. Can I change my corn soup to onion gratin soup? Gratin soup? Yes, that's fine. It's 200 yen more expensive, but I can change it to prosciutto pizza? Yes, that's fine, if you really can eat it, but that's okay. It's your birthday after all. There must be a reward for the good girl who waited so patiently. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Then can I have an enchilada cheesecake for dessert? And then the chef's choice fruit salad and kids french fries. I want to drink melon soda too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl. Mama praised me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Giggle. You're getting a little too excited. If you don't quiet down a bit, you'll disturb the other customers. When Rosa gently admonished her, Maria stuck her tongue out and eased up a little, but it seemed that she was having a hard time repressing her excitement at being able to eat out with her mother after such a long time. Today was Maria's birthday. Rosa always tried to let Maria spend her birthdays at great restaurants. When Maria had been in kindergarten, they sometimes invited other kids from the neighborhood over and had a party at home. Maria is annoying. Maria is annoying in some scenes. She's not being annoying in this scene. She's just being a kid in this scene. This is how kids are sometimes. I mean, sometimes kids can be annoying when they're excited, but there's a difference between like being like reasonably annoying and being unreasonably annoying, right? Like sometimes when a kid is being annoying, it doesn't, you just have to tank it because like they're just being normal. They're just being a kid. It's when a kid, and you have to learn how to tell the difference. Sometimes a kid is like out of line annoying and you have to be like, okay, hold on, like you need like a talking to here, maybe we'll step away or whatever. But like sometimes kids are just being annoying because they're excited, and that's part about being a kid, you know? Rosa would make a wonderful cake and snacks and decorate the house herself, making it a huge celebration. But when they moved and Maria no longer had friends in the neighborhood, Rosa had started splurging at expensive restaurants instead. And that's why she killed everyone in episode 2. Just too much restaurant debt. However, today they were in a normal family restaurant. It was also a little late in the day for a kid like Maria to eat there, even with a parent. Actually, she had gotten reservations at a fantastic place that would surely have pleased Maria. Of course, she had also prepared a wonderful cake with Maria's name written on it, but Rosa just hadn't been able to finish up her business and had been forced to cancel. Aw, that sucks. Since that plan had been traded for a local family restaurant, Rosa felt a little indebted to Maria. Therefore, more than anything. So she was prepared to spoil Maria a bit and let her have whatever she wanted tonight. Whoa. Okay. You never used to eat much, did you, Maria Oni-chan? Was it really alright to order that much? Ooh, I can't eat very much, but I like to have a lot lined up. You know, like on a birthday table, if it's colored all over with red and blue and green and yellow, it makes you really happy. You're right. Having your birthday table be colorful can make you feel happy. Birthdays at my place were no match for yours, Maria Oni-chan, but the cakes we bought at the Fumiya store in front of the station were always gorgeous. Angie thought back to her own birthdays nostalgically. Are we gonna see one now? Oh, we are! Okay. Even though Dad was busy, he sometimes came home just to show up at my birthday party, and then went right back to his company. At the time, I was sad, but I now understand how important I was to Dad. I love it when stories do layers like this. Of course, Mom also took very good care of me. In particular, her birthday presents were always in excellent taste, and she sometimes arranged for them several months in advance. Even though we always sent an invitation to Battler Oni-chan, he didn't get along with Dad or something, so he kept not coming. So when he did come, I was really happy. The birthday parties when the whole 4-person family gathered made for fun memories that I'll never forget. Ooh, Angie's birthdays sound like a lot of fun too. Battler and Uncle Rudolph are really lively. Yay, yay, giggle. Battler got covered in cola, ha ha ha. Maria Oni-chan peeked into my happy memory. As I sat quietly, wearing the origami helmet that Dad had made for fun, I was a little embarrassed. In my hand was a paper gun that Battler Oni-chan had folded for me, and Mom was taking a commemorative photo. It was the happiest moment of my life. But your birthday's no worse, Maria Oni-chan. And this is the day you get him, right? Sakutaro. Ooh, I was really looking forward to it. I got so excited, wondering when Mama would show me the wrap present in the corner of her bag. Sakutaro is the name of a stuffed animal that Maria was to receive that day. For quite some time before— oh man, oh fucking hell. For quite some time before then, Aunt Rosa had been making a stuffed animal to give to Maria as a present today. Hearing that it was a cute lion stuffed animal, Maria Oni-chan had already given it the name Sakutaro, even though she hadn't received it yet. Today, she was looking forward to meeting Sakutaro even more than her own birthday. Aunt Rosa ran a clothing design company. It seemed to be some kind of brand name. What was it? Auntie Rosa? It seems their catchphrase was, "I can't forgive the me of yesterday." Unfortunately, I've never met someone who knew that of that brand name. Wait, what? I never met someone who knew of that brand name. Maybe it wasn't that famous. So Aunt Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. I heard that she made some of the clothing she wore herself, so making a stuffed animal had to be well within her capabilities. A handmade stuffed animal, that's pretty amazing. By the way, why did you call it Sakutaro? Ooh, actually wanted to call it Sakura, but it's a male lion, so she told me to give it a boy's name. So I added a boy like Taro and called him Sakutaro. Eventually, the last "oo" disappeared because I used them too much and I was running out. Why Sakura? Ooh, the main character in Card Master Sakura. It was the name of the main character in a TV anime that was popular at the time. The fact that she'd simply borrow the name of a character she liked was, how should I say it, as innocent and cute as you'd expect from someone that age. Yeah, we have a dog named Yoshi. Ooh, mama, still no Sakutaro? I want to let Sakutaro join in my birthday too. Presents always come at the end, right? If you open it now, it'll get dirty. Hold on until the meal is over. Then I'll finish eating quickly. Ooh. And then her arms became a blur, like a fucking like motorboat blade. My God, the power! As soon as she proclaimed that, she started tearing into her meal. Aunt Rosa got mad at her, saying that was rude. It seemed that she'd expected this would happen right away. I also thought that, given how straightforward Maria was, that was probably what she'd do. So it was kind of pleasant when my expectations weren't betrayed. In the end, Aunt Rosa lost to her daughter's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation. You might know this anime. It would have aired during your time on TV. Card Captor Sakura. Never heard of it. Never seen it. Cleaned up the table and took out the long-awaited wrapped present.
Happy birthday, Maria.
I have seen, unfortunately, the right. I'm sorry, Mouse. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Maria. I wasn't able to spend much time on it, so I couldn't make it very well. Ooh, if you made it, I'll be happy with anything. Ooh. Okay, I'm not saying the name right. I'm not gonna be able to say how she said it. Sakutaro, ooh. Aunt Rosa spoke a bit humbly, but Maria Oni-chan was happy even before opening the wrapping. I could really understand that feeling. Wait, I thought it was a different name at first, or did they discuss the name before she got the present? I could really understand that feeling, but it's not a problem of quality. Just the fact that it was a handmade present was more pleasing than anything. Yeah, that's true. That's special. Can I open it? I wanted to wait until we got back home before doing it. But just for a bit, okay? We'll just take a look and say hello, then put it back. You can give him a proper greeting once we get home. We're in public, so you can't fool around, okay? Can you promise? Ooh, promise. So can I open it? Mama? Yes, just for a bit, okay? Yay! Before Aunt Rosa finished talking, Maria started unwrapping it. Whoa. As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. What appeared was a slightly blank-looking lion stuffed animal with cute round eyes and a white chest. It was about the size of a small pillow. It looked pretty big next to someone as short as Maria Oni-chan, but it probably wasn't that large. From the perspective of someone who didn't know better, it would probably look like something cheap bought from a department store or something. But to Maria Oni-chan, it was her mother's handmade stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world and irreplaceable. Okay, so why isn't it on the island with her? Oh, Sakutaro, giggle, cute, so cute. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal, even though you're so busy with work. Oh, is it completely made up story by Angie? Completely made up story by Maria in the diary. Real story, but she lost it, or real story, or Rosa like took it away from her afterwards, or something like that. Oh, Cute, cute, so cute. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal, even though you're so busy with work. If you praise me that much, it's actually embarrassing. I couldn't take much time, so I couldn't make anything that good. I actually wanted to make one so big that you couldn't wrap your arms around it. No, this is good. With this size, we can always be together. We can go out together. Sakutaro, I'm your Oni-chan. Uru. One-chan. It really is an adorable stuffed animal. So this kid is Sakutaro, your best friend. Ooh, we can't go to school together, but me and my best friend are always together at home. In fact, Sakutaro has his own diary. I read it sometimes and pretend that we're doing things. Let's go into that one now. Sakutaro went and had dinner with his mom. You know, Sakutaro is really innocent and cute and is always nice to me. He supports me when I'm feeling down and plays a lot with me when I'm feeling good. So I'm never lonely anymore. Not lonely when Mama's busy with work and I'm all alone. Not even when no one plays with me at school. Isn't that right, Sakutaro? Uru? At school, Maria One-chan had lived in the same kind of environment as I did. Compared to the other kids in her class, Maria One-chan's tempo was always a little slow. Her sensibilities and ways of viewing things were a little peculiar and a little too idiosyncratic for her to blend in. Her grades were low as well, and since she was talkative about everything related to the occult, her specialty, she was treated like a weirdo by everyone else in class. If you were touched by Maria One-chan, you'd be cursed, stuff like that. Apparently everyone in her class acted like she was disgusting, made fun of her, and avoided her. If a boy bumped into Maria One-chan, he'd start rubbing that part against the other boys as if he'd gotten some scum on him. Huh, they pick up her stuff like it was something filthy and chase the other boys around with it. It seems the girls thought even speaking to her was unpleasant, so they ignored her all the time, only giggling and sneering at her whenever she made a mistake. It looks like bullying is the same in all eras. Humans really don't advance at all, do they? If only they just get wiped out. I'm sad when I'm bullied, but I think it can't be helped. It can't be helped? Why not? After all, there's a rule that says every class has to have a single bully kid. That's a horrible rule. I like to find the person who made it and hit them over the head with a brick. Using the corner, of course. Holy shit! If I wasn't there, then there'd surely be a new bully kid chosen in my place. By staying strong, I can protect that kid. Aww. As she said that, she smiled faintly. Maria One-chan's way of thinking really is unusual. According to her, from the beginning, a witch had resided in that place called a school. No, she says that any place where a lot of people gather will have a witch residing there. The witch tries to steal the students' souls through death by disease or accidents. Apparently, she sometimes also corrupts those souls, leading them down that path of evil. She says that an angel came, not content to let that continue. And the angel tried to finish off that witch. The witch was powerful, and the fight took 7 days and 7 nights, but even then, it still wasn't over. The tired-out witch asked for a truce and proposed this. I heard about that one before. Until now, I've made half the students in the class become sick or injured, but in exchange, I've protected the remaining half of the students from sickness and injury. Therefore, if one member of the class becomes a sacrifice to me and is made into the bullied kid, I shall protect all of the other students from sickness and injury. Right? Ooh, the angel thought about it. Compared to half the class meeting with misfortune, having only one person be unfortunate would be much better. Then, the witch said that she'd protect the safety of all the other students using her powerful magic. If there are 40 students in a class, and the 20 victims are reduced to 1, then 19 people are saved. It's actually a reasonable proposal. Questionable numbers? I wonder if there's some theme behind this fairy tale. Nah, if it's a creation by Maria One-chan, a 9-year-old girl, that'd be pretty impressive. The angel decided to accept the proposal because he was a coward, so through that single sacrifice, 19 people were saved. That's why my role is important. The witch is protecting 19 people. Because we become sacrifices, well, I don't remember ever being thanked by those 19 people. Maria One-chan's idea was too compassionate. Both of us are suffering from a very similar type of misfortune, and yet, maybe a small difference in our way of thinking changes how peaceful our hearts are. So you aren't sad, Maria One-chan? Ooh, I'm not sad at all. After all, I'll be together with Sakutaro from now on, right, Sakutaro? Ooh, if I can be with Maria, I'll be happy too. I'm fucking Sakutaro. Look, Sakutaro says he's happy too. Ooh. Maria One-chan hugged the Sakutaro stuffed animal, playing both sides of the conversation herself. I don't understand it, but that's exactly why I want to reach Maria's One-chan's level. So I was intensely drawn to her tale and her words. Angie, is it tough because you're all alone? It is tough, but just the time I can be like this with you is different, because I'm not all alone. Then if Sakutaro also becomes your friend, it'll be even more fun. Ooh. Then starting today, Sakutaro is Angie's new friend. Right, Sakutaro? Gouge the head and kill. Ooh, I am Angie's friend. Ooh, Angie. Skillfully moving the stuffed animal like it was a puppet, Maria One-chan expressed Sakutaro's emotions. She was controlling him, but the charming way he waved his short hand and cocked his head to the side made it feel like he really was a new friend called Sakutaro. Of course, looking at it with cold eyes, it would only appear that Maria One-chan was comforting me when I was grumpy. But a soul had definitely been sent into that stuffed animal. You know what, Greg? For Sakutaro, I'm feeling goofy. Thank you for a reminder of that, Mark. The soul of Maria One-chan's love. So I acknowledge the existence of being called Sakutaro inside the stuffed animal. Come on, say hi to Sakutaro too, Angie. Come on, you say hi too, Sakutaro. Gosh, is Angie a scary person? As Sakutaro timidly looked at me, he unexpectedly met my gaze and hid behind Maria One-chan's back in surprise. Maria One-chan really is good at playing with stuffed animals. It's okay, Sakutaro. Angie isn't scary. She's a really nice girl. Ooh. Hello, I'm Sakutaro. You. Giggle. Pleased to meet you, Sakutaro. I'm Angie. I'm glad to have a new friend. I held out my hand as though asking for a handshake. You don't like handshakes, and Sakutaro's short hand was stuck out toward me, lightly touching my index finger. After all, when a human and a stuffed animal shake hands, their sizes are too different. This greeting by touching each other's fingers was our handshake. Ooh, now Angie and Sakutaro are already friends. 2 people are more fun than 1, and 3 people are more fun than 2. Ooh. Maria One-chan had given the name Sakutaro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday, and had warmed and expanded his existence in her heart for a long, long time. Therefore, even before she met him, existence was sublimated into a personality. Even at the first moment they met, they were already friends. It's suspiciously golden color on the stuffed animal, don't you think, chat? Of course, that wasn't anything extraordinary in Maria One-chan's eyes. Although I don't think she personified and loved anything quite as much as Sakutaro. She loved the things she owned very much, treating them just like friends or beloved pets. Maybe Aunt Rosa hadn't let her keep a pet at some point in time, so she felt like treasuring objects instead. And maybe she was so isolated that she'd been forced to find a friend nearby. Because of all that, what happened that day wasn't anything extraordinary from her perspective. Even so, Sakutaro, no, maybe I should call it Sakutaro, like Maria One-chan. There's no doubt that Sakutaro was a stuffed animal. No, a friend whom she loved more than anything or anyone. Oh, why does that get a thing? Hello, it's Mama. You're in a good mood. Is a friend over? Ooh, playing with Sakutaro. Sakutaro, knock it off. Oh, no. No, Rosa, no. No, fucking Christ, Rosa, no. 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 Oh, God, no. No. Oh, I hope I'm wrong. It was already about 9 at night. Rosa had asked because this wasn't a good time to have a friend over, and she'd just been a little surprised. But when she thought about it, Maria didn't have any friends who would come over to play, did she? Even so, to think that she'd have so much fun playing with that stuffed animal. Rosa was very pleased that Maria had liked her birthday present so much. For now, sorry, Mama just can't get her work finished tonight. The next season's lineup is having a tough time. It looks like we're finally starting to get orders bit by bit, and I want to somehow give it a bit more impact so we can answer the expectations. So you're spending the night? Sure, okay. Do your best, Mama. Really? Thank you, Maria. Thanks for being understanding about Mama's work. Rosa was surprised that Maria had accepted so easily that she wouldn't be able to come home from work. To Rosa, having to tell Maria that she'd be coming home late or staying overnight was a huge burden. Maria would start crying about how lonely she was on the other end of the phone, and it took a lot of time and effort to calm her down. To think that Maria would accept it in such high spirits. Is this also thanks to Sakutaro? Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Rosa was once again pleased that she'd given her daughter such a good present. I'll make sure I come back this time tomorrow. Let's eat dinner together then. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you, Maria? Buy a bento at the convenience store and eat it. Oh, wait, Maria's just home alone? No sweets and no soda. I'll check the receipt and the change, understand? Ooh. Shopping with Sakutaro, shopping with Sakutaro. Hey, not Sekataro, have him watch over the house. From Maria's manner of speech, Rosa got the feeling that Maria might have gone shopping with that stuffed animal without her knowing about it. Rosa's forehead creased, and after sourly saying that Maria definitely mustn't do that, she hung up. Oh, damn. Ooh, Mama said I mustn't go shopping with Sekataro. Ooh, can't go shopping with Maria. Staying home alone will be lonely. Why did Mama say not to go shopping with Sekataro? Ooh. Yuryu, I'm sure that if Maria was seen with me, it would be embarrassing. Embarrassing? Why? Mama says not to take me outside a lot, and she usually says Maria can't do it because she's too old. Ooh. But I'm not embarrassed at all to be seen with Sekataro, right? I'm a lion, but I'm a stuffed animal. You're a lion and a stuffed animal, but you're my friend. So let's go out together, just when Mama isn't around, as a secret. Ooh. You aren't saying that you're embarrassed, are you? I'm not embarrassed, but the people outside are a little scary. Is that it? Then I'll make it so you can go outside without being scared. Leave it to me, I've got something that's really useful. A disguise? Maria started fishing around her messy room. Rosa often told her to clean it up, but Maria apparently didn't like doing it. However, Maria herself knew more or less where everything was. Excuse me. So much so that if it were to be cleaned up, she would have trouble finding where anything was. Here it is. Hey, look, Sekataro, a knapsack. Maria proudly held it up high. Sekataro looked at the knapsack, which was gaping open, squirming as though saying, "Are you serious?" Maria, you aren't saying. Ooh, this way we can go shopping together and Sekataro won't be scared. Maria held Sekataro up and started stuffing him into the knapsack. At first, she tried to stick him in head first, but then he'd be upside down and suffocate. So she pulled him out and tried pushing him in again, feet first. Ooh, tight, cramped, dark. Ooh, irk. Look, it's alright. If you stick your head out, it isn't cramped, it isn't dark, and it isn't scary. And it's a good view. Ooh. Ooh, you're right. Is it okay for me to go shopping with Maria like this? Yeah, it'll be fine. Why not? What should we get for dinner tonight? Come on, let's go out, Sekataro. Ooh. Giggle. Looks like you're having fun, Maria Oni-chan. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Even things that would be lonely and boring all alone. Sorry, boring alone all become fun with Sekataro. Any human friend would have to go home when he gets late. But Sekataro doesn't go home, so we can be together all the time. He'll watch TV with me, be together even in the futon, and even hold my hand on scary nights when there's thunder. He'll chase away the monsters in the closet and under the bed. Sekataro is reliable. Since I'm a lion, I'll show my courage and chase away any monsters that scare Maria. Roar. They were so close that it made me a little envious. I'm supposedly older now than Maria Oni-chan was then. But Maria Oni-chan really is my Oni-chan, and I still haven't reached her level. If only I had a friend close by like Sekataro. Sekataro and I are your close friends, right? We're always by your side. It's just that your magic is weak, so you can't perceive us unless you open my diary like this. Perceive? You know some pretty difficult words, Maria Oni-chan. According to her, this world is full of magic and spirits, and there is natural and nearby is a light breeze. You don't normally notice it or see the wind, but when the incense smoke or something draws trails, you can see it, right? Right. And even if you can't see it, it's always nearby. That's it. We're always really close by to you, Angie. Gods and spirits and guardian spirits are always right next to us, but if you aren't conscious of them, you can't feel their existence, like wind that can't be seen with the eyes. But they certainly are near us, and if they draw trails in the smoke called magic, anyone can see them. Okay, so my thought when on the phone there was that Rosa was going to start getting, I think it's a problem that Maria is hanging out with the stuffed animal that she got instead of like a real friend, because she made that comment in one of the previous episodes, and that she was going to destroy the stuffed animal so Maria couldn't hang out with it anymore, and that way she would be like, you know, motivated to get a real friend instead. That's where I thought it was going. But now I think she's going to go out with a stuffed animal and she's going to lose it. Because now it's building up this going out with the stuffed animal and knapsack thing. But then again, maybe that's not going to happen either. Maybe it's just a collection of like nice memories for a bit. I don't know. Rosa wouldn't do that? Okay. Sure. I thought I'd only be able to meet Maria Oni-chan while this diary was open. But from what she says, she's always with me and I can meet her at any time if I truly desire to. Along with the record of my life, I left a fragment of my own soul in my diary, so the power of my magic resides in this diary, but it's very faint, so only you can feel it. Only I can tell it's there? Yes. After all, the power of a witch resides in you, just like me. If you study hard, you too will definitely become a great witch in the future. A witch. I wonder if that'd be fun. Ooh, it is fun. If you do that, you'll be able to know that Sakataro and I are always by your side, even without opening the diary. If you do that, every day will become fun. If you do that, I'll introduce you to many other friends. If you do that, every day will get busy and very lively. That might be fun. I do have the grimoire you left behind, Maria Oni-chan. I'll try reading it seriously sometime soon. If I do that, I won't be all alone anymore. Right? Ooh. Maria Oni-chan and Sakataro said that at the same time, happy that I developed an interest in the world of witches. With her knapsack, oh, we're doing it! With her knapsack on her back and half of Sakataro's face peeking out of it, she triumphantly walked through the shopping district late at night. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner lowering their shutters on their shops, or an employee rushing, or else staggering on their way home. Alright, so Rosa's fucking sucks even more than I realized. Holy shit! Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone on a hike, probably looked quite merry. Every once in a while, passing employees would glance at her back with her eyes of someone seeing something out of place. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of the knapsack. The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time. However, convenience stores, which had been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back, and carrying it like a child in her arms, she headed over to the sweet buns corner. Wow, this really is convenient, she said. She pointed to a sweet bun that she had eaten before, explaining to Sakataro that this one was delicious, and that one was pretty good too. Sakataro seemed to be enjoying it a lot. I'm gonna have the 3-colored one. With just this one, you can eat bean jam and cream and strawberry jam, but there's sometimes greenish brown bean jam or white bean jam. There should be one kind of bean jam. Uru, looks like having different things inside that makes them interesting. Uru. It is jam bread. Next, I'll have a fruit yogurt. There's fruit in it, but it isn't a sweet, right? Yeah, I'm sure Mama will be fine with it. Do you want one too, Sakutaro? Uru, is that really okay? What about the money? Ooh, no problem. Look, it's Sotoku Taishi, ooh. So I can buy you whatever you want too, Sakutaro. Let's eat together. Would you like some yogurt too, Sakataro? When Ria made to grab another one of the same fruit yogurt, Sakataro bent his head slightly worried. Ooh, but I can't eat a big one, so a small one will be fine. Ooh, then how about a small yogurt? It's 30 yen. That's cheap. Ooh, that's good enough for me. Yogurt with Maria. Yogurt with Sakataro. Ooh. Meanwhile, Grandfather Kinzo, with fucking like so much gold that no one can carry it in his fucking basement, Maria put the 3-colored bread and the 2 yogurts into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. The man running the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been here until last year. I seem to be seeing you a lot this time of day, little lady. You're a good girl, but maybe you better come with your mother if you're going to go shopping at this time in the future, okay? Mama said it's okay, so it's fine. Mama always comes home late because of her work, but we aren't lonely, right, Sakataro? Ooh, really? That sounds tough. Here, I'll give you some free soda. The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else. Thank you, mister. Ooh, isn't that great, Sakataro? Ooh. Since she'd been told not to buy soda, she couldn't take it back home, so she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. With the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Sakataro in it with that same arm and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home. Ooh. Yuzuko Sho soda isn't really good. You want to try too, Sakataro? Ooh. You're mean, Maria. Nasty. It sure is. Ooh. Of course, it's not like she can actually make a stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can into Sakataro's mouth and pretended to tilt it. Wait, what? But it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Sakataro. There was a huge moon in the sky. At times, the moon had been clouded by tears when she'd been unmanageable. During Rose's overnight stays, but when she'd been scolded by her mother. But this moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Sakataro. Angie watched the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. After looking at the backs of Maria Oni-chan and Sakataro together, it became very hard to remember all those long nights when she'd cried because her mother hadn't come home. I couldn't say it to Maria Oni-chan, but But if I'd been in the same position, I may have given a stuffed animal the name Sakutaro, but it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness. But Maria Oni-chan was different. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. He was a real friend, and far from just distracting Mira from her loneliness. He changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Sakutaro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very, very cute? Probably not. If there's a secret here, it doesn't lie within Sakutaro. I think it probably lies within Maria Oni-chan. Huh. Itorichi. Oh, okay. Nothing bad happened. Yeah, okay. This is the power of magic you were talking about, Maria Oni-chan? Ooh. Knowing magic means you notice a lot of friends right beside you that you didn't notice before. It's as fun as having a bunch of new toy shops pop up all over the neighborhood. What is a moon but a space chandelier? +2 chatter, +2. If even I, locked up in an academy without a single friend, had power like Maria Oni-chan, I wonder if I could make my days just a bit richer. I wonder if I'll be able to honestly shed tears on nights I feel like crying, to smile on gray nights. Yes, you can. You can do it. After all, you also have what it takes to become a witch. Did you just read her thoughts, or...? Yeah, it looks like it. What it takes to become a witch. I have what it takes to become a witch too, so I've still got a lot more studying and training to do. I'll definitely become a wonderful witch, flying in the sky on a broom, drawing rainbows with my cane, making candy fall from the sky. I can definitely do it. Then I'll show you too. It'll definitely be like a scene from a wonderful dream. Maria Oni-chan said that, making an absolute promise with her smile. There's no way I can become a witch. But if Maria Oni-chan says that, it makes me feel that maybe I really can become a witch, because in reality, on that desolate night, when no flower of a smile could possibly have bloomed, her magic surely gave birth to a smile. I wonder if I can become a witch. You can. You're a bit older, so your soul is bound a bit more by gravity. That might make training tougher than it is for me. But you definitely can. After all, you're already touching a small piece of magic. I am? Magic? Yeah. Come on, look. In a world where I don't exist, you summoned me and you're talking with me. This is magic? Yeah. You've expanded the fragment of my soul that I left in my diary, and you're reviving me right now. I also said it a short while ago, right? Since you managed to reunite with me and have a conversation, since you're able to smile every once in a while, you must have some magical talent, Angie. Your Maria Oni-chan guarantees it. Ooh. You said it a second ago, Oni-chan. I thought I could only meet you while the diary was open, but you're really nearby all the time, right? If I had more of the power of magic, would I be able to see you? And, just like now, would I be able to talk with you, Oni-chan? At any time? Yeah, we can talk at any time. I'm there by your side to say good morning, and even during class. Let's talk together during dull classes to distract you from your boredom. I'll also be there to talk to you during meals, so let's always be together like this during lunch break. We're with you after school too, and of course, I'm always by your side even after you return to the dormitory. It's just that you don't see me except when the diary is opened. Even when I close the diary? Maria Oni-chan? You'll be by my side, right? Yes, I'll be there. So if you try to see me and try to talk to me, I'll definitely be able to answer. If you look strongly and try to talk, that is. I'll give it a try. It isn't easy, okay? It isn't going to go so well. It isn't going to go well all of a sudden, got it? I understand. I'm sure it won't be easy. But I want to be like you, Maria Oni-chan. Ooh, I understand. Then look at me well. Look closely. Okay. Slowly open and close your eyes. You can't shut them for a long time all of a sudden. After burning my form into your eyes, try to make it blend into the inside of your eyelids. Remember when she did the weird creepy face and freaked everyone in chat out? Yeah, I'm doing it. Once you can visualize me even with when your eyes are closed, without changing anything, slowly and softly close your eyes again. How is it? Can you still see me? Yes, I think I can probably see you. And try opening your eyes for a second. Now, for the real thing. Calm your heart and close the diary. At that time, my form may disappear for a second. But calm your heart and don't get anxious. And then try to make the me that's blended into the inside of your eyelids blend back into your eyes. Slowly visualize me into the empty air. In the empty air, see me. Yeah, I'm okay. Then, I'll close the diary. Ooh. Slowly, I closed it. When I did so, a gray reality filled with dull air unfolded. Of course, Miria Oni-chan's form disappeared. Give it all you've got. Have courage. Take the first step into the world of witches. I felt like Miria Oni-chan was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on? Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think that it's because I think this that I cannot see her. Miria Oni-chan is always by my side, and even now she's definitely there, cheering me on to do my best. That reached my ears, so I mustn't ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Miria Oni-chan is there. I mustn't doubt. I believe. Oni-chan said she'd always be by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at that empty space by the empty back wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartlessly boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper overlooking a sea of lights, or being 14 years old and thinking that if you just tried really, really hard enough, maybe you could have Jedi mind powers and you could, force push open the door across the room, but you just haven't tried hard enough yet. It's Miria Oni-chan saying it. It's alright. She's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking that you might fall, or that it'd be foolish to take a step off a roof. And free yourself from those chains of common sense. Phew. Okay. I steadied my breathing. I concentrated my mind. Make the vivid form of Miria Oni-chan in the empty space before you. Rise to the surface. Understand magic. And see Miria Oni-chan. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Miria Oni-chan. Huh? Is someone there? At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. No, since I'd been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of 3 beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school building to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place, because if it became known that I'd been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again. She said it right. She said it right. She said Miria Oni-chan or something, right? Isn't that creepy? She isn't seeing spirits or something, is she? Giggle, 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 giggle. Usho or Mia-san, so funny. Ooh. I could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind. Irritated and feeling that Miria Oni-chan had been made fun of, I left that place at a quick pace. And then a jog once I turned the corner. And I might have made it to Oni-chan's world with just little more time. It was frustrating, aggravating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran, and it still felt as though I could hear their shrill laughter. Oh. Okay. Okay, not a bad sequence, a little long. I think they could have cut maybe 20% of that out and still had the same effect, if not a stronger effect. But I see what they were doing, and I like it. The World 12 years later, October 1998. Hold on. Chat, I'm reading it. I saw the white. Hold on. I'm still looking at the screen. I see a building, a lot of glass. Yep, blue sky. Okay. All right. You don't need to make a clip. I'm here. All right. It's fading to white. Doing a white wipe. All right. Here we go. Ashtray. There's an ashtray. Okay. It's 1998. Oh, the ashtray's gone. Okay. Good thing. Who the fuck is this? Rumor has it, Angie-chan, that you jumped off the top of a skyscraper. The groupies were getting annoying, so I thought I'd give them the slip. Angie and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere. Okay, I think we read that. All the new machines were... And that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Angie. She carelessly sat on a high-class chair that executives making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world. It's because I knew they were remodeling on a lower floor and had a safety net out. Angie talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality it had been a miracle among miracles to think that she'd shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, been caught in a multicolored banner adorning the atrium and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final barrier, land on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. It put Hong Kong movies to shame. Whether you knew there was a net or not, this is a 200-meter tall super skyscraper we're talking about, right? If things hadn't gone as you planned, there'd be a real mess to deal with now. I figured that if I died, then I'd be dead, and that would be that, more or less. Well, still, I was testing my luck a bit. Call it youthful zeal. As though saying that she'd had enough of that topic, Angie shrugged coldly. Seeing that, the old gentleman, who was looking at the world below through a crack in the blinds, cackled. So, you were testing your luck, is that it? My, you truly are Kinzo-san's grandchild. The nerve to trust your life to chance. The chairman was also a woman who could stake her life on a bet like it was nothing, so maybe this really is the Ushomiya's blood at work. You really will make it big in the future. Please, let me be blunt. Why not give up this running away from home act and return to the Sumadera family? I heard that Mom had a bad relationship with her family. I don't want to go to the house of people I first met at a funeral. The Sumaderas are Mom's family. They're an old family from Kyoto, and compared to Mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sudamera I'd been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. So when I went out to play with the Sumadera family, it was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand. Oh, am I saying it wrong? Sumadera? Sorry, did I put the D there? Yeah, sorry, a little dyslexic. When I was young, I didn't really understand it. But I hear that Grandpa was in an extremely weak position as a man who'd moved into his wife's family register, and his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. What? It isn't hard to imagine that because she had a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was always hated by the Sumaderas. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too, and yet they appeared for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could actually act like family after all this time. When Aunt Ava died, I would inherit all the wealth of the Ushomiya family. If that wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words. Well, it's not as bad. It's not as though I can't understand your desire for self-abandonment now that you're all alone. This isn't self-abandonment. I'm just taking a carefree stroll now that that annoying Aunt Ava has finally kicked the bucket. Everyone else is just making too big of a deal out of it. Of course, everyone's after the vast Ushomiya wealth I bear. They must think that becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me, acting like they want to be a substitute parent? If you ever find that you're hurting, please talk with me if it will help, okay? After all, I think of you as my own grandchild, Angie-chan. I'll say no thank you for now. More importantly, let's return to what we were talking about. Angie-chan. No matter how many times you ask, I am hiding nothing. The chairman was the only survivor on Okenjima that day, and she passed away without saying anything. I myself know nothing. Everything is wrapped in darkness, you see. This old gentleman was one of those leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava had built up after she passed away. The one he called chairman was the former chairman, Ushomiya Ava. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Ava. For that reason, when Ava lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person to whom Ava might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Ava's heart was torn by the loss of her family, whenever she took it out on Angie, he had acted as a buffer between the two, so although Angie didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question. That crime was... no, that accident. If I call it a crime, I'll get in trouble. I had the same questions about it as the public and the talk shows. At the time of the accident, why was Aunt Ava in a place 2 kilometers away from the mansion all alone? And on the night of a storm? Back then, Kinzo-san was unsure as to whom he should select to be his successor. Officially, he decided on his son, Kraus-san, but he didn't have much trust in that man. So, to fairly determine a successor from among the 4 siblings, he made this game-like test called the Riddle of the Epitaph. Ostensibly, yes. Kinzo-san probably planned to make Ava-san the successor from the beginning. He wanted to withdraw his own rule that the eldest son be the successor, and instead of Kraus-san, leave the family to the extremely diligent and brilliant Ava-san. The new rule about giving the inheritance to the one who solved the epitaph was probably nothing more than a farce to snatch the position of his successor away from Kraus-san. What do you mean by farce? There was no need for anyone to solve that epitaph. Once it had been displayed for an appropriate amount of time, Kinzo-san could just call Ava-san, whom he truly wanted to succeed him, and give her the answer. In other words, Sumari, that itself would provide proof of her succession to the headship. This isn't something they brought up on the talk shows, is it? Well, once you bring up the succession of the headship, conspiracy theories tend to rise to the surface. I'm no fool myself. I won't go out of my way to say things that could invite misunderstandings, you see. This was his theory. At the time, the Ushiromiya family head, Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Kraus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself, but in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Eva would make a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo, who was stubborn even against himself, was stymied by the title of successor that he'd already given to Kraus, and he searched for an official stance by which he could skip over Kraus and select Eva as his successor. That official stance was the riddle of the epitaph. The primary successor was still Kraus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as the successor to the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Eva the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Eva herself was the successor. On that day, Eva-san was summoned by Kinzo-san, who revealed the answer to her, and so that she could succeed the headship, he called Eva-san to the hidden mansion Kuwadorian, which only the head knew about. And because Aunt Eva arrived at the hidden mansion one step ahead, she escaped harm in that accident, you say. Accident. Maybe Aunt Eva just killed everyone and made it look like an accident so she could steal all the wealth for herself. And maybe that's why she escaped unharmed. Well, that's what the papers are shouting about. However, I believe Eva-san. Because I'm an idiot, I'd say that there are several points that justify trusting her. For example, that ring of the Ushiromiya family head, which is on your finger now, Anji-san, that ring is the only one of its kind in the world, which Kinzo-san had made specially, and the artisan who made it acknowledges that the object on your finger is, without a doubt, that ring. The Ushiromiya family head's ring. That ring, with the heft of gold and the one-winged seal on it, had a diamond arranged on a pedestal and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kinzo had worn that on his finger without removing it, even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact that Eva had it proved that Kinzo had acknowledged her as a successor, or she just killed him and took the ring. What the fuck are you talking about? What? After all, Eva-san certainly did have that ring, and if you take into consideration that Eva-san actually was talented, and that Kraus-san had made a fool of himself several times on the business scene, I cannot imagine that Eva-san's story is completely made up. Although there's still the possibility that she murdered grandfather in order to steal that ring, then Aunt Eva, using some kind of trick, massacred everyone and made it look like an accident. Ah, yes, it seems the papers were saying something about her massacring everyone with keeping all the wealth to herself as the goal. True, Eva-san was a person capable of holding back nothing when she was determined to accomplish something, or she may have committed murder just once in her life if a chance for keeping all of the Ushiromiya family wealth for herself presented itself. However, I don't think that happened. So what's the second point that justifies your trust in her? George died. Eva-san's family, Hideyoshi-san and George-kun. It might be difficult for you to believe all of a sudden, Anji-san, but Eva-san was a person who treasured family greatly. True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand vaguely. Aunt Eva certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outbursts as she tried to distract herself from that pain, I have no feelings of sympathy at all, but it's not like I can't imagine how the incredible shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character. Alright, the end of episode 3 is just getting so much fucking continuity development. Oh! Jotler and Anderson? That's nice, that's nice. You're saying there's no way Aunt Eva, who loved her family, would throw away her husband and her son? That's right. Even if Eva-san really was the culprit and massacred the entire family, making it look like an accident, she most certainly would have spared her husband and son. Maybe those two were the only accidents, and the rest were murdered. She would quibble that, by coincidence, only her family had been in the hidden mansion. If Hideyoshi-san and George-kun had been safe, even I would probably suspect Eva-san. I truly cannot imagine that Eva-san's wailing at Hideyoshi-san's funeral was an act. Sounds like both points so far are just circumstantial evidence. That isn't the same as physically proving Aunt Eva's innocence. Haha, if you say that, then you're stuck right away. Eva-san was the only survivor, and she says that this is the truth. But no one can prove her innocence. Yes, that's right, and no one can prove that she committed a crime either. And the final point that justifies trusting her is the police. After all, it was such a flashy crime. The police were being pushed forward by a public in an uproar over conspiracy theories, so they must have investigated Ava-san thoroughly. It was easy to feel something unnatural about the claim that Ava had avoided the accident by coincidence, because she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle, and in order to buy off the big stockholders, she wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be too hard to find a motive there, but as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Ava as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that could have been used to brutally murder her family and make it look like an accident. The servants, who escaped harm by being off duty on that day, also stated... What? Also stated they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to the event Ava included. Okay, the other servants, not the ones that were on the island and killed. Okay. There's more than one group of servants, I'm guessing. Putting all that together, it can only be concluded that Ushiromiya Ava had headed to Rikkinjima for a normal family conference without any change, and had encountered an accident. The police looked so intensely that they still couldn't find evidence that it was a crime. They reached that conclusion themselves. Doesn't this resolve the Rikkinjima suspicion? That just means that the police couldn't find evidence that was a crime, right? There's nothing I can say to counter that. It becomes a devil's proof. Oh, you know it too. To expose it as her crime, you would simply need to find evidence. But what could you possibly find to prove her innocence? It's impossible to prove a negative fact. Did Aunt Ava commit a crime, or did she not? Because we can't find any materials that'll let us say for sure the truth will remain a mystery. So that's what you're saying, right? That's it. Phrased in a manner you would prefer, that's what it amounts to. It was impossible even for Ava-san to prove her own innocence. On that island, an unfortunate accident occurred, and Ava-san survived by chance, and we don't know any more than that. In short, it all comes down to whether you believe the story of the only survivor, Ava-san, or not. I believed. The ring and her praiseworthy love for her family, and the tears she shed at the funeral. Taking all that into consideration, I decided to believe her story. They're being really vague on the accident thing? Like, what do you mean? They died in an accident. What kind of accident? But I don't believe. If she wanted to steal the ring, there were probably many ways for her to do it, and no one knows if her relationship with her family really was that good. No one can prove that tears at a funeral are real. Anyway, I hated Aunt Ava from the very beginning, so I don't even want to believe her. Oh, so you're biased. How does one view the truth of the crime? You and I are on completely opposing sides. Even though the information we are given is exactly the same, we interpret it in completely different ways. This happens often in politics and business. The exact same enterprise will always be assessed in multiple differing ways. Do you know why? Why? It's a question of whether one has love. Whether you feel love for someone or not completely changes how you view them. If a person you like gives to the poor, you respect them for it, right? But if someone you hate starts donating, you fiercely protest that it's a publicity stunt or that they're handing out favors. So true. So fucking true. Yep. No matter what they do or don't do, you thank them if you have love and criticize them if you don't. So true. That's how the world works. Can Aunt Ava be trusted or can't she? You're saying that's all that really matters? Yep. Those who suspect her will probably take anything she does or doesn't do and truly see it as something unnatural, and it works in reverse. As for me, I think that barring certain extreme cases, truth might not exist in this world at all. No, even if truth does exist, whether you believe it or not is determined by whether you have love or not. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Even if Ava-san had been able to show physical proof that she had an alibi, would you have been able to believe it? It's hard to counter that. I hate Aunt Ava, so I'd probably deny any information beneficial to her and interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, Sumari, the truth is already decided inside me. So just what in the world is this truth that I'm still searching for and unsatisfied? People do this to me all the time. All the time people do this to me. All the fucking time. That's how it is. So no matter how you hear from me, since you still suspect Ava-san after all this time, nothing will change. At the very least, even if you were to grasp a piece of hitherto unknown information, I don't think you'd be able to reach the truth the way you are now. So I can't. Reach the truth? After all, no matter what kind of new information or proof you find, Anji-chan, it won't change your stance that Ava-san is the culprit, right? So it's pointless to investigate anything more, because the truth inside of you is already decided. However, if you stop assuming that to be the truth, if you wish to struggle further towards the deeper, real truth, there is a single way. I believe I already mentioned it, but do you know what that is? Is it love? I don't really know what you mean. Right now, you're considering this under the assumption that Eva-san is the culprit, but that's no different than looking at something with a single eye. With one eye, no matter how much you squint, you cannot see an object in 3 dimensions, right? That's why we have another eye, and of course, it's in a different position from the first eye. Yeah, it's true? Damn, he's spitting. You're telling me to look at things based on the supposition that Aunt Eva isn't the culprit, or else that it was a real accident. Yes, that is correct. Excuse me. When thinking about anything, you should always try to look at it from different perspectives. Just endlessly, and never make any decision, and then come to the conclusion that real truth doesn't exist and you don't have a strong opinion on anything at all, and become insufferable. An insufferable, spineless centrist that just has no effect on the world, because what if you're wrong? If you don't, you won't understand anything about what is real. It's the same with newspapers. You can't see anything from the single viewpoint of a writer who wrote an article in a single newspaper. Sometimes you can only process information composedly and in 3 dimensions when you read multiple newspapers. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Sounds nice. Wahaha. Maybe he thought it interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while, he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he'd said everything he knew, and that it was about time to leave. I understood that and got to my feet. Maybe Goda with like a hippie phase, smoked a lot of weed, got a spray tan. I don't know. To understand your feelings, Angie-chan, you should do as you like for a while until you're satisfied. You were 6 years old that time. I understand how you must feel after losing your family before you could even understand what that meant, and how you must still be unable to sort out your heart. You may learn the truth, and you may not. Eva-san may be the culprit, and she may be a victim. I pray that you find the truth you believe in, Angie-chan. A journey at such a young age may prove to be a valuable experience. Thank you very much. I'm truly sorry to be such a bother when you're so busy. Okonogi-san. Oh, it's Oko. Oko Tetsuro. Tetsuro? I know Tetsuro. Where do I know Tetsuro from? Someone has the last name Tetsuro. I know someone has the last name Tetsuro. Who has the last name Tetsuro? Someone's last name Tetsuro. Someone has I know someone has. Is it Nanjo? I know someone has last name Tetsuro. I remember seeing Tetsuro somewhere. I made it up. I made it up. I made it up. Who the fuck has the last name Tetsuro? Does someone have a last name that sounds like Tetsuro? Nanjo Terumasa. It's Terumasa. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of okay, sorry, my bad. I'm thinking of he's related to Nanjo. He's Nanjo's cousin. A leading member of the Ushiromiya group, between the time of Ava's death and Angie succeeding her position's management of the group, has fallen to core members like him in her stead. Okay. However, Angie has no desire to inherit that role, leaving the group on the brink of fracturing internally and putting Okonogi in a difficult position. He was once the president of a foodstuffs distribution company and had an intimate relationship with Hideyoshi's business. Because of that long-lasting association, Ava trusted him particularly, and he was appointed to an important post within the group. Okay, by episode 5, he's going to be on the island too. No trouble, no trouble. What are you going to do? It's not a triangle, it's a square now. Fucking Okonogi's over here on this side of the fucking chessboard. Well, that whatever works. I've made appointments with several specialists and people related to the crime, but I plan to go visit them. I see. I hope you find an answer that you can accept. Beep, beep. At that time, company president Okonogi's secretary came in, handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked between it and my face. This is where Rudolph was taking that call. Anji-chan, my apologies that this comes right after telling you to try going on a journey, but I have some information you should lend an ear to. It looks like you're in a bit of a nasty fix right now. People after my money? This is why money's stupid. No. Our time travel project, it's bearing fruit. Yes, but if you sell off all of the wealth, trying to donate the whole sum to the public welfare, you'll make the eyes pop out of those people optimistic about their chances with your fortune. Oh, the Sumadera family? Those guys act so proud like they're my guards or something. I haven't forgotten Aunt Ava. There's no way I can put myself in the care of the Sumadera family. They probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past. Cut off my arms and legs, throw me in a warehouse, and suck the Ushiromiya family's wealth dry. Apparently, a messenger from the Sumadera family is coming here. They're saying to hand you over. No, that they want to protect you. A messenger, you say? It's your aunt. Kirie-san's younger sister. Berie, I believe she told me earlier that she thinks of you as a little sister. She's got to be joking. At least call me a granddaughter, you old hag. Judging from the context, it seems they have no wish to listen to your desires. I have a car waiting in the parking lot 2 stories underground. Go. The Sumidera family is telling you to hand me over. Is it really okay to let me go? What fucking power do they have? You will definitely become something big in the future, Angie-chan. Let us call this a favor to be repaid upon your success. Go, quickly. After bowing silently and deeply, Angie left that place at a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered, "The Sumidera family told us to stall her. Is it really alright to let her go?" We did stall her, more than enough. If they still don't make it in time, that's their own fault. I told Angie-chan to run for it. I informed the Sumideras that Angie-chan would be coming. Whether she's caught or not, I will not be blamed. Alright, is it time for, like, the Raid 2 fucking car chase scene? Everything in this world is love, you see. Don't worry, she'll escape. After all, that child's capable of leaping off a building to shake pursuers. Okanogi looked down again through a crack in the blinds, muttering, "Nope, definitely couldn't do it." Angie wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor, to save money, a taxi in the 2nd level of the basement, that's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now. But my enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait it out. No, that's useless. If they get their hands on a security room in a modern building like this, I'll have nowhere to turn to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. Quick, let's steal the Sekimaya and seal them in. The 3rd floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. Shit, trying not to stand out any more than I had to, I walked at a brisk pace searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. I found the door to the emergency exit. After opening that heavy door, I found the outside staircase I'd hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out a cigarette and went away. What a detail. It looked like there was no one below. If I'm going to escape, now is my only chance. Just when I thought that, a black car slid right under me and came to a sudden stop with an incredible squealing of the tires. Judging by the sound of tires, it seemed they had several other allies, and one of them had come here to block this path. Not bad, Aunt Katsumi. To think you'd even send a car to pick up your little sister when she's trying to get out through the emergency exit. Fucking hell. Bam, bam! The doors of the car were forcefully opened and 3 black suited men jumped out, looking at the emergency staircase. Crap, our eyes met. 12, target found. Is this like the Chester sisters people or whatever? 12, target found. Northwest side emergency stairs, 3rd floor, send support. Anji-sama. Okay, this is dumb, right, chat? This is dumb? I think this is dumb. Doesn't she, like, maybe? I don't know. Angie-sama, try not to move from there. Forgive our roughness. 3 of them began to climb up the emergency exit. They've already announced that they plan to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they've probably been ordered to grab me no matter what, even if they gotta rip out one of my arms. Oh, man. Clank, 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 clank. Their heavy, wild footsteps became a helix and began to rise from the lower floors, getting closer. In the entrance lobby of the building, I like the drums though. A woman with 7 black-suited guards behind her advanced at a leisurely pace. Seeing this ostentatious entrance, the security guards for the building ran up to them, asking if they had an appointment. How typical of Tokyo people. Don't you understand the status of the person you are talking to without having to say her name? My apologies. At our company, guests are to take a security... Back down, scum. She kind of looks like Kyrie. I came because I was called by your president. Call Okanogi Tatsuro here. To think you would call me here and then not welcome me. How typical of Tokyo people. My apologies. Welcome to the Ushomiya group, Sumidera Kasumi-san. With the secretary behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them wore bold smiles, they were wrapped in a tension reminiscent of the smell of gunpowder. Where is Angie? I came to greet that adorable daughter of my big sisters. Strict observance of our time is our motto here at the Ushomiya group. The former chairman herself said that those who can't keep time can't keep contracts. Ooh, you call me all the way to Tokyo, and this is all you have to show for it? You let her go, didn't you? Please, she escaped from us. We did stall her for quite some time, but unsurprisingly, she did eventually smell a rat. Of course, this wouldn't have been a problem at all if you had arrived on time, Sumidera-san. These provincials and their loose provincials? Provincials and their loose concept of time? Provincials. Yeah, it seems like it's provincials. Okay. Wow. What was that? What did you say to me? You couldn't sense any of Kirie's open frankness in Katsumi's face. She wore the arrogance of the ancient Sumidera family towards the ruined Ushiromiya family, as well as pride because she didn't want anyone to notice that her family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushiromiya family's wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Angie hated her aunt so deeply. She couldn't even stand a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrow twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Katsumi whispered to her, "It's not looking good, ma'am. Angie-sama has been found. We are currently dealing with her." Oh, I'm glad we made it in time. Thank you, Okanogi. It seems I can finally take my mischievous niece home. I've waited so long to talk with that girl in my tea room with all of the tools prepared. Hee 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 hee. Clank, clank, clank. As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up at me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'll be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in number with time. If I don't do something here and now, I won't have any more chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. In other words, Sumari, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might be able to drop kick them or something and smash them in the head, which might work. Okay, jump over this and steal their car. But it really would be impossible with 3 of them. Wait, 3? If there's just 3, I should be able to make it. I can do it! Take a deep breath. Ah! What? You idiot, stop! Look out! Whoa! O2, calling 12. Is the package secure? We received a response. What happened? Respond. She's crazy, damn it. Ugh. Ow, ow. See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? There was just 3 of them after all. I've already tried that once from a higher place. She's the witch of jumping off tall places. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It's a good thing the car that came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall. A little gently, a little roughly. How rude. You didn't have to dent that much. The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Apparently, the 3 people on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized that they'd been outwitted, and they were rushing down the stairs. I've got to run and escape while I still have the chance. I moved my body, making clunking sounds on the car roof. But I'd be naive. Of course they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out the window, and when he realized what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there'd been some harsh punishment in store if they let me get away. 15, secured. Alright, we're overdue for break. Shit. Ow, 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 ow. Ack, don't touch me like that, let go. Okay, how many lines are we away from break this time? 7? 21? 900 lines? No good place for break? Alright, let's see if she gets away or something like that. Let's give it a couple more lines. Let's see. I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed face down, covered and pressed upon from above. It was a hold without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back with both hands, searching for a way to resist, but I was being pushed down solidly, and I couldn't even tear myself off the asphalt. Then another car came, squealing its tires as it slid to a sudden stop. Is it all over now? Yeah! The man that had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black suit guy, I fell with a thunk. After landing face up, the first thing I saw was an arm stuck out right in front of my eyes. Amakusa? What are you doing here? Holy shit, it's Amakusa! Let's talk about that after we've lost them. Amakusa Juza. The Yakuza. To the car, quickly, lady. Amakusa grabbed my arm, easily pulled me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Are you one of the good Kirie-san fucking relatives? It's Nagito. Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door into the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amakusa also got into the driver's seat. Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around on the chair for a while, like a turtle that's been flipped over. Amakusa checked the rear view mirror for cars in pursuit, but he flew into the artery of the big city without lowering his speed in the slightest. We sewed our way between cars one after the other, like Beatrice's heart was sewed. Just like a chase scene in some action movie. I was shaken by this horrible driving and had trouble sitting back down. Are you hurt, lady? How big is this car? I'm fine. Humans are surprisingly durable. Next time I try to escape a downward moving elevator, I'll jump out a window instead. A lot of mistakes we're catching. Yeah, I guess air dives are a hobby of yours, lady. Still, I'd recommend you grab a parachute next time. Sure, if I remember to do it after leaping. Another cross. Huh. Yeah, cool. Ooh. He smacked the steering wheel, guffawing. Need an explanation for this flippantly talking man? His name is... Okay, who's talking? His name is Amakusa Juza. He was originally one of Aunt Ava's guards. Didn't she start to hate him because he chatted too much? He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he'd hopped from the 1st Airborne of the JSDF to the French Foreign Legion, placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that he'll be arrested if he enters France again. Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. I think he went back to France, they would just give up on trying to get him. The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came and took a pass at me, didn't he? Aunt Ava was apparently particularly put off by that and had supposedly dismissed him shortly before she died. It's been a while since I've heard that carefree tone. What happened after you got fired? I was coaching some people at Blackwater. When I came back to the country during my time off, President Okanogi offered me a high wage. So you deserted again? I wonder how a man like that can be useful for anything. Doesn't count as desertion as long as I come back by next week. I talked with him yesterday. I was told that some troublesome people might come and call on you, lady. Sorry, that turned out to be exactly right. My name probably came up since I know you and I've got lots of crazy experience. Thanks to you, it looks like I'm in for a happy vacation plus some pocket money. So, Okanogi-san employed you as my guard. Why aren't you employing yourself as, you're a guard? Like, you have a lot of money too, right? Like, what's going on? You seem really smart. Wouldn't you, know that the other family's gonna do this? Maybe this is the first time you're hearing about it. I don't know, actually. I don't know enough information. But this whole setup seems kind of dumb and you feel like you don't have any agency. I don't know, man. He probably wants to buy some gratitude from you, lady. After I got fired, I was indebted to President Okanogi in various ways. He's got some dirt on me here and there, and now I can't say no to him. Yeah. Seems that getting indebted to Okanogi-san can be pretty costly later on. So what are you planning on taking me? Anywhere. I'm employed until the weekend. Anything after that will cost you extra. How much per day? I'll take 50,000 plus expenses. If you stop cracking jokes, I'll double it. The period of employment isn't fixed yet. It might take several weeks. That'll be tough. I'll have to call my boss to get an extension on my vacation. More than anything, I want to investigate that day. Oh, is this about Rikinjima? Exactly. What happened on that island 12 years ago? I want to investigate it with my own hands to my satisfaction. Do you really expect to find anything new investigating something that old? True. But this is a journey for my own self-satisfaction. Once it's over, I'll just throw my hands up and go over to the Sumadera family. Didn't Aunt Katsumi say something about how she wanted to serve me some... matcha? Maybe she'll serve me tea as I kneel on sharp wooden blocks, clutching stones or something. Ooh, damn, that sounds freaky. Yeah. My apologies, we lost sight of them. A single man thought to be an associate assisted in her escape. Judging by his possession of a stun gun and his driving skills, he's no amateur. I see, thank you. What a shame, Okanogi. Shall I take this as your answer? Letting her get away was your blunder. It has nothing to do with me. I do wish to prepare some matcha for you as well in the near future. The next time you're in Kyoto, please stop by. I'm going. Oh, are you leaving already? Okay, another thing I'm understanding is, how is she so powerful with the other family? Meanwhile, they seem to be on like the back foot here, even though Ava apparently like made the company skyrocket in wealth. I don't understand this. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. Are you leaving already? I could offer you some chazuki first. Cackle, cackle. With her back still facing Okanogi, she laughed softly, but with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. Just as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's. But because her back was facing him, Okanogi couldn't see that expression, but we could. Okanogi watched her go, laughing coolly. His secretary whispered over his shoulder. Fuck, are you sure about this? Milady Angie is our company's primary stockholder. If the Sumadara family becomes her guardian... I get it. But you know, we're the world-famous Ushiramiyas. We can't let them take us lightly. Still, it looks like that guy managed it pretty well. All that's left is to let Angie-chan do as she pleases. I'm counting on you, Amakusa. Asumi-sama. The escaping car was a rental. The license plate they displayed was a fake. We're clearly dealing with a pro. They'll probably abandon the car. Pursuit will be difficult. Should we have the police chase them? Yes. Shall we have them search for our runaway daughter? They're getting paid with our taxes, so the police must be of some use every once in a while. Ho 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 ho. When I left the mansion, I boldly told Mother to leave it to me, didn't I? Do you intend to embarrass me further? It looks like it might be better for me to serve some matcha for everyone at once, doesn't it? Our underground tea room is cramped, so you have to wait in line. No, we will search with everything we have. She really is a cute kid, just like Nason. Especially the way she freewheels and does as she pleases. Now I can't see anything but Nason. I'm truly looking forward to it. If only I could invite Nason's daughter to my tea room, right? Ho 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 ho. The Sumadara family sure moved quickly. Did Okanogi-san sell me out? You're joking. He's my client. If he sold you out, he wouldn't have hired me, right? I guess that's true. So that's what you got off the elevator. So that's why you got off the elevator at the 3rd floor. Him having a car waiting in the underground parking lot was just too convenient. I figured Okanogi-san sold me out. Though I guess by now it's impossible to prove whether there was an ambush set up in the parking lot or not. I see. That poor president guy. Looks like you don't trust him a bit, lady. That car in the basement was mine. Huh? He was talking about you, Amakusa? I freaked out when the elevator came and was empty. I wonder what would have happened by now if I hadn't been listening on the radio. So what's going on? If I'd obediently believed Okanogi-san and gone to the parking lot, there would have been no need for me to do that jump off the 3rd floor? Pretty much, yeah. Well, it turned out okay in the end. What the hell? If I hadn't suspected President Okanogi, I could have easily escaped without getting caught in a tough spot. President Okanogi might have sold me out. No, since Paranoia told me that it was better to assume that he sold me out, I supposed and concluded that he sold me out. Because of my inability to believe him, regardless of his truth, my truth became, he sold me out. I thought back on what President Okanogi's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Truth can change completely depending on whether you have love or not. In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of the truth. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is it something I'll be able to see with my eyes? Even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it. Without love, it cannot be seen, huh? No? This fragment of yours is very lively. It doesn't bore me. I mean, were you here for the whole Maria conversation? You told me something. You commanded me to search for the truth 12 years ago, but there's something I'm not getting. What's that? What is truth? There are as many truths as there are people. There are as many interpretations as there are people, and those can be twisted by opinions and changed indefinitely. Is truth really that unfixed or vague? That's right. Truth is unfixed. It can be like a particle or a wave, and it can hold conflicting forms at the same time. You are free to believe that the cat in the box is alive or dead. Schrodinger's cat box, but the truth is very delicate. It can change its appearance just by being observed. You're talking about stuff like Schrodinger's cat box? Nonsense. If you open the box, you learn the truth. Discussion about what happens before you open it is just an armchair. Oh no, I just remembered the cat box thing. That's right. And yet, in order to deny that abstract theory, you need to open the box. It's impossible to negate any idea about the contents of a box that cannot be opened. This is what truth is. As long as truth isn't denied, it keeps its form. That's right. As long as truth isn't observed, it keeps its form. In other words, Sumari, if it isn't exposed, any reckless statement can suffice as truth. Yes, even if they contradict each other, endless ideas can exist as truth at the same time without being negated. So, even something as screwed up as my family being captured by the Rikinjima witch and shut up 12 years ago for all eternity can exist as truth as long as we don't know what happened 12 years ago. This witch called Beatrice forcibly made room for endless imaginings of the Rikinjima of 12 years ago, enveloping all of it inside a cat box. Everything inside the unopenable box is truth. That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes endless. That's assuming no one opens it up. I just have to wrench it open. I mean, something happened because you're in a continuity that continued, but you know, whatever. That's assuming no one opens it up. I just have to wrench it open. But that box was closed up 12 years ago, and I don't even know where it is. Even if I visit Rikinjima, just what can I learn about what happened 12 years ago on that desolated island? Desolated island, who knows? I wonder what you could learn. This is something that can only be done by the person who is able to walk around freely in the world of 1998, 12 years in the future. The final witch, Angie Beatrice. Beatrice's game board lasts 2 days, from October 4th, 1986 to the 5th. In other words, Sumari, you're a piece who can move freely outside her game board, and even Beatrice cannot influence this future that lies outside the game board. If you say it like that, it sounds like I'm a pretty overpowered piece. The future 12 years later in which you are placed certainly is distant. However, the further a piece is placed in the future, the stronger the power it holds. What? I told you, didn't I? The truth changes its appearance when it is observed. The fuck are you talking about? There's fucking riffing over there. What do you mean, come to think of it? I heard something like that once. Even if one day, all of a sudden, a star in the constellation Centaurus were to explode, the light from that explosion would have to cross 4.4 light years, so it would take 4.5 years to reach the Earth. That's right. In other words, even if the sun in Centaurus has already died, people on Earth won't be able to perceive that fact for 4.5 years, because no method of perception exists that is faster than the speed of light. Wow. They believe in the speed of light? Wow. Do they also believe in the moon landing? When we learn that the sun in Centaurus has exploded, we Earth people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We will revise history with the new fact that it exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 year period until we learn that, despite the fact that it has already died, the mistaken truth that the sun of Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as true. Okay, that actually, you know what? That's actually not a bad way of saying that. Yeah, I like that actually. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past. Yeah, that's right. By itself, the Rikinjima accident gave rise to nothing but suspicion of a conspiracy involving Aunt Ava and the Ushiromiya family assets. But later on, it was dramatized and linked to the occult. They even made a movie, and the conspiracy was painted over by the legend of the witch. Even though it was clambered over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime, later on, strange occult theories which claimed that it was the work of the witch ran rampant and began to paint over the truth of October 5th, 1986. The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time, and only the more bizarre, impressive witch theory will continue to remain as superstition, eventually covering up the conspiracies. That's right. The false truth that exists before the light from an exploding star reaches Earth is almost like the conspiracy theory, which is a human theory. The wine bottle with a letter in it that drifted ashore several years later, the message bottle painted over that theory and made things return to the occult theory, which is a witch's theory. Okay, so is that true too? The message bottle is the same as Ava, or? That's right. A witch didn't exist during 1986. The witch took control of Rikinjima because she was observed several years later by us humans of the future thanks to the message bottle. A small revision is necessary. The witch could have existed even during 1986 as one of many endless possibilities that can exist. Certainly, she disappeared if she were observed, so she curls up inside the cat box. That's what makes the message bottle so nasty. The witch tried to get out of the box. She made it so that she'd be observed, weeding out possibilities that conflicted with the witch theory. In other words, Sumari, to make it impossible to negate her, she negated all possibilities other than the witch theory. What the hell? So in other words, Sumari, Beatrice satisfied the devil's proof with a frontal attack, and that was a part of the witch's plan from the beginning. The message bottle is information observed in the future after 1986. It cannot be observed by Beatrice or Battler. It can only be observed by Angie Beatrice. I really didn't want to investigate the message bottle. After all, reading that would be like listening to the witches say. It would be like listening to the witches say. What? What does that mean? That's normal? Is it? That's correct? Is it? Oh, okay. After all, I mean, I would be like listen to the witches say. Oh, like have my say? Oh God, I don't know. That seems still awkward to me. I would never write something like that. And you know me, I'm an amazing writer. I would really never write something like that. I don't like that at all. If that's fine, okay, that's okay. But like, that seems super awkward to me. I would rewrite that sentence. I thought the witch theory was just a crazy fantasy, so I thought of it nothing more than a waste of time. But Okunogi-san told me, you can't see things in 3 dimensions with only one eye. You mean that while looking at it from the viewpoint of denying witches, you must also look at it from the viewpoint of accepting witches. That's a correct way of thinking. The number of viewpoints is like a denominator. You can have one viewpoint. If you have one viewpoint, the mystery in the numerator doesn't decrease in the slightest. However, the more your number of viewpoints increases, the more the mystery begins to be divided. Sorry, I understand. There was a message bottle that washed up on a neighboring island several years after the crime that passed into the hands of the Delante? I made an appointment with him just in case. I was able to hear Aunt Ava's say from Okunogi-san. Next up is the witches say. Why don't I listen? To Beatrice's say. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Okay, so it's 10 to 5 hours of streaming, and I think that the next chapter is an hour long. So if I continue now, I'm committing to another hour. I'm going to be completely honest with you, chat. I don't think I have an hour in me.
3 months left to live. It was last year when you said that, right, Dr. Nanjo?
I only spoke of what I could comprehensively determine from his physical condition at the time. As a result, this year too, it just so happens. So even though it's doubtful whether Dad will last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. And you still say he is only 3 months left, Doctor? Like I said, Kinzo-san's... Shouldn't you be happy that our respected father is still in high spirits? Out of a sense of parental respect, each one of you is so eager to greet father. I can see how upset you are that he's unwilling to meet you.
Considering that everyone has started aiming for the inheritance while the sun is still in the sky, I can understand why father wouldn't want to see you. You've got it wrong. Oh, is that you? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's right? I
wrote them. Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's all you.
It's pandemonium. You've got it wrong, Natsune-san. We just,
Dad is an immortal, and he'll die someday. We aren't telling him to die, we're just saying that he will die sooner or later. We're just talking together about how to prepare for that.
And that is precisely what's so disrespectful.
Stop it. You'll make your headache worse. Is
Jelly?
this...
Kraus told Matsui, who had risen from her chair in agitation, to sit down. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down.
Oh, I didn't listen. You can have him, Joe.
Okay. Natsui-san, don't misunderstand. People say you should always clean up after yourself, right? We're just talking about seeing him off. We're discussing this so we can see father off neatly when he takes off on the journey he's eventually gonna make. That's just like you, Hideyoshi-san. Even though you're saying the same thing, you make it sound so intellectual.
Yes, that's right. Unlike you, Nissan.
Quit it. We aren't getting anywhere. So like we're saying, Iniki, forget all this about the inheritance. I don't even care if Dad hits us. To make a long story short, we want to meet Dad directly and say hello. Even if he says he doesn't want to. If he's locked up in his study, we don't care if we have to borrow a key from Genji-san. Right, Rosa?
Oh, well, it's not like we're forcing you. It's just... We haven't said hello to Father in such a long time. If his remaining life really is short, then there's a chance we might never be able to see him again. Today might be our final opportunity to exchange words with Father.
That's right, just like Rosa says. If he only has 3 months left, it wouldn't be odd for him to pass away any time now, right? Are you saying that despite that, we don't even have the right to talk with him one last time? Regardless of the circumstances, isn't that just a bit too much? If greeting Father were truly what you wish to do, I'm sure he'd happily allow you to meet with him. But Father has already heard about the disrespectful topic you hope to raise. No one would want to meet with you under those circumstances. The reason you cannot meet with Father is because of your own doing and nothing else, is it not?
Exactly. You shouldn't have to rack your brains to understand why Father doesn't wish to see your faces, right? Father has seen through all of your tight financial situations.
What are you talking about? I don't have a clue what you're going on about, Nissan.
Did you really think I didn't know about the state you're in?
Eva and the rest realized that he had seen through their current lack of funds, and alternating between bluffing and returning to the point at hand and arguing back, they repeatedly pressed Kraus to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they had gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation.
TikTok.
Uh-oh.
Eva made as though to tackle Kraus, and Hideyoshi and Kyrie cut in between them, trying to calm both sides. Then, Kyrie took a deep breath and spoke. I'm sorry, Kraus Nissan. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me say one thing. I have a proposition. Best Girl has entered the stream.
What is it, Kyrie-san?
First, and this includes my husband as well, for many years, we have belittled the efforts you've made by living with Father and taking care of him. Isn't that right?
Chrono Trigger music is back. That's, well, we've got it easy since we get to go outside, but Aniki's been babysitting Dad for decades now, and that must have been a lot of work. I'll accept that, but what's your point, Kyrie? Kyrie's off script?
We must acknowledge that Kraus Nissan is Father's caretaker. Isn't that right? We've always feared Father, and pushed the task of caring for him onto Kraus Nissan. Everyone should acknowledge his efforts. Isn't that right, Eva-ne-san?
And so what? Nissan is Father's caretaker? Don't decide things on your own, outsider.
This feels scripted. This feels very scripted right now.
Hey now, calm down. Kyrie-san, what are you talking about? Kyrie, please continue.
We should be more grateful towards Kraus Nissan and Natsuine-san. We should thank them for always taking care of Father. It's our lack of gratitude that's to blame for these wasteful conflicts we keep having. Isn't that right, Kraus Nissan?
I'm surprised. I did not think you, Kyrie-san, would be able to understand our efforts, which even my true siblings have not stopped to consider.
It's a natural duty for the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship.
That's right. It's your responsibility as the successor to the headship, isn't it? It's because you take care of Father that we must acknowledge you as the successor.
Hey, why are you bringing this up all by yourself? You're just an outsider.
Wait, Aneki. That's right. It's just like Kyrie says. Because you take care of Dad, you're the successor, Aneki. Am I saying these right, by the way? Is it Aneki and Aneki?
Aneki, yeah.
Aneki?
I think it's Aneki.
Am I wrong in my order there?
No, you were right.
I was right? Okay, so... Aneki, Aneki... Oh my god, I did... Okay, it's just as you said.
Oh. Rosa noticed, and then Eva did. Eva?
Eva.
Eva's barking demeanor towards Kyrie for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash. And she instead stared at Kraus and Natsuhi. Look at that fucking... I love that expression on Eva so much. It's so cheeky. Natsui couldn't understand that sudden change and was slightly flustered. Krausny-san, if you'll accept just a few conditions, we won't ask you to let us meet Father again until he dies. Of course, we want demand to be present on his deathbed. We wouldn't even mind being absent at the funeral.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Oh, where are you going with this? But I may as well listen for now. Let's hear your terms.
First, the term successor to the headship refers to the caretaker of the current head, Ushiromiya Kinzo.
And then?
Second, the duty of the caretaker is to look after Ushiromiya Kinzo for the rest of his life. Oh, I feel like she's leading into his life has ended, so you're not the successor anymore or something like that. To make things simple, the caretaker's job is to care for him until his final moments. You were prepared to do that from the beginning, Krausny-san, so that won't cause any problems.
Naturally. I have no objections to either of those terms, and I'm already carrying them out.
Third, on the off chance that the caretaker is neglectful in his responsibilities of supervision, he shall be deprived of his rights as a caretaker. With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Kraus's face. Natsui alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant.
Is she accusing him of, like neglecting Kinzo? That's what it seems like to be there, yeah.
Or allowing him to be killed under his care.
Yeah. Oh. And just what are these responsibilities of supervision that the caretaker bears?
It means supervision so that Father can live the rest of his life in the best possible health. I'll be more detailed than that. In the case that Father dies I assume Father dies to or of anything other than a natural death, the caretaker will be deprived of his rights as caretaker, and his status as the successor to the headship will be lost. If that happens, the next highest in rank, Ebane-san, will be selected as the successor.
What did you say? How can you shamelessly speak such nonsense?
Oh. My, the caretaker certainly has a heavy responsibility. However, people can die in many ways. For example, senile old people sometimes die when food gets caught in their throats. Normally, this is called death by old age in its broadest sense. But with your argument, that becomes a death by accident, and I bear the responsibility of supervision. This is unjustly disadvantageous to me.
Give me 1 second here.
It's okay. How are you today, Mouse?
I'm doing okay. A little tired. How about you?
I'm the same, actually. A little tired today.
Yeah, we're always tired on this stream.
Getting into it, though, more. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm back. Sorry, Ruby literally pushed her way into my room.
Ruby?
Ruby.
My dog.
What kind of dog?
Little corgi. And I mean little. She's the runt of the litter. I somehow always pick the runt of the litter. I don't know how I do it.
Could
me
Ruby...
too. 5'11".
Could Ruby fit in my microwave? What do you think, Jelly?
That's a hell of a thing to ask, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? We have the same desk. We'll get a desk for scale, and then you'll need to put the microwave on the desk, and then we'll have an accurate conversion rate.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you for hearing me.
If I had to guess, just sort of calculating the measurements in my head, which I shouldn't do because I barely have an English degree, let alone one that involves mathematics, I think she might be the same size as the microwave.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Bigger or smaller than a Gatorade? Depends on the Gatorade. Bigger.
All right. We're reading. Come on.
I have no intention of forcing such an unfair argument on you. I'm referring to the kind of thing that the caretaker could have prevented beforehand by taking good care of and keeping his eyes on Father. It may be the caretaker's job to carry food to Father's mouth, but whether he swallows it or not is clearly outside the caretaker's responsibility. I would have absolutely no problems with the example you raise, Krausny-san.
Oh, So what kind of case are you referring to that might cause the caretaker to be blamed for making a blunder?
For example, if he disappeared.
Oh?
It seems that right now, Father is in firm control of himself, but dementia might begin to set in. He might wander around when you aren't looking and get into some kind of accident. Or he might get lost in the forest and go missing. Wouldn't this type of case clearly be the responsibility of the caretaker?
Father's mind is perfectly healthy. There's no need to bring up dementia.
One day, suddenly, I saw Father go into the forest. I chased after him, but I couldn't find him. I called the police and searched, but after being unable to find him after 7 whole years, I had him declared legally dead. My point is that we won't accept it if you use a story like that to treat him as dead. When Father passes away, an autopsy will certainly be carried out, and we will confirm that he died of old age in the most general meaning, within the bounds of common sense. A death of any other cause will be held as the caretaker's responsibility. See? These are all things you have toiled away at all this time, Kraus-Nissan. These aren't strange conditions or anything of the sort, right?
You are mocking us, disgracefully so. I find it hard to imagine why my husband must be coerced into a rule that disgraces him in this way.
Actually, I've been suspecting it since last year. No, everyone here probably suspects it as well. Eva-ne-san and Hideyoshi-ni-san, Rudolph-san and Rosa-san too. Everyone has suspected it the whole time, but it was so frightening to imagine that no one actually said it.
I see, so this is what you're trying to say, that Father is already dead and that I've been hiding it. Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of, the key to solve the mystery. Oh, what the fuck?
Just him.
What?
Every time! Every time! How does he know? How does he... I mean, okay, I'm starting to wonder if Ryukishi is just, like, really good at baiting you into thinking certain things at a specific time.
I know, right? It's like, there must be so many things that are down, like seeds planted, and then, the fertilizer and water, to go ham on the analogy, just keeps, like, dripping out at the right times. Like, yeah, what the fuck?
You just cannot this consistently be at the same place as the reader without unbelievable luck or pre-planning.
I was afraid to say it like earlier in the stream because I'm like, I feel like this is coming out of nowhere, but for some reason my brain is being tickled into having this thought right now. And then here he is, and Battler's saying it too. Holy shit.
So now I wonder if I'm smart or if I'm just being led around by like, the theoretical equivalent of a carrot on a stick.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I'm just too dumb to see that there's someone holding it.
All right, okay.
Am I actually a cook, or am I just reading the fucking recipe and pretending I'm in a 3-star Michelin kitchen?
That's true. I only know how to follow recipes. God damn it. Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of as a key to solve the last mystery in the previous game.
You mean the very last bit? The mystery of who killed Dr. Nanjo?
That's right. The witch definitely said a lot in red. She mentioned the names of all 18 people and announced whether they were alive or dead, and then she claimed that there were no humans besides them. But with this theory, I can weave my way through that gap.
I see. So this is one of the answers that doesn't cause those two to contradict. Makes sense.
See what I'm saying? You catch on pretty quick. It's nice that I don't have to explain.
No 19th person exists on this island, and yet this trick lets us mix in an unknown new character. In other words, the names of all 18 people don't necessarily correspond to the 18 people on the island.
Interesting way of phrasing it.
That's it. The witch mentioned the names of 18 people one after another and announced whether they were alive or dead, and on top of that, she announced that there were no humans other than the 18. There was a single illusion in there. I think these are mine, right? This is Battler's narration. It wasn't guaranteed. I think it might be. It wasn't guaranteed that the 18 names of people equals the 18 people on the island. Okay, then why didn't you say that then during that scene, idiot? Like you
he didn't think of it. He didn't think of it till right now. He's only just realizing it. He's under a lot of pressure. Okay,
he's lying.
It's the end of his anime arc. All right, his like girlfriend was gonna sacrifice herself. And then he got Beatrix. A lot has happened, okay? Cut him some slack. He's just a little guy.
Okay, all right. When she named off all 18 people and announced who was alive and who was dead, she hid the name of culprit X, also known as Trucker X, and instead mixed in someone who wasn't on this island. But doing that, even though the culprit was on the island, she was able to leave him out of the list of living or dead people. The person who was mixed in wasn't actually on the island, so he didn't count towards the total number of people on the island. By this, even though the culprit counted towards the total of 18 people on the island, it was possible for his name not to be listed. The two statements in red are completely independent, so this theory creates no contradictions.
If someone's name was used to hide the existence of the culprit, that name must satisfy several conditions. First of all, even though this person isn't on the island, they've got to be someone we think is on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick us. And it's best if this person happens to be dead. No alibi is more perfect than death. After all, at that point, the mystery was based on the fact that the crime was impossible for all 18 people. Is it something like that?
Also, I think the pacing of like how the complexity of the mystery ramps up is also really good. Like, if this had happened, I think even an episode earlier, that may have been a bridge too far. There are some points where, like, the biggest one that I'm thinking of is I think Beatrice appearing to be much older than the other witches is like a tactical decision so that you're not like, okay, so we're dealing with like 1,000-year-old, like 10-year-old, but actually I'm 1,000 years old witches, and it's all just a bunch of anime bullshit. Like, you don't meet Burn until you've already met Beato. I think that's purposeful.
Okay. To be honest, I'm trying not to think of that anime stuff as much as possible. So.
I think that anime stuff is something that you are supposed to think about. Especially after episode 3, where the entire trick is, oh, we made you think it was anime. I'm pulling from all my fucking cultural backgrounds that I can. I got the fucking TV tropes page pulled up.
See, I don't love anime, therefore I can't see it. So that's what's going on.
I see.
Because without love.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And that person was Grandfather. Right now, there's only one thing Kiryu-san could be about to say. We thought Grandfather was locked up in his study, saying that he didn't want to meet anyone, but there's a possibility that he's actually dead already, and that Uncle Kraus is lying when he claims that Grandfather's alive. That's right. Grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time, and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead, and then Uncle Kraus and the others were conspiring together, trying to trick everyone.
Interesting. Sorry. It's interesting that he says no one saw his face, when supposedly he's one of the characters who did, as per the end of episode 2.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to bring that up. I hope he does.
Curious.
If Kinzo dies, the distribution of the inheritance occurs. However, if Kinzo doesn't die... No. If he dies, but it isn't announced, the distribution of the inheritance won't take place.
In other words, Sumari, Uncle Kraus could have all of Grandfather's wealth to himself. That's right, he's got more than enough motive. Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island, but a person X existed, and that person was the 18th person. In other words, Sumari, there were originally 17 people on this island, not 18, then an unknown person X snuck in and committed the crime. How's that, Beato? Come out, I've just solved the final biggest mystery from last time. As Battler claimed that forcefully, the crisp sounding of clapping came out of nowhere, and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room.
Bravo! I wish I could deny that someone as incompetent as you has finally gotten a feel for it, but somehow or another, you've managed to come up with a single answer. Even a lump of concrete can stop thinking, so you have now finally evolved into a being with intelligence. You might say you've finally taken a step forward from the crying creature you were before, just licking my shoes and grinding your teeth.
This is what Mouse says to me when I get connections right on the days that I get it right.
How'd today go, by the way?
I got it wrong. I only got one today. I only got one today. I can't believe that stupid wordplay threw me for so many loops last time. My lameness pisses even me off. Alright, Beato, repeat it. If you can announce that the 18 people on the island included grandfather, just try and do it. Yeah, you can't. You can't, can you? Because he's already dead. Yeah, you can't do it. This is the end of your deception.
I wanted to do it so bad.
Well now, what have we here? Shall I slice that in two with the red truth? No, it might also be good to hold back for now and let you get all excited. If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, it would be more interesting to lure you to a higher place first. One might say a peak.
As Beato sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more. As though she was saying that the answer I'd reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face, almost as though she'd expected the witch to act that way.
I see. Just like how Battler has learned and grown, so has the witch.
What's wrong, Beato? Don't act so tough. I asked if you can repeat it. Answer.
Stop it, Battler. The witch won't answer so easily. She won't do it until she thinks it'll benefit her.
What? What do you mean?
You've been toyed with by this red truth in the games up until now, so the witch has used it many times. But now, the situation is different. You're trying to draw the red truth out of her, and are instead using it as your weapon. In this situation, there's no way the witch will keep firing off the red without reason. Right? Gretel, or whoever you are, it seems your mind is quite sharp, unlike Battler's. What a fearsome enemy I've welcomed in. That's correct. When Battler hopes I'll use the red truth, do I have any responsibility to do so? No! I don't even have a crumb from that croissant you ate this morning's worth of responsibility to please you.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad she's finally getting to this. Not only does she not have to, like, she does not even need to dignify it with a response. I've been waiting for this.
She's doing what Battler did to Avatris last episode. Not my burden. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I don't have to. It's not how it works around here. Get fucked. You bastard.
Yes. That's the face. I started playing with the red truth just because I wanted to see that face. I have no reason to play around if it won't give me a chance to see you look like that.
You just don't like losing, right? Just saying whatever you can to trick me because you can't answer my demand won't work.
Don't be so full of yourself. An answer like that could be cut to pieces without any effort. But I won't go out of my way to speak in red. I won't say it because that's what you're asking me to do. Do you know why? You just said it. You want to push him off at the sweetest spot. This ill-natured witch is saying she won't use the red anymore because that's what you want. In other words, she won't go along with this game of telling her to repeat things anymore. Exactly. Unlike Battler, everything goes quickly with this girl with no need for explanations. I will say what I please with the red truth at the time that I desire. That's it. Basically, it's the witch's right to use the red truth as she pleases. She doesn't have to use it at whatever time the human side desires. But even that depends on the situation.
I like that Beatrice is simultaneously acknowledging that Angie is pretty smart, but also trying to drive a wedge between Battler and Angie at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. Every compliment for Ange comes with an insult for Battler, as if to say, like, oh, she's better than you, trying to make him feel more and more incompetent every time she gets something right.
Yeah, it's really,
and
really
even
good.
Probably attributing Battler's victories to her going forward, I imagine.
The situation? What do you mean?
The witch has no responsibility to respond when you tell her to repeat something, but it does become her responsibility if, and only if, your claim can destroy the witch theory. After all, in this trial court without a judge, that which is not refuted becomes the truth. Just like how the witch theory made by the witch will instantly become truth if you collapse and stop thinking.
Then, since she doesn't have a counter-argument for my guess, that means it's right? It's right that the culprit is the mysterious 18th person X and the grandfather is already dead?
At least until the witch argues back. Truth always loses to new truths farther in the future. The tricky part is that even the timing of the counter-argument is up to the witch. In other words, maybe your reasoning just now was correct. Or maybe the witch is refraining from arguing back even though you're wrong. Or the witch may be ignoring it because it doesn't shake the basis of the witch theory in the first place. But either way, we can't tell the difference at the current time. Is that more or less it? Damn you, Lady Burncastle, for throwing in such a troublesome piece. Thanks to that, I'm losing all my lines. The witch has learned that she can respond to your demands to repeat phrases at a later time. Maybe you could even call it a delayed move.
She's messing with me. So even if I announce some mistaken reasoning, there's a possibility that Beato will intentionally let me flounder about without denying that guess. And at the very end, when I propose an even more massive line of reasoning, she can cut it off at the base and spin everything around. A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. But since that bastard Beato had learned this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that'll let me search around in the darkness only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right?
I'm gonna talk to myself for a while. Hey, battler. If you make a despairing face like that, I won't be able to stop drooling, you see? From the beginning, that staff was nothing more than something I gave you because you were so worthless. All this means is that you can finally challenge me without a handicap, right? But that alone doesn't change the fact that demanding that you repeat things is one of Battler's ways to fight back. As I already said, as long as it's something fatal that'll destroy the witch theory, the witch is obligated to argue back, and therefore to speak with the red truth. While the timing of that counter-argument is up to the witch, it must be performed eventually. Isn't that right? That may be so. If I can't deny the tricks done by humans theory Battler lays out by the time the game ends, Battler will use that as a reason to deny me, and it will be possible for him to proclaim his victory. So, should we view this as a restriction on the witch's side? That the trick theory laid out by the human side, in other words, what he tells you to repeat must be countered during the game, during the episode?
Is that the first time they've ever acknowledged it being an episode?
Yes.
In story?
As far as I know.
Huh.
It might have been an editor's note, I don't know.
Interesting.
That is so. Battler's goal is to show that he can explain the entire pleasant game I've laid out on this island with humans and deny me. If Battler succeeds in that, at that time, he will become the victor of this game. Do you want to read Angie's lines until Battler talks again, Jelly, so I'm not talking to myself?
Sure. Let me confirm the rules. Should we view the time the game ends as referring to 2400 on October 5th, 1986, going by the time of the Rokkenjima in the game?
I have no problems with that.
At the time the game ends, the human side must state a theory using tricks for all of the mysteries, and if the witch side cannot argue back, the human side can proclaim its victory. Does that work?
Let us be more specific. When the game ends, the witch side will be given a chance to argue back.
Let's decide on an amount of time. 1 minute. If you cannot carry out your counter-argument within 1 minute, victory will be proclaimed.
Someone in chat said that the voice actor literally said episode, so yeah, it was in the story.
Interesting.
Then allow me to impose the same rule on you. At the time the game ends, the human side will be granted 1 minute to counter the mysteries it's been given. If even a single mystery hasn't been countered within that time, it becomes the witch's victory, and that game is over. It would be such a killjoy to have the game stopped for lengthy consideration, right?
So in our chess metaphor, they've just now introduced a stop clock.
Yeah. I'm not really feeling this scene, actually. I feel like they're going over things a little too much. I feel like they could have cut this down a bit. Maybe it's for Angie's benefit or something, or maybe it's something hiding in this description that I'm not picking up on that's more important.
I feel like the time limit might be... I think this might be setting up for whenever the time limit actually happens, just to establish the stakes.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I also don't
is a
think
little-
I don't think battlers should agree to the time limit. I think that's more of a weakness on our end than the witches, because we have to explain more mysteries than the witch. Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
USL moving things along without me, but I more or less get what's going on. Even if the lines I demand that you repeat aren't counted instantly, they've got to be counted eventually.
ええそうよ
Yes, that's right. And that must happen before 0001 or 12:01 a.m. on October 6th.
ただ
But be
強い
careful.
魔女はあなたの
She only has to cut up one of the things you tell her to repeat. You can't proclaim your victory unless you solve all the puzzles.
勝利は宣言できないのだから
Chat, when you're playing a puzzle game and accidentally break one.
Just as I can use the red, from now on, I will allow you to use the blue, battler.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
Blue?
All right. I was this entire scene. I had been fucking holding back a joke of like, oh, so when does Battler get the blue truth and he can confirm things that aren't true?
When explaining my magical murders with human tricks, you may state your claim in blue. I am responsible for countering your blue with the red by the end of the game.
青
Blue.
つまり俺は
So I'll talk in blue when I tell you to repeat
青で
things.
語る
少し違うぞ
Not quite. When you told me to repeat lines, you were able to do it for any trivial thing. But the blue is a little more restrictive. Unless it by itself denies witches, it will not be valid.
Huh.
It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. That had been to confirm that there really were 5 master keys when she claimed there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys was greater than 5. The culprit entered or exited the room with that extra key. Only then would the witch, who claimed that it was a closed room murder made with magic, be responsible for making a counterargument. Okay, I understand the difference there.
Okay.
Sumari, I can't demand that she repeats something that merely confirms the premises of my reasoning. That'll probably be a significant disadvantage for me. Crap. It's enough to make the red Beato used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful. Just don't agree to it, Lamayo!
I mean, yeah, honestly.
Damn it. So even if I create a theory for a particular closed room and speak it in blue, if Beato denies it at the very, very end, I won't even have time to create my next theory? This rule's awful, horribly bad for me.
Just say no.
Are you gonna surrender before the fight begins again? Calm down. No one said you could only use the blue once for each mystery. Do you know what that means?
No. What does it mean? You can use it more than once.
これまでのあなたは
In the pitiful way you've been fighting up until now, you've made a single theory, glanced at the witch's complexion, and if that one didn't work, you'd then start making another theory. You won't corner a witch like that.
じゃあ
Then how should I fight? You don't mean...
ええそうよ
Yeah, that's right.
謎に
You don't attack her riddles with a point. You assault them with a wall. You said so yourself in an earlier game that the force of your reasoning should be like that. Assault with a wall.
That's right, I said so myself earlier. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Guessing and trying to expose a mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Until now, I've just been shooting off arrow after arrow, asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I've missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distance target with a handgun, you probably won't hit easily. So how can you hit it? If a handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shot scatters, so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds. That's right. There's no rule that says I have to guess like a pistol, shooting one shot off at a time. Making a single theory and just hoping that it hits is no better than stopping your own thinking. Blast away with a massive number of bullets of guesses and make them impact like a wall so that only one of them hitting the target is enough.
This is actually how theory crafting should be done. I believe this is how you do it. If you want to know why I seem to know what the fuck is going on, it's because I'm firing until something hits. Alright? I don't know shit. I'm just blasting into the darkness here.
Blue, huh? I get it. If your red truth is a razor-sharp katana, then it looks like my blue is a shotgun. No, a machine gun whose firepower will turn the witch into a honeycomb.
It's a machine.
I see, so it's an awkward gun that fires many shots. That sort of crude analogy is just like you.
Where's Dirk? Where's Dirk?
The climax of a detective novel is always the same. The famous detective gathers all the suspects at once and displays a single trail of logic that works splendidly, almost like William Tell spectacularly shooting through an apple with a single arrow. That's why I mistakenly took that to be a virtue. It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess, but that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well, and take shots at each other one at a time? What do we do in Battler? They don't, right? They fire rapidly. They fire all over the place. They pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. This suspension of thought is a clogged barrel. The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. All right.
First metaphor?
Truth bullets definitely came from this for Danganronpa. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied in red, and then taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is my Ushoromiya Battler's fighting style.
Okay, dude.
Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style. Thanks, Gretel.
He's such a fucking idiot. He's such a fucking idiot.
You're welcome.
You're so right, I forgot I was reading her.
Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. Yeah,
That's
it's
okay,
like
I'll take care
Beato
of you.
said, I've had a handicap up until now. I'll acknowledge that. New rule, understood. I have my own way of fighting. I'll show you it.
That willpower is good. I like it. Then try using it right away, this blue truth of yours.
Yeah, I'll use it. With
You
this
fell
blue
for it.
truth, I'll break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit is possible because everyone had alibis. This is my truth. Ushiro Miyakinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis.
I think he's being too specific by saying there are 17.
His hubris.
I would never fall to such things. In short, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we'll have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father is already dead. But you're hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed.
Ridiculous.
That is correct. This is worse than ridiculous. I've never heard such an insult.
It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he's alive or dead, with the police there to witness it. Isn't that right, Eva-ne-san?
Yes? That's right, Nissan. There are all sorts of ways we could set you up. We could easily arrange for a situation where you'd have to hold a meeting with Father under the supervision of a third party.
Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Ushiromiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal. Here, we have the responsibilities and duties of the caretaker, and a penalty in the worst-case scenario. If you consent to those terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging Father outside.
Yeah, that's right, Aniki. Didn't you just say it yourself? You're carrying out your natural duties as Dad's caretaker. Kirei's condition shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Why this overreaction? Are you really that worried about having the position of successor dragged out from under you if Dad dies something other than a natural death?
Or else what? Do you have some reason to think Father might die something other than a natural death?
How could I? I see. Now I too understand how Father feels. How pitiful his later years have been for him, unable to die, even to die as he pleases.
Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful. And the thought that these later years are already something in the past is exactly what we're suspecting. You could completely clear this suspicion away just by letting us meet with Father. So, even after being humiliated by us this much, you still won't allow us to meet with him, Cross Nissan? Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolute secrecy, and after taking all of the wealth for yourself as father's agent, you will make it seem that he disappeared until 7 years pass, making father a corpseless member of the deceased. I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay? I'm just playing detective here.
How rude can one be? You have no right to stay in this mansion. Leave immediately. I won't permit you to cross the threshold of this house again.
It worked last year, but you've used up your luck if you thought it'd work this year too. Father is in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us? It was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again. If you really wanted to fake being father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily, making him disappear without waiting for today's family conference. You really are naive, Kraus Oni-sama.
I have no idea what you are.
However, if it's a fact that father is in a bad mood and you're preventing us from meeting him as part of your responsibilities as his caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're doing. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now. After all, you care so greatly for father, Kraus-ni-san. There's no way father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy. After all, father hates hospitals, so he'll pass away in his study, right? An autopsy will certainly be carried out no matter what happens. The only way to kill him without an autopsy would be for him to disappear. She is fucking venomous right now. That is so good.
Enough, Kyrie-san. I think you've bullied Nissan enough.
Eva rebuked Kyrie in a sickeningly kind voice.
Ava's impressed.
Very much so. Considering
you can see
the situation,
where she picked up on it.
that was impossible. Which is why it was sickening.
I'm sure Nissan has his own difficulties to worry about, as well as his pride. True, Nissan might consider that one of his natural duties, but if you force him to put it on paper and assign penalties, I could hardly blame him for getting upset. Don't you agree, Rosa?
Real quick note as well, this is also setting up another situation in which Ava could theoretically become both the family head and the only survivor of Rikenjima without being the culprit. Which would make the quote-unquote future that Anja's from more line up with reality.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, that's right. She might have made light of Kraus and Kraus-ni-san's pride as the eldest son a little too much. I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretaker as Kyrie-san has laid them out.
That's right. You're doing a good job, Iniki. Taking that into account, we might consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case penalties, and leave everything to you. You people. Always mad.
Not just Eva, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they'd planned this beforehand, began closing in on Kraus. They now understood perfectly how Kyrie had cornered Kraus, and exactly where she was prepared to compromise. We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker, but even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father again. If you can prove your fitness as Father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is.
Are you telling me to pay security money? Hilarious!
The security money will be paid to Eva-san, Rudolph-san, and Rosa-san, 3 billion yen each. As a deposit, you will transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen, before the year is out.
9 billion? I don't have that kind of money.
After father passes away, you should be able to work it out. We've managed to investigate at least that far. You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation. It should even be possible for you to borrow it from father, right? There's no need for obvious charades anymore.
How unpleasant. Truly unpleasant.
It is, at that. Even just the discussion of father's inheritance was far too disrespectful. Father is already dead? My husband is hiding that and keeping all the money for himself? I've had enough of this. None of you are qualified to bear the name Ushiromiya any longer.
Okay, so is it possible that each of the episodes have different conditions? Could Kinzo still be alive in episode 1, do you think, Jelly? Because this is a different, if they've always known or suspected that that Kinzo was dead, was Kirie, no, Kirie was still in the room. Why wasn't this brought up in episode 1? Would they have, and it just they didn't have time to before the letter was delivered or something? Because it feels yeah.
It's another question of how much information is actually carried over consistently between episodes, which is really becoming a focal point since a lot has been carried over from episode 3 to episode 4 here, especially in terms of direct continuity. But yeah, is he alive in episode 1?
And how does it tie into the chapel scene they had in episode 2? I guess this what time is it right now? I guess this is what did they say, this is when the kids were at the beach? When the kids were at the beach, did we see that scene? Was that the scene in the parlor? Because it went parlor, then when in the beach. I think those scenes might have happened concurrently. But there was also that they stayed up late in the night talking about a bunch of shit that we didn't see that scene either, right? So it's possibly that it did happen and we just didn't see it in those other episodes. Yeah.
Is it a question? So I guess the question is, did it happen and we didn't see it? Or now that different things are being considered on an episode-to-episode basis, is this a new development that is responsible for the changes we see?
Because some things can definitely be different in terms of the construction of in episode 2, Beatrice showed up and was there really early, and whether that was reliable or not remains to be seen. But she actually was shown there, and Genji interact with her. So maybe things can definitely be different because the murders are different too, but can the starting positions be different? I don't know about that. I'm gonna say no.
You first, sorry. I think the starting positions stay the same. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't have strong reasoning for believing that other than the consistent chess metaphor through line of the game.
I think that because I don't think it would be fair.
The pieces and positions all stay the same. I think it would be unfair narratively if there wasn't some consistent starting point like that.
Yeah. Maybe
I think that would be a bridge too far if suddenly something changed in the background that we couldn't really be aware of. Also, hi Ruby. There's nothing I can do about that. Everyone say hi.
Someone chat is
I
asking,
even have a custom emote.
Who am I reading with? Who am I reading with? Did we do shoutouts for Jelly and Mus, by the way, on their channels? Have we been doing that throughout
I don't think we did.
thing?
No.
We should do that. If mods can take care of that, please.
And my channel name finally changed, so the wrong one won't get shouted out, except for right now when Rodney does it as a joke.
Anyway, all right, calm down, Natsui-san. We've all said all we need to. Why don't we leave it at that for now? This is happening all of a sudden and on a massive scale. We might even be getting agitated ourselves. Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our heads? Krusty-san probably needs a little time himself. Right, Krusty-san? Time? Why would I need something like that? Don't worry. What was that voice acting? That we aren't thinking of anything shady. We're just so eager to see Father that we've started grumbling a bit. And Krusty-san, I know real well how you're dying to get back at us for the things we've said. If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him, right? Isn't that right? You just got a bit stubborn, and it felt awkward to say you let us see him after saying we couldn't all those times. He's just a little guy, isn't that right? Right?
It certainly does seem that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We were only refusing stubbornly out of respect for Father's desire not to meet with everyone.
Indeed, that's right. It was turning into another sibling fight like the old days, and I started feeling stubborn as well. Let us cool our heads. I understand how much you all want to meet with Father. I will pass it on to him. I'll find some way to convince Father to meet with you. Will that do? Interesting.
Yeah. I think it'd be okay to give Kraus-Nissan some time to persuade Father.
Yep. Counting on you, Nikki. Please persuade him to meet with us. After all, you're Dad's caretaker.
And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometime tonight, okay? When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm Father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his study. You have no problems with that, I take it, Nissan.
And then later in the episode, suspiciously, Kinzo-shaped corpse gets wheeled out of a dolly at the top of a large staircase behind a light, and it's like, oh, hi everyone, it's me, Kinzo, patriarch of the Ushiromiya family. I'm just here to say, hi, I love you, you're all my children, and I care for you a lot. Anyway,
No, don't come up the stairs.
Match with Nanjo, and I have a pizza coming, let me know if it gets here, bye. I'm also really alive, I promise. Alright, bye.
Do as you like. I see. It seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short. Let us go, Natsui. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least.
Right.
Kraus left the parlor with Natsuhi. Once their footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa. I don't know why this made me. Someone just said theorizing. Kinzo has died the same way in the same location twice. I feel like you're not. That's not a joke, and I feel like there's more to follow. But for some reason, that's reading is funny to me. Like all the conditions are different, but somehow he managed to die the exact same way twice. Which at this point is probably fell asleep in the furnace, I guess.
There's a weird smell in the study. I wonder if they're covering up a smell of a corpse. I don't know.
That might be it, yeah.
Kirie-san, you're a frightening person.
Sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize.
No, you didn't corner him like you'd originally planned, but in the end, this was even better. Just like always, I've got to bow my head to you.
But can he really prepare 900 million? I believe we estimated that 750 million would be most Kraus-Nissan could afford with his current financial situation. Isn't 900 million gouging him too much? If he can't do it, that's fine too. If we do something like lowering it to 750 million so Kraus-Nissan can save face, it'll look like we're compromising and it'll be easier to settle, right? So fucking smart. Art of the deal. And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better.
Nissan is probably having a strategy meeting with Natsuhi-san about now. It really will be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our proud Nissan comes up with as an excuse.
Convince Father? There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Unless time to have a scene with Kinzo, and then Bieto is like, actually, he's alive.
Yeah, the right truth. Yeah. Kinzo's alive. Yeah. The siblings have all come despite the various circumstances for this annual family conference. Kraus and this is you, Jelly.
Kraus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon.
Father, please, just this once, show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head.
It's useless.
What?
Dumb.
That's his only line. That's his only line. Oh, no. Okay. The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook.
Wait, this is we're imagining something that's better than reality music. I know this music. This is the fucking
clown house circus music.
Exactly, yeah. Which Senate music, yeah.
They could hear a mumbling laugh over his shoulder. It's useless. It's all useless. 3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? To whom exactly are you referring? You fools! Did you wander over here because your siblings threatened you? Know your shame! As Kinzo turned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified Ushiromiya Kinza's majesty and willpower itself. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Kraus landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Kraus, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsui also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity.
Ooh.
Single ooh.
Father.
You fool! I heard from Canon. Just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose?
Father, my husband is doing his best to protect your honor.
Without lending an ear to Natsui's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Kraus's collar as the latter sat on the floor. No, he curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer finger out, then took that finger and pressed it up against Kraus's collar, twisted it, and slowly, with just one finger, picked Kraus up into the air. All right, glad the fucking circuit music is playing because the act is in full swing. You really are a pathetic fool. You let your wife speak in your defense? If you have an excuse, give it yourself!
Gra! Gwa!
Kraus clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there was no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kinzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one could call Kinzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength.
Father, my husband is fighting in his own way. Please, forgive him.
Natsui, fighting is a process you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. That's called being pathetic! You call this my successor? As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was a scrap of paper, slamming him against the wall. Jesus, man.
Gwa. Ooh. Oh, it's back. Ooh.
Dear, are you okay?
Kraus slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsui ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window, as though he had been there the whole time, and looked up at the thunderclouds of misfortune. I thought I would have no regrets in my life, if only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly. It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain. However, the Ushiromiya family name is not the property of that witch. Who is fit to succeed that name? It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Rejoice, Kraus! I have changed my mind.
Father? So?
I have no desire to have dinner with you, cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards.
Father, thank you very much.
There I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the head. I will resolve your foolish quarrel myself.
Well, we finished one chapter.
Yay!
All right.
Yay! We
Nice.
did it.
New voice assignments in the pin.
One chapter.
Voice assignments in the pin.
Oh, great. I have her. Okay. All right.
Not only now, but for the entire rest of the stream.
Oh, joy!
2 more chapters? 2 more chapters? Okay. Okay.
We can do it. We can do it.
We're due for break, actually. We should probably take break now.
Okay.
And then
Gotcha,
we can
gotcha.
come back and we can do chapter 2 and 3, hopefully.
Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria.
Is Genji-san or anyone there? It doesn't matter who. Bring us a bath towel.
There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she'd had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She'd grown ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot, even though rain was pouring down. So it seems like that happened again. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. Interesting. The cousins, who had seen that exchange, were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant.
Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes.
Ew, I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes. Ew. Haha. She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining.
But Maria, even if you don't have an umbrella, you gotta get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? I'm not doing that voice the whole time. Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold.
Ooh.
It's okay, Jessica-chan. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Ooh. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said. I stayed there. What? We're fine. We're fine. We're so chill. I stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. Ooh.
Yes, you really are a good girl, Joe. You did exactly what Mama said. Very well done.
Oh, I didn't know this was
But
a
next
tricycle.
time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama.
Ooh. Promise, Mama. Ooh.
As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body.
Canon-kun, thanks for the towel. That really helped.
Then, if you would excuse me. As Kennen bowed with a blank expression.
I think I'm Canon,
as
by the
though he'd
way.
done nothing that required...
Yeah, Joe is canon.
I am
I'm
okay,
canon.
gotcha. Alright, I am non-canon.
It's okay.
My apologies.
1 second. Biscuit time.
As though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor.
Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good.
Okay, so it feels like she didn't hit her in the garden this time? Right?
Maybe?
Depends on how you define a minor fight.
Wasn't she
Yeah.
completely despondent last time? Like she's not despondent this time. It seems like they're getting along quite well. Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
seemed pretty dire.
Yeah. I don't know. Possible. Yeah. Anyway. Ooh. Really, Mama? Ooh. Get dessert. Ooh. Love Mama.
Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria.
I love Mama too. Love Mama. Ooh.
Ooh, woo.
What is happening? Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up their chests.
You know, that might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents.
It wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study.
That's because they love their children. Parents' love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize it was just because she treasured me. So shut up, George. Ooh. Love Mama.
Love Maria. So shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands.
Ooh, be friends and hold hands. Mama and me, friends.
Yes, that's right. Maria and Mama are friends. We'll always be like this. I love you, Maria.
Okay, alright. I'm glad something is happening, because what the fuck?
What's going on all of a sudden? What's up?
The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Oh, the glass actually... Okay, nice.
Sorry, I got careless. Sorry for dropping it.
The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something. But he couldn't understand why she had grown suddenly grown so displeased. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renove appeared out of nowhere and stopped her.
Apparently I'm Renove this time.
Oh, you're Renove? My bad.
I think
I need to... Am I? Let me reread. Yep, okay.
We're all scrambled up this time.
We're all scrambled.
You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea?
I don't need it. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't match my tastes. Oh, to think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Renove's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second.
Bored? Wait a sec, this is where things start to get interesting. About now, Maria's probably going to say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right? This is the essential part.
You're missing the best part.
Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up.
Leave it to me.
Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler nor Renove, and of course not Beato either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled.
Clip it so Angie doesn't miss it. Nice one.
I don't like it. No, to be more blunt, it disgusts me.
Ooh? Why are you so irritated, Angie?
Why, you say? Isn't it obvious?
Ooh,
Isn't that obvious?
I don't understand.
You can have all the narration, Julie.
Even Maria Oni-chan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. As I held my hands palms up in the empty air, from out of nowhere, a single book landed on them. It was Maria Oni-chan's diary. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind, and the door to Maria Oni-chan's world opened.
Why do you think I'm not happy, Angie?
Think about it objectively.
By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, right? That's how it works. Yeah.
Are you trying to say that the truth is different for me and you, Maria One-chan?
Truth can change its form depending on the observer, and observers from the future always overwrite that form. Angie, what are you trying to do to my happiness?
Pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then, a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white.
Sorry, Maria. Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up at the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow.
Does a candelabra count as a chandelier?
Ooh. Sure, why not?
No.
Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday?
The movies?
Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question.
I'll stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. And I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll try not to go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll do what Mama says, like Mama says.
That's right. You really are being a good girl. If you do that, I'll buy you a present, okay? Go to bed by 9. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adults that Mama isn't coming home, okay?
Yes. So, Mama, do your best work. Sorry, do your best at work. Do your best, finish your work, and come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back quickly.
Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye.
Click. With a tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakataro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakataro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. He looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly.
Sakataro, wanna watch TV?
Who do you? You don't want to watch anymore, Maria? If the actors' team gets all the questions right, they can still make a huge comeback. Who do you?
No, that's enough TV.
Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime, even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone, but even so, I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping, and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. Then there was the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and did a card for her under her pillow.
And there's a lot of other things I want to talk about.
Mama's working really hard at her job. She's working with all of her strength so that we can eat every day.
I hate her job. If only she'd just quit.
Job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets Maria eat, buys clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money.
I don't need food, don't need clothes, don't need school lunches, and I don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in.
Uryu. Just now, on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present for us when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. And she'd feel bad if she made you lonely.
You think so?
Uryu! It definitely isn't a pain for her, or annoying, or anything. Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her, since she can't do that. I remember she spent the whole night by your side, crying.
Yeah. I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad, and I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side.
I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by her side, you are her only ally in the world. Uryu, do you remember?
Yeah. I'm her only ally in the world, she said.
Sakataro set the remote control on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes. I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto it by other companies. Mama's the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally?
Sakataro.
The only person I have in the whole world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the whole world is Maria. What about you, Maria?
I've got Mama, and I've got you too, Sakataro.
So Maria, you aren't lonely at all. Uryu.
Ooh.
Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often. But please, don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here. We'll be by your side forever. So don't cry, okay? Uryu, can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you?
Ooh. Ooh. Sakataro. Ooh. Wow. Wow. All right.
I can forgive the Anj, but I have a huge issue with the Uryu voice acting. It should be a powerful and loud roar, appropriate for the king of the jungle, Sakataro. I'll do better, I'm sorry. From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Drip, drip, drop, drop. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Hitting all those plosives on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare a thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights. And yet, Maria's tears poured down. Uryu! Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too, I won't.
Why won't you cry, Sakataro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry?
Uryu. But if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up.
If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back?
When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. Uryu.
Mama will be happy?
Uryu. If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. Then, I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there, and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way.
So if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too?
Uryu! Sakataro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't stop falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too. You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too.
Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore.
Hey, Maria. I have an idea for how to have a fun time. You want to hear it?
What? Is it shoplifting?
Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. So let's have a pajama party and keep it secret from Mama. I even got us face masks with eye holes and everything.
A pajama party?
Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed. And play with me.
Pajama party. Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep.
This is a secret between me and you. Only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. Let's search for treasure in the closet. And more, and more! I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix cola and melon soda.
Ew.
Ew.
No, it's pronounced ooh.
I wanted to try it once, but asked Mama if it was okay, and she got mad.
Ryu! Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria.
Yeah. It'll definitely be fun if Sakutaro's there. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakutaro. I won't cry anymore. Let's play all we can, get happy all we can, and say welcome back when Mama gets home.
Uryu! Tonight, let's play a lot and feel a lot better. Let's have the kind of secret party we can only have when Mama isn't here. If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from the land of the Looking Glass and Wonderland. Then, we'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored. Uryu!
Uryu!
I fully expected them to start repeating it back and forth for a bit there.
I'll read this big chunk of narration to give you guys a break.
Gotcha.
Okay. Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakutaro, having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakutaro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both Colin and melon soda on their own. She hoped by mixing her 2 favorite drinks there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how, if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakutaro soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for, and the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad, I imagined it'd become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late-night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama is around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy, so maybe she'll really like Sakutaro soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough, and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night, and I hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. from Maria. Then, I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well.
Who do you? Does it look good on me? Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Hey, that's the same pin that,
The bunnies have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Same kind of toy area then, I guess, yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah. It really looks good on him.
Ooh. Sakutaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on, and let's always play and laugh together.
Who do you? Love you, Maria!
Me too. Love you, Sakutaro.
After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakutaro. Who do you?
We're back in. Alright, see? I am... No, we were so happy, right?
Is this your happiness, Maria One-chan?
Sorry.
What's up?
It's for Simple. Give me some lube and a shot of tequila and I could make Genji fit.
Simple said that?
Simple said that. Simple said that.
Fuck? What is his heel turn? Huh? Simple? What? I mean, +2, but for you?
I want to go to Rikenjima.
Yeah, I'm happy, okay.
Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot.
She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue.
There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria One-chan's mood definitely darkened.
Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you, it's sad. I'd be mad.
Yeah, it was sad, because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. You must have thought that that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie.
There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home.
That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakutaro.
No, that's wrong. You were just so sad and you hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room.
Where was something like that ever written in my diary?
It isn't written anywhere. But by reading in the gaps between every line, I can understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening. And you stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time, and when even that didn't bury your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess of it, right? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bedsheets and cry yourself to sleep, right?
The VN just provided a subtext tutorial. Thank you very much, Angie.
I was going to say thank you very much.
Twitch chat, pay attention.
Thank you not only for explaining what subtext is, and also what an unreliable narrator could be. Considering that I still think a lot of this is going to be from Anja's perspective.
Meanwhile, the Persona 3 script has like the kerning and fucking space between the lines set at fucking negative. There's no space between the lines whatsoever. It's just overlapping. It's not that kind of story.
To invoke Persona 3 on.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakataro, and I made a mess of my room searching for treasure.
P3 still getting strays. Oh no, we're taking aim.
Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria One-chan. And Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. You should realize this yourself. So how can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria One-chan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Why aren't you sad? Why is it that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it.
She's 9?
You're a sad kid, Angie.
I don't get it. Why are you pitying me?
Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form.
I remember talking about something like this with Bernkastel. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, sumari, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth can become different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by the truths of the future.
In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun.
You described the events of that night as something very happy.
And yet, when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad.
Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines, or I read between the lines and realized that that wasn't true.
Stop it.
Huh?
This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and paint over it with a new, different truth.
Oh, Joe! Joe, I really think we hit the nail on the head, man. I really feel like we fucking cracked this case wide open last time.
With the Beatrice thing? Yep.
Shit.
Yep.
Oh, that's magic right there.
Oh.
Are you happy with this, Maria One-chan?
Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation.
Oh, sorry. Right now, I'm like she was then. Just as isolated with no friends. Anj had accepted her isolated reality for what it was. But Maria painted over her isolated reality with a reality of happiness. Ushiromiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria One-chan. And, even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power.
It's like the best Beatles song. Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie.
What is that power?
I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually, I was taught its true form.
They're gonna call it magic. They're gonna call it magic.
Talk about it later. On the next page. So then, late Sunday night, Mama came back with a present just like she promised.
I'm back.
Mama, welcome home!
Uryu! Mama came back! Mama came back! Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out was Maria, in an unbelievably good mood, holding Sakataro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her, sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise.
What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? Is someone here?
It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over, and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she'd been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. But that really was a needless fear. And in any event, Maria had been in a really good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the weariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal, Sakataro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased surprise.
I see. So you spent the time together with Sakutaro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakutaro for being so good.
Uryu! A present! A present!
Ooh, what is it? What is it?
Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. It looked to be very high quality. But Maria was more interested in the other one. The other was in an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy.
Uh-oh.
She had pilfered it from a local auto parts dealership.
Go ahead and open it. They might become new friends for you and Sakutaro, okay?
What? What's this? What's this?
Discord completely ate that.
Mm-hmm.
Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. Small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals.
Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in a store window, and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria.
Ooh, thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakutaro. Look how much our friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakutaro. It was true that if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends.
Right? Didn't I tell you? Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends! Uryu! Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness.
Okay, so last bit of speculation on this scene right now between these two, because I've been wondering it for a while. I'm waiting for the right time to bring it up. Do we think that Rosa isn't hiring like a nanny to look after her child? Because she must be able to afford it, right? So is she just so thoughtless, or is it a social convention, or is she ashamed to have to get a nanny, and the nanny would realize how she gets treated?
If I had to guess, I think the nanny would being ashamed to get a nanny would be the most likely outcome.
Yeah.
Considering like the overwhelming standards that growing up as an Ushiromiya has probably instilled in her, and how absolutely cutthroat the siblings are with each other, I think having to hire a nanny would be she would probably just view that as ammunition for the enemy.
That's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. Holy shit. Okay, something to think about at least. Okay. Mama, you've worked really hard. Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today.
Thank you. But it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama is tired, so I'll just take a shower and go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow.
Hot showers or cold showers?
For who, me?
Both of you. Both of you.
Hot shower.
Hot shower? Joe?
Warm shower.
Warm shower.
Warm
Not
shower.
hot?
I don't like too
Well, yeah,
hot, no.
I don't use too hot because it's bad for your skin, so
Yep.
and hair, so it is usually warm shower.
Okay. I also knew
cold.
that using water that's too hot is bad for your skin, which is why I prefer warm as well. I also knew that information. Yep.
Someone in chat said cold showers during hot summer is really nice. And I agree with that,
I'm
too.
probably going to take a cold shower after we're done here. It would be really nice. I am, just another reminder, have been inside of this blanket fort for almost 4 hours now.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, okay. Yep. Okay, not touching that one. Yeah, got it. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off.
I can do it myself. Thank you.
Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Ooh? Oh, sorry, something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay?
When she took Rose's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car or the Shinkansen or something. Atami? No. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? Oh no. At that moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant, just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit. And her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking, and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately.
Sorry.
Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rose's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do, and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong.
Ooh. I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work, and I touched it without asking.
You didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy.
Yeah, happy.
And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Uryu.
You're right. Mama's tired too. Ooh, mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight.
Uryu.
The rare, serious, and somber Uryu.
Just stop it. I can't watch this.
Angie, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way.
You're the one who's wrong, One-chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful that I can't watch anymore.
What is? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie. Oh my god.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange.
What was? There was nothing strange about it, and it has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right?
Aunt Rosa called because she'd be staying over at her company because of work, right? Why a Tommy? Isn't that what you call a vacation? It means she left you and went on a vacation, right? And you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself.
Even if that was a ticket for a Tommy, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on vacation, right?
She lied on the phone and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want?
It might have been from a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagine, oh man, imagine nation and delusions. It's the parallels with the Velvet Room murder things as well in this background at the same time too. Fucking hell.
It's the fact that she's saying this all with the most delightful smile on her face too is fucking evil in the best possible way.
I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes our relationship worse.
I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa.
As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Angie. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you happy, you can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt, and only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you.
When I talk with you, One-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense.
You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill the world up, so people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look. Like Tiltil and Mytil searching for the blue bird.
Okay, VLR flashbacks just flooding my body right now.
Oh yeah, that story with a moral.
You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness, but that's the same as the bluebird, so you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is it Battler Hansel, or is he the bluebird?
Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper.
Sure is scary, that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right?
Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had just come with a girl's magazine. To Mama. Let me share my happiness with you, it said. She took it, and after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. Then, after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then, realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question.
Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendship Mama and I share.
Real quick, I don't want to get too in the weeds. Am I insane for thinking there might be a connection between that envelope that Maria is giving to her mom and the envelopes that always seem to be a part of the game on Rakenjima?
I don't think there's a plot connection, but I think it's like symbolic, thematic, whatever. They're tying
That's
it
what
back.
I'm thinking.
There's a lot of things going back. Like a piece of paper is what caused the fight. A piece of paper that was planted in the room resolved the fight. It's written quite well in terms of like the mechanics of the scene that's been setting up the larger story. Yeah, for sure.
There's definitely symbolic parallels.
Yeah.
What are these themes? To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria One-chan.
I understand how you feel, more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now.
What is that power? This power that I don't have but you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power?
Don't say love, don't say love. Yeah, you do want to know that, Angie. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember. Now I... No, she. She will teach you.
She? Who's that? I shall teach you in Maria's place.
All caps Maria.
Beatrice? The power Maria has, but you do not.
Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't.
It's magic.
Maria and Beato said it together. And then they started giggling, because they'd said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beato at all. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden, and Beato, Maria, and Sakataro were sitting on Maria's lap. And Sakataro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, not all three of them at the same time, were having fun chatting.
Oh, I see. He's called Sakutaro. So this is your best friend.
Uryu, nice to meet you. I'm Sakataro.
Ooh, Sakataro's shy, so he's nervous. It's okay, Beatrice is also a great friend of mine.
Uryu, are Maria's friends my friends?
Yeah.
Uryu, then am I Beatrice's friend too?
Yeah.
Uryu!
Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life?
Ooh? What?
Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life?
Ooh, Sakataro isn't inorganic matter. He's a lion cub.
Uryu!
A stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. It's not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them when they're spoken to by innocent children with no toxin.
According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will, entering fucking 999 territory explanation. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of toxin from a human's common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls.
However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different.
Ooh, Sakataro is a stuffed animal, but he isn't one.
Uryu! I'm a lion cub! Uryu!
Sakataro is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes. Ururu.
Husky sounds.
Uryu!
Gatsby cameo.
Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakataro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration.
How incredible. The Sakutaro with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell has completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of the Sea of Zero.
After that, Maria boasted that Beato that Sakataro wasn't her only friend, and that she had many more of them back at home. It seemed that there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will like Sakataro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe.
Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic.
It's magic? I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right?
No, it is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously, you're still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is! The materialization of your friend Sakutaro is excellent proof of that.
Materialization?
Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not easy, even for me.
It is hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult, or it isn't hard to give birth. This is what Beato asserted.
I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing?
Both you and Sakutaro are incredible. You should be proud. I see, that which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you.
I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. Right, Sakutaro?
Uryu!
What should be truly admired is not only that a soul has been made to reside in a stuffed animal, even more significant is the fact that you've changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It's easy to make 100 from 1, however giving birth to 1 from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future.
I'm noting this down verbally so that it takes up permanent space in my brain. I think it's interesting that birth is the specific creation metaphor they're using here.
I'm just thinking of the perspective from the theory that the Beatrice that we see is also come from an abusive place under Kinzo and might have been in a similar situation as from Maria and has made up her own make-believe thing at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the two, and it seems to make sense considering that even from episode 1 they have a very strong relationship with one another.
Which is being like a place that people are put to from the abuse seems to be what they're going for. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The witch always being like bullied in the classroom as well.
Some form of abused woman.
Yeah, outcast, but it somehow making them more powerful in a way, which is a really fucked up thing to go down, I think. But yeah. Yeah. They don't realize that that it's fucked up at the same time too sometimes.
Yeah. Or definitely. They have to believe that they have some sort of power that allows them to cope with their reality.
Yep, that's definitely what's going on with Maria. Yeah, and I think it's what's going on with Beatrice if that's correct.
I've been thinking that since the coronation of Beatrice. So, more evidence is always nice. I like to be right. It's fun.
It is fun to be right, yeah. Sometimes it's fun to be wrong, though. Anyway.
Absolutely. It's more fun to be wrong because then I have to bullshit my way back to being right.
Beato said I have talent as a witch.
Isn't that great, Maria? Uryu, Beato, thank you for praising Maria.
No need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red muffler truly suits you. And I'm envious of the talent of your master who was able to give birth to a friend like you.
Uryu, thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite.
And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. I see. I must also give my new friend some kind of present.
Ooh? Beato is giving Sakutaro a present?
Of course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him, I shall give Sakutaro my magic power. With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly.
Ooh? I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakutaro? How's that?
Uryu? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary?
Don't worry. Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice?
Indeed. I believe you'll like it. So, to make him materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Well, what to do?
Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them more. Then, right there, was the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia truly was a great witch. Great witch, since Maria had already thought of Beato as a great witch. This person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch.
Wow, okay.
According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. My. I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be.
Oh, teacher, perfect timing. I want you to look at this lion club. I hear he's Maria's new friend.
Oh, what a lovely lion-san. I wonder if he could greet me. Hello, nice to meet you. Uryu! I'm Sakataro! Sakataro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous, since this was a witch that even Beato called teacher. What an adorable name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards, as though she was lightly grabbing at empty air. Then, she held out a fist in front of Sakataro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops. Uryu! Maria, it's candy! Awesome! Awesome! It's a cough drop?
Ooh, isn't that great, Sakataro? Make sure to thank her.
Uryu, thank you very much for the candy. I hope that came through.
It did.
Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakataro to an elegant greeting.
Still, teacher, cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy?
A Werther's original, perhaps? How rude. What do you mean, hold on. What do you mean, Those originals are great.
I haven't had one in a long time, but I remember them being kind of gross. I would try them again, though.
Good. They're like a really mellow, like not too sickly sweet caramel.
Mm-hmm.
They're really nice.
Okay.
They're really good.
Yeah.
Ones that are like hard candy and then soft on the end. How rude. In that
Somehow
case,
Jelly, the oldest one on the call right now, I guess. All right.
I'm staying neutral on the matter of Werther's originals.
I simply have more mature tastes. In that case, I won't be giving you any more.
Sorry. Well then, Maria, take out your grimoire, and of course your writing tools.
Ooh? Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write?
Oh? What are you starting?
I will use a magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel. I think that by applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend.
I see. For a being that has already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That would become a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall help too, if only a little.
It would be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift.
Senate-approved chanification.
Senate approved, yep.
Uryu? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? Is it?
Don't know, but I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait.
Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then, she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them. and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beato wrote and Virgilia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through, she figured out the wonderful magical power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle. Uryu! Uryu! What is it, Maria? What's she drawing? Uryu! Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But, even if he had seen, Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood.
Awesome, Sakataro. Wait a bit. Almost done. Almost done. It's amazing, Beato. Amazing.
When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. He might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world.
How's this? Not so bad, right?
After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work. And Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder.
Awesome, Beato. Cute. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
By the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakataro, Maria's child.
It really is chanification.
Teacher, if you would sign as a witness?
Yes, yes. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the beings of the higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakataro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia. And just now, his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beato couldn't even compare.
By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakataro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of marriage sorcière. From now on, Sakataro is our common friend.
No, lion.
And for that, I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it.
With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakataro on her lap. When Sakataro beheld the proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at this sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually, a bright light completely swallowed him up. Is this what Joe's fan artists go through when they're chanting household objects? Yes, there's witnesses and everything. It has to be all Senate approved.
Yep.
Uryu.
Oh my fucking god. Oh. All right, there it is. We hit X mouse. I'm done. We hit it. Let's give it a couple minutes to see if we hit Y, and then we'll drop it or read One Piece. All right.
Is that who I think it is?
Other way. Wycliffe, X Peak.
Maria's friend Sakataro held a new form and existed, as he always has.
Ooh. You're cute, Sakataro. Really cute.
Uryu, does it really look good on me? It isn't embarrassing. It's a very lovely form, Sakataro-chan.
I'm getting angry every single time I see Saku in the fucking text box.
I figured the muffler was his charm point, and the ears.
This is actually what designing a Chan is like.
Animal ears sure are nice, truly cute. Let me
Merrick?
nibble them later.
Merrick, did you know? Is chanification just this the entire way? Is that how deep this goes?
Okay, all right. Let's lock in. We're locking in.
We're close to the end of the chapter, and then you can take a
We're
take a
locking
break.
in. We're locking in.
We're fine.
We're locking in.
So
All
fine.
right.
All right.
Okay. We're locking in. We're fine. Okay.
Sitting up straight, because I'm not by.
We're just gonna one shot this all the way to the end of the chapter now. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Just reading. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much for the wonderful present.
There is no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you've reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
A witch of origins?
Indeed. It's the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you're just an enchanter, a magician specializing in forms of magical enhancement, who's only enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around her. But after 1,000 years of training, you could conceivably use the magical compendium that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy.
The talent of a witch of origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart.
Ooh, a witch of origins. Awesome. I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
Maria, that's so incredible! A witch of origins! Incredible! Amazing! Uryu!
Eventually, you'll be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. It may be a good time now to give not only Sakutaro, but you as well, an appearance fitting for your rank. Here, I shall give a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch.
When Beato waved the pipe that was her cane, many golden butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. It certainly was fitting for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity.
Aw, amazing. Awesome. Cute. I want to show these clothes to Mama too. Can I?
The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy with it.
Then the Great Witch, the Witch's Apprentice, and their new friend, Sakutaro, enjoyed a lively tea party.
See? Look how happy I am, and look how fun this is. Please, don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins.
I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. That's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Maria One-chan, I couldn't cross the final line.
I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget?
Hmm.
You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the Mirage Sorcière? Is that what you said? Weren't you?
Sorcière.
Sorcière. Like, okay, alright. Sorcière.
Yeah, that was true. Marriage Sorcière. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Okay. You can go recover. We can probably do one more chapter. Which would make 3 of the planned 5.
A 5?
Oh,
5?
Man. We're pathetic today. Holy shit.
It's okay, you're having fun.
Too much yapping.
No, not too much yapping.
The comments on the Nojavad are gonna be vicious.
No.
I'm gonna be thinking about that for at least.
Look at the
30
screen. Look at the
Wait,
screen.
hold on,
so
the
they don't
world
have
is
to
12
clip
years
it.
later.
Oh,
October
shit, shit,
okay, 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 all right, okay, holy
Ooh,
fuck.
okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Okay, don't forget. October 1998, 12 years later. 12 years later, 1998.
My heart rate just spiked up to 125. Holy fuck.
No, it's 1998. Don't get numbers confused.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
you.
I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There was a large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, that were being sold at auction, and it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore, as well as in occult sense. So his friend wanted to witness their worth confidentially. Sorry. Go.
That was 87. Half a year after the crime on Rikkenjima.
Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped the disaster ever at Rikkenjima. The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction.
This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Anj in a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumidera family. The scholarly man across from Anj spoke politely, but with enthusiasm. This looks like saw it from the first case in Ace Attorney.
True, actually.
He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college, and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, Sumari, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's research.
Professor Utsuki?
A little difficult to pronounce, isn't it?
It is. First, what I learned by appraising those books was that Miss Ushiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore, and that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan.
April 1987. I thought it was 1998. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself, as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance. It seemed she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped from harm. Even the books kept in the place she'd escaped from harm in. Kuadorian. There we go. Were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushiromiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so that they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded.
At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What? This is because contained within the Ushiromiya Library were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known for more than a millennium.
The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in dilettantes. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. Dilettante is a lovely word. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exists, and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced books. There is probably no doubting that Ushiromiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century. And their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock.
Because of this case, the name Rickenjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rickenjima. Because of this, the names of Rickenjima and the Ushiromiya Library will remain in our memories for all time.
Our memories. That hour probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rickenjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rickenjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rickenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met. Very mist-like. In other words, Sumari. Until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rickenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread all over the planet, Rickenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist.
What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle. Is that better, chat? I was maybe sounding far away because I had a cup in front of the microphone between me and it. Is that better?
Yeah, it is.
That's what turned that island into a witch's island. So, again, Maria sent that message in the bottle, and she's Witch of Origins, starting the whole thing off, maybe? Another link back.
Interesting.
A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch, Beatrice.
This is a banger pin right now. The sprinklers, the cameras, the French fry? No one truly believed such silly points were justifiable. Yet, we all fought on for those points regardless. You needed to be molded into battler, not stubborn, but right. In other words, Sumari, we entertained those arguments purely to turn you into a chessboard thinker. We've done our parts.
Oh my fucking god.
Thank you, King Malik.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, chat. Holy shit. Oh. You might say that, lacking either the Ushiromiya library or the message bottle, the Rickenjima witch legend would never have been established.
The message bottle.
Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside it into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. Is this directly referencing And Then There Were None?
Yes.
Yep.
I wouldn't know.
And Then There Were None is a book by Agatha Christie, yeah. Yeah. I was just talking to you about that last night, wasn't I, Mouse?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about that. The case of the Rickenjima message bottle was certainly one of the latter.
This is a thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up?
Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikinjima, fucking hell, picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. I tried. This young fisherman kept it just out of curiosity. Then,
Shikinejima?
I'll try it.
Shikinejima.
Shikinejima. Okay. Then, because Rickenjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushiromiya library, he announced his discovery.
Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman?
Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushiromiya family, a girl named Ushiromiya Maria. However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person's handwriting. Oh!
A different person's handwriting?
Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of greater age than her. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Or she survived? Was she missing? Or, I think in the first one
they found a piece of her jawbone.
Yeah, in the first one she was missing. In episode 3 she was killed, right? Maybe?
I think the only person who is consistently missing, well, not consistently, the only person I think who has been missing more than once is Jessica. Because she's missing at the end of episode 1, and she's the only person missing at the end of episode 3.
Huh. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility.
However, later on, it was discovered that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation.
It seems that, due to evidence from the surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise. It seems magazines and the like have reported on the contents of that message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation? So there's no way it's a grown-up Maria that wrote it then, because it seems like it was also tossed out right after the accident happened, or the incident happened. Okay.
No. I know about it, more or less.
Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushiromiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the witch's legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle. So, is episode 1 maybe, like...
This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushiromiya family members nailed down on the island by the typhoon were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch and killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events on those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail, and the former servants who used to work for the Ushiromiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of the island.
So, because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel and the Ushiromiya library, as well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Rikenjima witch was born?
Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it is still the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world. No, to the contrary, you could say that it's become increasingly deified as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts who try to secretly land on Rikenjima, even though it's prohibited. Interesting. Could there be another message bottle that has still not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There's still much to be discussed.
As though he had finally remembered that he'd been going on and on for some time, the man took a gulp of water. It's kind of sounding like these scrolls that were found are just episode 1. But I'm not sure how they're treated with any level of legitimacy if they describe Ava's death. Unless they're assuming that maybe Ava was the Golden Witch and she was revived with magic.
Mouse? Can I have a red statement, please?
Sure.
In the credits of episode 3, did it say that a bottle was discovered from penned by Maria or anything like that in the credits?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
It was only in episode 1 that happened, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
You must make blue statement to get a red statement.
Oh no.
True. Too true.
What is that? I've never seen that word before. Like, something in me is saying potage?
It's potage.
Potage? Okay, that sounded like that sounded like the wrong pronunciation I would get made fun of by chat for saying. So
it's probably potage in France, in French, but
gotcha.
Yeah, no, that's true.
This potage was getting cold. I still have no idea what it is, but it
Jelly was right. Yes, it's right in French, but it gets pronounced that way in English too.
Thank you. Now I'll say it wrong on purpose. His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away.
I'm pretty sure that I heard the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different contents.
Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rekenjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident until the day of the accident. However, while both of their contents described the same 2-day period, they were completely different. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie, or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other. In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon, and in the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the Golden Land.
The contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the way they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. I think it's showing episode 2 Beato to imply that is episode 2 then, the second one they just described?
Seems like it, yeah.
However, in both, everyone died in the end and the witch revived, making for the same general plot.
Because the only survivor, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, has remained silent about what actually happened on that island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days can be explained with either of those 2 diaries. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there's anything correct contained within them.
Okay, Schrodinger's cat box. You've done it again! If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had of course been shown to Eva as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence.
Who sent the message bottles and why?
Earlier, in their special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it is rather dull. What happened on the island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt.
The witch hunt?
Yes, the Rekenjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who tried to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rekenjima, from the Ushiromiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even today among enthusiasts.
I just remembered way back in episode 1, someone said that their theory was that actually each of the episodes are like episodes in a true crime podcast of people who are like huge fans trying to figure out what really happened on the island. And suddenly that doesn't feel like the most insane thing I've ever fucking heard before.
That's pretty funny. That can't be it, but it's like a framing of it, like a link to it. Definitely it could exist, yeah. I think that's
I mean, yeah, I guess it's about as equally plausible as me saying that episode 4 is self-insert fan fiction.
The name of the original fan group who did the original fan translation is called Witch Hunt, by the way. That's why Twitch chat is going crazy with it.
Oh,
okay,
that's interesting.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I feel like there's definitely something like that going on at this point now. Yeah. Okay, for the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative of Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan, in recent years, there was finally...
I'll take the narration here, Jelly, by the way.
Sorry.
It's Angie. It's okay. You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rikenjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly, all by himself. As I swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No, if there's one thing I've found, it's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria One-chan was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it'd ever pass into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, tsumari, the two differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right, for a confession occurring after all that, to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly, over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In which case, would it mean that everything on Rikenjima was a planned crime, with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now, it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims.
How does it happen every single time?
Okay.
If the writer of that diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. I'd heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable.
No, it was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get.
Thank you, Professor. Could I ask one more thing?
Yes, what is it?
Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology.
Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies went on to become my life's work. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past.
Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will?
But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist, I cannot forget my childlike dreams such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. Haha, if you would, please keep this a secret from my students.
If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it?
My pet theory from a few experiences with women is that they are all witches.
You can take it again, Jelly.
Anj snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience.
Like all professors. Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself?
I have indeed.
In that case, do you know that handwriting well?
Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I am proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan.
At that point, Anj set a book on the desk with a thud.
And this is... I have never seen it before.
He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rikenjima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Anj silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph, beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice." And at the end, there was a signature in katakana that said, Beatrice.
This is really good. This is
very good. The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She recognized the answer before asking, but Anj asked it aloud anyway.
Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle?
Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it?
The man stretched out his hand, but Anj pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands.
Thank you. Just that reaction is all I need. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised.
As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Anj carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. As Anj turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her. But Anj didn't stop walking.
I beg you. What in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me that book.
Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. And what I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
She really is related to Battler, huh?
Please wait. Sumadera-san!
His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone into the car.
Who
Did
has
you
Amakusa?
find anything?
It's me.
That's Joe, yeah.
Did you find anything?
No, it's not me, it's Joe.
Only at the very end. I was right. The one who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself.
Cool. So you've concluded that the witch actually exists?
Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep.
Alright,
Please, go ahead.
For an hour now.
Take a rest. All you.
Still,
Sorry.
that went really well. That guy believed I was a Sumidera until the very end.
The Sumidera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Anj might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushiromiya Anj into custody if she appeared. Anj had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumidera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush so he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So, when the Sumidera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumidera visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and still have not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered.
What a bad child, Anji-chan. I wonder if that craftiness is from Nasan's blood. To think she'd casually take on the name Sumidera after saying she'd hate to go by it so often. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea.
I have no connections that can be made from this. Does she remind you of Virgilia, Joe?
She was in a previous episode, by the way.
It's the closed eyes. I think they're doing Virgilia.
And the closed eyes, I think she has the same hair color, similar posture and demeanor. Similar laugh as well.
A little bit. I see Kyrie more than Virgilia for obvious reasons.
I mean,
see Kyrie more,
they're related, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is this? Is it me?
It can just be Jelly.
Okay.
Yes. Understood.
I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child.
With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel.
This is you, Joe.
I haven't caught up yet. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the marriage sorcerer, weren't you?
I was also included among the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's... I'll get Angie's stuff.
Right.
I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car. So I'll forward the line accidentally. So it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This is a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Angie to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Angie, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man, and therefore in a separate room. Angie used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. I'm still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria One-chan's diary fluttered. Then One-chan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch.
If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right?
If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you?
I remember. I've started wanting to use it.
Are you starting to feel lonely?
Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough.
The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom, even small reasons like that.
Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep?
Yeah, I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time.
It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria One-chan's introduction, I touched I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So I should still remember that sensation.
Right now, your magical power has declined significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay?
Sure. Checking all directions, securing a quiet space.
What about Amakusa-san?
He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Even honking cars, sever those completely, like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation.
I think it's Atelier.
I remember. Atelier. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic.
Next is the vessel. Right now, it's important for your bike to at least have training wheels. No, a chain.
This is, of course, impossible. Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day.
Was that suddenly omniscient narration?
Yeah, it was. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now.
If I were to start training now, how long would it take?
It's said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination.
You mean like Ushiromiya Kinzo? So, just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic.
As you are now, your power has weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie. Don't overdo it, and devote yourself to the basics.
After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel?
It's been a long time. Yes, with this, I think even you should be able to perform a summons as you are now. And they have no master now. It should be possible for you to become their new master, Angie.
Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking, stake-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed on it. It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, which the witch used to offer sacrifices.
She just has it?
What?
When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushiromiya family. Finding something that I'd seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me.
That's not like... Ooh. Hold on. Then...
Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory. How pitiful. Now she's the only one left.
You can take the narration from here, Jelly.
One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you can tell it was an occult book just by looking. But its contents were plain. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate notebooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of mariage sorcière, I'm gonna assume, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same allegiance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them.
Which of the seven sisters is this stake?
Your characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The sisters of the seven stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them.
A packed page told of the seven stakes of purgatory. It described the seven sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I started to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the seven stakes, let alone Mammon.
Mammon, the fifth sister, controls the deadly sin of greed. An incredible kid.
Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard.
I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live.
For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for a summoning.
Grimoires can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. It really takes me back.
For a grimoire, it is demanded not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something, for someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that.
Again, birth is a creation metaphor for witches.
That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes. I've remembered it, more or less. I'll give it a try.
Take care. In case the worst happens, here is my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That Mammon is a bit of a quick trigger, and she may still bear a grudge. Be careful.
Yes, I'll wear it.
The seven stakes of purgatory, as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony, were treated as inferior even to weapons, as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria Onechan long ago, and put it on my arm. So the scorpion charm from episodes 1 and 2 is real. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance.
It's okay, that has already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine.
Maria Onechan's magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the seven stakes of purgatory, Mammon of greed.
I focused my mind. I made the magic-repelling toxin that filled my body 0. Music's going off? Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0, and erase the burden on the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air, and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was a unique feeling of exultation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stake, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of Greed. Show yourself to me.
After I raised my hands bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, as though it was being attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off of the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then, the stake, which had been flying around at incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, and held back by a defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria Onechan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily.
It's you, Joe.
It's no use.
I can't break
Can't break it. That's Joe, sir. Sorry about that.
It's okay. The stake muttered hatefully. Oh, this is Angie.
It was probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity.
Yeah, just summon the snake, just kill some time before bed. Yeah,
I was bored. I mean, listen, Beato is also doing every single episode just because she's bored. So, when Mammon's stake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form to that of a stake, from that of a stake into a human. In the same old outfit that I'd never be able to walk around outside in. Although, you could say it suited her, in a demonic sort of way.
Okay, I know we're trying to keep speculation down right now because we want to get finished with the chapter. I do not like that magic summoning bullshit is happening outside of the island game board at the moment. I don't know where this is going. I'm scared. I don't like it.
Joe, listen, do you believe that magic is real?
No, I don't.
So then there has to be some explanation for what's going on. Right?
She's asleep and dreaming. She just fell asleep, Lamayo. She just did it.
Maybe not so much sleeping, but the power of imagination is a wondrous thing.
I wonder if we're gonna learn about how she knows them. Actually, let's find out. Is that Angie-sama? But that magical powers pretty shabby. Are you really Angie-sama?
It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well?
And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet. So, what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my owner, are you? Yes, Angie is your master. Lady Maria, how unsightly of me. Was that barrier just now yours? Yes, I thought that as she is now, Angie might have just gotten finished off by you. I lent her a talisman. Deja vu. If Lady Maria says Angie-sama is my master, I cannot refuse. Angie-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony? With new sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty.
That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk to me like you used to.
Yes, if that is what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor just to be summoned. Angie-sama.
Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange, with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange, but for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey, even if she wasn't happy about it.
So, what should I do?
I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times.
Well now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. It may be difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right. The 7 sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Angie's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost.
Are they the 7 sisters of Purgatory because Ange, who lost her entire family, just wanted to have sisters?
When did she do that though? With Guided by Maria? I feel like there's a whole phase of Angie's life that we haven't fucking seen.
Well, I don't think she ever actually knew Maria. I think whenever she's talking to Maria, she had only Maria's diary and has sort of created this fictional Maria in her mind who has always been with her throughout her life. And so when she was younger and believed in it more fully, she read Maria's diary and perhaps the grimoire too, and summoned the stakes in much the same way that Maria has summoned Sakutaro.
I think they did physically meet at one point, but it probably not for a significant enough amount of time. And then it's afterwards. How old was it? It wasn't Angie like 6,
I think
right?
Angie was she was 6 during the events of her Kenjima.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies, Lady Maria, but maybe it would be possible to summon the 7 sisters via my own stake. If I am to be used, I'd hope Angie-sama has at least that much power, right?
Mammon grinned. Apparently, she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it, Greed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from a world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
Angie, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon.
Oh, I'll need to rehabilitate after just one? Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Mammon, I've gone this far. I'll call as many as I can.
Really? Not bad, Angie-sama. Okay, quickly.
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Ange to do this. She hopped around, badgering Ange to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reached a level where they can be called witches.
Mammon, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't at her best. What? Angie-sama said she summoned everyone.
Actually, I only said I'd call as many as I could. I guess that's greed for you.
Don't overdo it, Angie. You should rest for today. You're tired enough.
It's okay. I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over asleep.
This time, there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I'd summoned Mammon. I'm acquainted with all of the 7 sisters, right? I've got to remember that a time long ago, when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands.
Angie-sama, hold on, good luck. Hey, Lady Maria, Angie-sama is definitely gonna summon everyone, right? The seven sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right? Yeah, definitely. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Angie-sama can do it. Please, Angie-sama. Start with the youngest sister,
Asmodeus, the seventh sister. Got it. I'll call them in order, starting from the youngest.
A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. The pale light in this space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl.
Come, arise, one of the seven stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of lust.
There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the seven sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created.
Asmodeus of lust right here. Where is this? Am I alive?
Asmo, I'm so glad.
Mammon-san, where in the world is this? Who summoned me?
Angie-sama did. Angie-sama said she'd revive all of us.
No, I didn't.
Angie-sama, thank you. Do bells next, please. Beelzebub, the sixth sister, who I forgot to assign a voice, so Joe, you can play her. Beelzebub of gluttony, come, arise.
At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. Of course it's Beelzebub of gluttony, that's why we have Joe playing her.
Gluttony's gonna be my favorite, yeah.
Pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub.
Beelzebub of gluttony, right here. Bells. Angie-sama, you're amazing, incredible.
Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one without stopping for a break. This is what Chan brain rot does to a person?
Gotta keep going. Come, arise, one of the seven stakes, Belphegor of sloth.
Belphegor of sloth right here. To think that I would be needed again.
Belphane. I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again.
To think that the seven sisters would be able to meet again. Angie-sama, thank you so much.
Keep it up and do Satan nay next. And Leviah nay and Lucy nay.
Yeah, I get it. So please, try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough.
POV.
Nope.
Be strong, Jelly. Be strong,
Nope.
Jelly. Be strong. Angie, don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time.
Joe, what do you mean be strong? I have 4 daughters. The cognitive dissonance I experience on the daily is right in line with this.
Stop it, Mammon. Right now, Angie-sama is being pressured with the burden of summoning us. Angie-sama, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much.
That was me. You stole my steak.
Oh, I'm sorry. No way.
Yes way.
Angie-sama promised. She said we'd all play together again.
No,
Right? Angie-sama? You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away.
That's right. I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise.
So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today, Angie-sama.
Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Satan of wrath.
my mind is getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I'd forgotten about those days. Even though I'd never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely. Because the short time I spent with them was fun, without a doubt.
Satan of wrath right here. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you realize how much it's burdening Angie-sama just to let us have an idle chat?
Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again.
We're furniture who have been granted rest by Beatrice and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master, you disgrace to all furniture. Erase yourselves right away.
Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. You all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Ange-sama.
No way. Not until everyone's summoned. This is me? Yeah, same here. I'm hungry. I mean, I hate to leave again so soon after being reunited with you all.
Don't be so selfish. Come on, erase yourself, quickly. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now. Satan is bullying me. It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one.
That's why we bully the oldest one.
Yes, they really are lively. It doesn't bore me.
That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Angie.
You're right.
With 5 of them summoned, and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me. With the meager magical power I had at that moment, this is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. The bed's always felt this soft. It seemed like the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness gets me, this is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan and Sakataro waiting to receive me.
You worked hard, and good job.
Uryu, welcome back, Ange. Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home.
That's it. That's it.
We made it. We made it. We made it.
We did it. Okay, I'm now fully. The 7 stakes of purgatory are to Ange what Sakataro is to Maria. Pilled right now. That is my full theory, and the little bow that is wrapping it all together is all that talk in episode 1 where George says, "Oh, kids this age get really into the occult, you know?"
That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was a thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space, the scene from when I looked down at the mountain's base from a rest stop at the peak, or at peak. Oh, whoa. Like this? I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over the fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school, so seriously trying to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me, but even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria One-chan in order to use magic. But it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic, and to wiggle your ears. So I remember the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation, when I had looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on a peak, and I tried painting this scene in my mental world. No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space, and create your own mental world. How's the sound, by the way? Is it too loud? Your image is still way too foggy. There's no temperature in the air and there's no wind. Can you bass boost all your sound? I think there isn't enough bass. I didn't work for Blizzard, so I can't do that, sorry. No smells either. The world is still very faint. You can leave those for later, so for now, imagine an even wider space. Ryu! Why do you have to imagine a vast space? From the time of their birth, humans have inside of them a toxin that blocks magic. If that toxin isn't purified, you can't use magic well. One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space. Just now, I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work. I can't even think of a world more vast than that. In that case, Maria just has to teach Angie about the vast world Maria has. Won't that make it easy for Angie to imagine as well? Ryu! That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world One-chan imagines when she uses magic. I'll use it for reference. Ooh, that won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with no obstructions other than yourself. So if you teach someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore. That's why you mustn't reveal your mental world to anyone. And if you draw up a good mental world, you too must keep it as a secret only for yourself. Ooh, Ryu. So stingy, Maria. The very serious and somber Ryu. Thanks, Sakutaro. I guess there are no shortcuts in training. I'll make an effort. It's okay, I've been given plenty of hints. Ryu! Do your best, Angie. Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing's supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria One-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. Okay, what is the chronology of what's going on right now? Because Angie seems to be like really bought into the magic thing and is exploring it, but at the same time, she's come to Rikijima to fight against the witch there and seems to want to deny magic there. So, is this like, is she going back to memories while she's there? Because it seems to be very non-linear, and I like that. I like non-linear storytelling a lot. Is this what happened before she jumped off the apartment and like, sorry, the building and survived because of some net on the way down, or like what exactly is going on here? I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out. I'm shotgunning. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at, but that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that, and now this is my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. I see. Even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away, downwards. Oh, it's like building your teapot realm in Genshin. Okay. Oh. Behold the sweet fish river. In other words, Sumari. It was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time, it began to feel like the sky. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind go right through even my body. In other words, Sumari, blowing through me without any resistance. Yes, maintain that sensation. Yeah, I get it. I get that I've been released from all hindrances. Whistles the EastEnders theme. You did it, Angie, you did it. You've taken your first step into the world of witches. This is the world of witches? Yeah. So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Angie. Magic that'll summon friends. A magic that'll create allies who will save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness. Will Angie also be able to summon friends like me? Ryu! As she is now, it's still far too early for Angie to summon friends like Sakutaro from the Sea of Zero. To begin, let's start by practicing with friends that are easy to summon. What will we start with? Because you're a witch of the marriage. Sorcière. You are also permitted to use those employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, Sakutaro is my friend, but since you're all in since you're in the same alliance, he's your friend too, and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakutaro one of these days? When you're so lonely, it gets tough. I'm sure Sakutaro will cheer you up. I see. You could call Sakutaro a being employed by One-chan. So, as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakutaro too. I met Sakutaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. If I call out, will you appear and talk to me? Uryu, ASMR streamer boyfriend is role-playing as Sakutaro to be your pillow for the night. I can't wait to be summoned by you, Angie. Uryu. Looking happy, Sakutaro pressed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Right. I give it all I've got, One-chan. Let's practice. Thomas, I took French in school. Anderson, I took some French classes in Canadian school, like when I was fucking like 7 or something. I didn't really and that's it. I didn't take any more after that. I don't remember. And then I like moved back to Wales and then had other shit to do. Skill issue? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I had Welsh classes. I didn't learn that either. Now let's practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of Beatrice, a witch from the same alliance. Beatorici's furniture? Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime of Rakinjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch to open some sort of gate. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria One-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions toward Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, One-chan was my only close friend, so to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic teacher. Also, I believe that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Ava. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday. Angie, obstructions are entering your body again. Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. I expect no less from you, One-chan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name. But they're very energetic and fun kids. They might become your new friends, Angie. First, I'll show you how to summon them. Watch. Okay, so this is the scene in the past showing how she first met the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. So this is not the same Angie. If anything, it's Angie revisiting memories, maybe with occasionally like some line of context showing that she's remembering it, but really it's showing the scene as it was in the past. Okay. And the scene before this was when she summoned them back in the future in the hotel room, and she summoned 5 of them, didn't she? I think 5. Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. A state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time. She reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then a pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one, the girls began to show themselves. Wahaha, 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 wahaha. Time to take a bite of my protein bar. Ho ho ho. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3 people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece, and he mutes the microphone to cheer. Oh yeah, I remember, yeah. I remember Trinkmaster, sorry. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Lady Maria, it has been quite some time. Yes, long time no see. Is everyone well? We furniture are what we are because we are used. To us, being summoned after so long is truly an honor. It's been so long. You look as cute as ever. Me first. Kya, today he's so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Ah, let me hug him too. Let me hug him too. Uryu? Can't breathe. I won't run away, so let go of me, everyone. Hey, you all. Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? Anyway, get away from him. Hugging is prohibited. Even though you're saying that, it looks like you want to hug him the most, Satan, nay. Giggle. Ack. It's not like I have any interest in something so fluffy, squishy, and cuddly. Hey. You silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Anji-sama, you foolish sisters. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that the innocent Sakutaro was on such good terms with the seven sisters. That's unexpected. To think that Sakutaro would be so loved by such shady people. They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, right? But on the off chance that their mood worsens, it looks like they could finish Sakutaro off in an instant. It's alright. The witches of the alliance and their furniture are all friends. Yeah, so Sakutaro can play without worrying. Of course, that goes for you and me too, Angie. It was one of the pacts of the marriage sorcière. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally shady and belligerent, treated the fellow alliance members as friends. So the seven sisters, Sakutaro was a mutual friend. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. This scene as they squeezed him and loved him was a bit charming, was it? I see. They're fellow members of Marriage Sorcière after all. At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's casual atmosphere and the Seven Sisters shady one would be like water and oil, just explaining it over and over again. It looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet, they were all interacting in a friendly way that was completely natural because he was so cute and cuddly and squishy. If this wonderful alliance could join all the peoples of the world together, I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away. All you seven sisters listen. Right now, Angie's in the middle of magic training, so I want everyone to lend their power. Certainly, Lady Maria. But what specifically? The magical power materializing you will move from me to Angie. In that state, I want you to be by her side all the time. You just have to talk with her. My apologies, but I wonder if Angie-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all seven of us around the clock. The old sister Lucifer gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. Why complexion? In other words, Sumari, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time. That's the kind of training it is. Angie has more talent in magic than everyone imagines. It'll be pretty tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now. Angie, starting now, I'll move the magic power materializing them over to you. In other words, Sumari, it will become as though you had summoned them. So, what Maria One-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the seven sisters materialized, you were continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband. Uryu. Doing all of the seven sisters would be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden? And Battler's like, tap me in, thank you, Sakutaro. But this is training to become a witch. I want to see how far I can go. The seven of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them all with me will surely distract me from loneliness at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot. Don't overdo it if it gets tough, okay? And everyone, it looks tough for Angie, take it easy. Sorry, if it looks tough for Angie, take it easy. Certainly. Get it, everyone? Yes, One-sama! Well then, Angie-sama, for now, we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would. Yeah. So, Angie. Can we start? Sure. I'm a little nervous. Uryu. This might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power immediately. Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to Angie. This is taking a while. Isn't this just kind of a repeat of last scene? Even the scenes are repeating now? In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. Yeah, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. Well, okay. It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, that would put a strong pressure on my head. Lady Maria, my apologies, but perhaps the burden from all 7 sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm okay. Daijobu, Ak. No. It won't work after all. You're using all of your energy to materialize them. There's no point if the burden is such that you can't balance it with your everyday life. And anyway, this is a bit unrefined for a witch. Ryu. That's why I said doing so many suddenly was impossible. Everyone, erase yourselves for a bit. Right. It seems to be better to lower the number of people. Asmo, erase yourself. Me again? I'm opposed to youngest sister bullying. Disappear, starting from the top every once in a while. That would mean I'd have to disappear second, right? No, no, no. Don't make a ruckus, Asmo and Leviane. That kind of disturbance will become a burden to Andrew-sama. You idiot! The noise you're making is also a burden, stupid Satan. Yeah, I was thinking it. Eek. Eek. Ah, ack. Gah. The 7 sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Angie to bear an even greater headache. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them had erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just one person is my limit. Oh, so she's stronger in the future, somehow. Sheesh. This way it's not the 7 sisters, but just me, right? You're a bit unreliable, Angie-sama. Mammon, who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled. Uryu. Mammon, you shouldn't say things like that. Angie is still just starting her training. Are you alright, Angie? Is your headache okay? Secretary stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult. Ooh. Maybe that was a little too much. I'd be perfectly fine with this much, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is. Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan. Apparently, when one reaches Maria Oni-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, that's awe-inspiring. Are you okay? Angie-sama? I'm sorry. It looks like summoning you is the most I can do. Well, I guess I'm okay with that. After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get Angie-sama all to myself. What do you think, Angie-sama? If it's just me, will it be a burden for you? No, I think I'll be able to manage you alone somehow. Great, then please train a lot and cultivate your magic power a bunch. Then someday, for sure, please bring the 7 sisters together and let us serve you. Promise? After confirming that, for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues, Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work hard. Yeah, I know, we just heard it. I see, that definitely fits with her being greed. But maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude. Yep, greed is good. Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Anji-sama. I, Mammon of Greed, will surely serve you until that day. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up. Who are you? Ah. Maria, Angie, it's about that time. If we don't return to the room, you'll be scolded. Return to the room. Sorry, hold on. Protein bar time. Huh? Oh. I hadn't expected Secretary to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. As though the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on a toilet. Oni-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 8, time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, it'll cause trouble for my roommates and floor mates. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. Sigh. My free time by myself is already over for today. I'll sleep, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, long, gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. At that time, Oni-chan appeared again and spoke. Hey Angie, you're forgetting your training. Take Mammon with you. I'd forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, Mammon's materialization had stopped. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind. Sheesh, you're so mean, Angie-sama. Why'd you erase me so suddenly? At this rate, you won't be able to call all 7 sisters easily. I'm sorry, I got careless. It's been incredibly long since I've materialized in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything. I'm getting a bit excited. Where is this? The St. Lucia Academy dormitory. This is a stall in the shared bathroom. Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. Okay, chat, can you spoil me on something? Because it was said earlier and I've forgotten. What year is it? How old is Angie? Is this like 4 years before she jumps off the building? Or is it like an year before she jumps off the building? Or is it the same year that she jumped off the building? It's like earlier in the year. They don't say? Oh, okay. Like, can we go by the sprite? Because if we go by the sprite, it looks like she's not that different. So I'm guessing it's like within a year. Can you stop saying jump off the building? She jumped off a building. What do you mean? That's something that happened. She jumps off a cliff in episode 7. Yeah, of course she does. Yeah, we all do. We all going to. We're all gonna jump off a cliff. We're gonna do it together. We're gonna hold hands. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. So in this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book? Do they burn books or something? I have a 2-person room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is gloomy and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so I can't really relax there. And as long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over and chat away. It's more convenient for them if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place and they're always talking behind my back, so I don't like to go there. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon, I can't say this reliably, holy shit. That's from Chrono Trigger too, to come with me. Mammon. I don't get it, but I realize it'd be hard to call this place pleasant for you, Anji-sama. Let's go out quickly. I hate the air here. Really? I think the air here is the most decent. In the toilet? When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, I walked past Waffle, sat upon, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway, and go through the dorm leader's roll call. What? On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility and all of the floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. Isn't this a war crime? In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of the conversation noticeably changed. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went to my room, and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up. Hey, this is weird. I thought this was a school for rich girls. It's like a prison. It's stupid. You think so too? That's what I think. And unlike prison, you don't go out early for good behavior. After badmouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form can only be seen by her summoner, me. Yeah, how convenient. And of course, there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my head, so no one could listen in. Magic and the friends it creates might actually not be so bad. Alright, so... okay. I mean, that's very on brand for the story so far, but they're being a bit more direct with it now. All of these people are sheltered brats. Feels like they aren't even alive. Kihaha, stop it. If you're seen by some chance, it'll be pretty bad, right? Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic. There's no way they'll be able to see me. Ha, you lower life forms can't even see. Giggle, giggle. Are you okay being around so many humans with that magic resisting toxin? I'm fine as long as you continue to make me materialize, Enji-sama. Although, since you'll probably have to keep concentrating to materialize me, there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, that girl you're sharing a room with is calling you, right? Huh? Oh. Ushirmiya-san, are you listening? About our weekly duties starting next week. She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who never even looked at me in the eye normally, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone rather than doing it together with her. That's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me nonstop. Even so, with a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason and insisted on flipping the situation around, as though I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. That kid, she pisses me off. I'd love to just gouge her right in the forehead. Yeah, I hope you do one of these days. What? Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. It really was lively with all the 7 sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be a lot of fun. I want to gain enough magical power to summon all of the 7 sisters at once, and soon, so I'll train much more. And finally summon. Oh, so the thing I really want to find. What is it you really want to summon, Enji-sama? Mammon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated to talk about it, but then figured that there was no reason to hide it and told her. My family. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan. So you mean the souls of the dead? Calling a resident of another world is summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is called resurrection, and they're completely different. Duh. Resurrection is supposed to be a very high level magic. I know. So much so that even Maria Oni-chan can't do it at all. But that's the thing I want to find with magic the most. I've been warned that it's a very difficult high level magic. So great that, in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, a magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. However, by extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this. That hair accessory with the pink jewel with charms in it? What the hell, I hate to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you, Enji-sama. Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to meet Oni-chan, and we went to play at an amusement park. This is a prize from the crane game there. The crane is back! I know it's cheap, I realize it doesn't match my style, but I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. Oh, she really cared about Battler, holy shit. Angie, should we play Signals when we go home? Let's let the crane decide. Battler, no! The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but I didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what we'd get, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me. So I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Then, Battler Oni-chan came over after finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun and tried to do it for me. Aww. Aww. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped the happiness that I couldn't reach. Oni-chan really was coordinated. It seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only 1 or 2 attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with the crane that I hadn't even been able to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. Shoot. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remembered that he looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening the capsule would be a waste. Then, one day, I finally opened it up, and what revealed itself inside was this pink jeweled hair accessory. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. Since I was young, I felt like having all 4 of us gathered, including Battler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make it quickly. In my own way, I treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together, so I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and let him live in our house. But my memories of Oni-chan are very distant. I can't do it as easily as Maria Oni-chan created Sakutaro from a lion stuffed animal. One day, I'll surely possess the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead. And the only key, the only vessel that can make that successful is this. I see. I did feel an incredible magic power from that hair accessory, so that's what it was. You said it was cheap! Magical power? There's magical power in this thing Oni-chan gave me? Maybe I should say that it resides in you, Angie-sama. Your strong desire to call your brother gives you magical power. Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you're steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs toward it. I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the deadly sins, they made me very happy. Anyway, well, I can't guarantee that you'll obtain the resurrection magic before your life is over. However, your power as a witch is proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb. If you don't lose heart, I'm sure you'll rival even our former master, Beatrice, as a great witch someday. Where's Beatrice? I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive Oni-chan. No, my family. Everyone. The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Angie. Yeah, wonderful. A Witch of Resurrection is a very rare kind of witch. Having a master like that would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen, because furniture's worth is also proportional to the class of its master. Please pass Beatrice-sama up and become a peerless great witch. As a representative of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, I'll support you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah. I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, a cute kid like Sakutaro would be best. But even this 5th sister of the shady 7 sisters who controlled the 7 deadly sins was enough to calm my heart so much all by herself. Okay, so they're repeating the fact that what she is to like do the contrast comparison, juxtaposition, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with her attitude and how she's being supportive compared to how she is. Okay. Maria Oni-chan has probably known that since long ago. Fucking hell. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again, and I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year for a child is worth 10 years for an old person, right? Yep. Now I find my past self, which only ever complained, deplorable for wasting my precious time. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammon continued to talk to me alongside my pillow, and I realized what I had done. Shut up, Mammon, I promise. One day, for sure, I'll develop a magical power that can summon the 7 sisters, and I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The 7 of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. I must finish this protein bar. My awareness began to return slowly. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria Oni-chan's relationship, I ran away from Beato and Oni-chan's game, didn't I? Oh yeah, we're back to here now. Okay, when they were being nice in the parlor after the umbrella scene. Oh, that looks cool. I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from this strange world of the witch's game. That's my read on it anyway. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Angie. At that time, I felt someone's presence. When I turned around, I could see Mammon there. Ma'am, Gretel-sama. Beatrice-sama said that if you do not return soon, it will become a hindrance to the progression of the game. I beg that you return swiftly. Thank you. I'll go back now. Isn't it great? What is? That you were able to meet Battler Oni. Okay, do you remember? Because in your version of the timeline, you haven't been summoned at her school yet, even though she's... Oh, what the fuck? No! Oh, no, it's just Steins Gate all over again. No! No! It's already hard enough to keep track of. Fuck! Let's see, does she know that you were able to meet Battler Oni-chan? Is that sarcasm? Well, if that's how it sounds, feel free to call it that. I'm sorry. I should have taken it literally. Yeah, you're right. Well, if that's the case, do you remember talking to her as this before you were such... Which timeline is the man? Okay, whatever. I'm sorry, I should have taken it literally. Yeah, you're right. Even in this screwed up world, being able to meet Oni-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. And you'll win against Beatrice for your Oni-chan sake? Yes. Can't have him playing around in the world like this forever. It's about time for him to return home. That's why I came to call him. Please do the best you can, although I can't support you since my current master is Beatrice-sama. I know. Until October 5th, 1986, you are Beatrice's furniture, and eventually you'll become my friend. But eventually you'll throw that friend away. After all, Mammon moaned as if she bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. So she does know? Apparently the rules apply to people other than me as well. Are you okay? It's pretty painful. Oh, she just tried to say Angie? No one can say her name? Excuse me, Gretel-sama. No, thank you. Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. Sorry, I'm glad I was able to meet Oni-chan. That's my answer to your first question. Well, let's go back. If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master. Yes. I'm glad you understand. Well then, Memo? Huh? I'm sure Mammon was about to say, well then, this way. But then she stopped as though the film had been torn off at that point. It looked like she'd suddenly frozen. Then I noticed she wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. Gonser? A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Yes. This looks like a portent that Burncastle will appear. Portent? But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. It wasn't Burncastle. It was the other witch. Aw, for fuck! How are you feeling, Angie? Lambda Delta. The rules don't apply to you, do they? Yeah, she said her name. Okay, of course not. Rules exist to bind others. What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them? Battler, Burncastle is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, Sumari, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Maybe I'm gonna drop it because of Lambda Delta. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Even compared to Burncastle, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's, how should I put it? Maybe like she's a being from a higher dimension. In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. Fucking hell. No, just knowing that might be enough, but... So, do you have some business with me? Not really. When I listened in on your conversation, it started to get a bit interesting. I thought I'd let you hear something good. You're supposed to be my enemy. I can't think of a reason for you to tell me something that'd help me. So the moment I start listening to you, I lose. Bye. See you next time. Don't misunderstand. My opponent is Burn, not you. In other words, Sumari, it's possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me. Okay. Isn't it great that we have another phrase that's forever ruined by the streams, everyone? Is anyone ever going to be able to hear, in other words, ever from this point on, without having the verbal tick in their head? Sumari. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening. Although I said that, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. Have I said it in videos? Fucking hell. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. I haven't been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says, and strengthen my mental guard. She'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, threatening me. Giggle, giggle. There's no need to square off like that. Oh, really powerful weapon art. I just came to resolve your misunderstanding. No, that's not quite it. I came to let you know about the lie Burncastle told you. Burncastle lied? Streamers died? Didn't Burn make it sound like your big brother would come back if you defeated Beato? Who knows? I don't feel like talking with you. Not my burden. My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything like that dream-like. Getting just one person only if I was lucky had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon. In a way, that promise of Burn's wasn't a lie. If Burn promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, Battler and your parents will be released and will come back to you. Then there's no problem. Seriously? That kid is surprisingly cruel. To think she'd deceive you, even though she knows. She knows? How are you saying I was deceived? Damn, I'm letting her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her. So it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her forwards. What year is it now? You're talking about the world of the game board? In that case, it's October 4th, 1986. That's right. So if you win against Beato, then October 6th, when the typhoon has passed, the people who were trapped on the island will return. On October 6th, 1986. That is, right? So what? How was your October 6th, 1986? You were at your relative's house, right? I've been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. When I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. Oh, building blocks. Fucking awesome. After watching to make sure that I'd remembered, Lambda Delta laughed unpleasantly and spoke. Hey, on your October 6, 1986, did Battler Oni-chan come home? Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is the switch saying? See, if you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be released, and he'll probably return home, to his home in 1986. After all, that's how it is, right? Battler was locked up from the 4th to the 5th of October in 1986. It's only natural that he returned the next day if he were to be released, right? That's how time works. And you're a person from the year 1998. You're Ushiro Miya Anji of the year 1998, where Battler did not return. Know what that means? What are you talking about? If my family came home on October 6th, wouldn't that be wonderful? I'd come home from Grandpa's house right away, and then we'd meet. Everyone would be happy. Yes. Ushiro Miya Anji probably would be reunited with her family. How's the music right now? Is it too loud? The 6-year-old Ushiro Miya Anji from 1986 would, right? Who am I? Ushiro Miya Anji, an 18-year-old one. No, that's not it. You aren't Ushiro Miya Anji. You're a witch's piece with that name. Strictly speaking, the name Angie Beatrice belongs to a completely different person. Know what that means? I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? Huh? And that's why I think Burn's cruel. No, I think she's a meanie. Especially since it's not like she hasn't gone through the same thing herself. Am I being tricked somehow? Yeah, but please don't blame Burn, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, that kid isn't lying. You know, the complete opposite might be true. If Beato is defeated, your family will be returned. That is not Big Chungus. Return to Ushiro Miya Anji. She probably didn't say that this Ushiro Miya Anji would be you, right? It's true. Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burn Castle say to me again? Your assistance is required. Your family needs it. Burn Castle started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how did Burn Castle answer that again? I cannot promise that. She did make me a promise. In exchange for accepting this fight, yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that she'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it, but I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this: I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning. After all, I have no family in my 1998. Even just a small chance of shaking that absolute zero would be worth it. I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort. So, yeah, there's no lie in that part. Beato's game board is perfect. Even having you around makes the chances of Beato losing so slim that it's doubtful you can even dream of it happening once in your lifetime. What are you talking about? In other words, Sumari, your chance of winning is almost zero, so absolutely that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero. So Burn can be forgiven for saying that part in such an evasive way. But I can say for sure that she was tricking you and she'd let you get your hopes up. After all, even if you could overcome astronomical odds and win, the person your family will come back to isn't you. It's the 6-year-old Angie that exists in this 1986, the true Ushiro Miya Angie. Not you. Man, there are a lot of rules in this make-believe imaginary friend world. Burn will still probably go around the billions of fragments searching for the best world for you. But didn't she tell you that she planned on bringing it to you as a present, but wasn't able to find it? She did. Hee, giggle, giggle, giggle. You're finally starting to notice, aren't you? No reward has been prepared for you in this battle. No, to the contrary, once smashed, Beato's game board will disappear. Then you, as a piece, will disappear. The sort of goal you'd be capable of accepting is completely... No. I'll proclaim it upon my name. Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta, I proclaim that it certainly doesn't exist. It can't be. That's what Burn lied about. Or should I call it speaking in riddles? She made you misunderstand and think you could be saved. Nah, Burn would never do that. I came to clear that up. Don't trust her. In other words, Sumari, no matter how hard I fight, no matter how hard I pursue victory, my family won't come back to me? I'm stuck in the Linkin Park song? Right, they won't come back. With certainty. The Witch of Certainty says it with certainty. Isn't this incredible? Several ancient kings had dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted to give me to give them certainty. And here I am, graciously giving it to you as a present. Isn't this really incredible, cute, and marvelous? Oh ho 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 ho. But I have a single good proposition for you. Damn. I'm getting completely overwhelmed. I know I shouldn't have listened, and now I'm starting to be overwhelmed by this witch Lambda Delta. I'm starting to get overwhelmed by the possibility that I have a poutine in the fridge from yesterday that I haven't eaten yet. Oh man, end of stream's gonna go hard. My opponent is Burn, not you. Didn't I just say it's possible for the two of us to talk about something that benefits us both? I said that from the beginning. So listen to me. You have no choice. Okay. I'll listen. I've just gotta listen, right? I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie, but at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right, I'm Angie! Not Angie! I'm Anjay, not Angie. Who am I? I'm not my parents' child, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay? Right now, you're together with Battler Oni-chan. While it's true that you can't tell him your name, at least you're positioned as his ally in a game where he battles a witch. And you're able to be with him for all eternity. Can Battler see these scenes? I think no, for the first time ever actually. I don't think Battler can see this shit. Know what it means? I can't stand it. But I understand. In other words, Sumari, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it will continue forever. Continuing to tie means continuing the game for eternity, and it means I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece, which is what you want, to tie Burn up forever. But if Oni-chan wins or loses and the curtain closes on the game, you as a piece will disappear. How do you define happiness for a game piece? Getting used by someone playing in the game, nothing more. Oh, you want tourists into furniture! You won't find it when the game's shut in a closet gathering dust, right? In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right, I am now the witch's furniture. Let's change things around a bit. To be honest, I want this game to continue in a tie for all eternity. An unending game is an eternal cage, an absolute closed room that never opens for all time, that'll finally make Burn surrender. You know, Beato does want to win a bit. Victory by making Battler surrender, but that's actually a problem for me. After all, if the game ends, the closed room will fall apart, so I'll go easy on Battler a bit to stop him from surrendering. Don't worry, okay? When Battler's about to surrender, I'll become his ally. Oh man, but you know? Do I know? I get the feeling that Beato is faintly starting to realize. I think she's starting to realize that her victory won't come for all eternity in this game. Alright, well, let's just settle in. Ranave makes fucking banger cookies, man, but she is, of course, the Endless Witch. Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually. Like, she just has to repeat this game on and on, endlessly. I mean, with every game board being different, eventually, there's going to be a version of every single person on the planet in here on the island looking on this fucking game. You know, every single time someone new is going to be brought in. Of course, pretty much all blondes are morons. She said, being blonde herself? In this game of witches, there will never be a victory or a loss. I won't let her win, and I won't let her lose. With certainty. Burn noticed that, so she looked for the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock, found you, and threw you in. To make this game end, you see? To make this game end. What's a piece's role when the game ends? I'll state it clearly. Your existence is a contradiction. Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair. My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family, and yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded. You cannot lose. You won't be rewarded if you win. So, I've brought you a third choice, and that choice will make our interests coincide. So don't listen to her! Continuing the tie for all eternity. Yes. As long as the tie continues forever, this world will not crumble. Can you say it in yellow so I can understand? Can you blonde speak it for me, please? What is this world? It's the world of the game with the witch. A world where Beato and Battler fight for all eternity. And at the same time, it's a world where you get to be with Battler for all eternity. My head was spinning like a chessboard. That confusion became a hot liquid and I felt it pouring from my eyes. It was so hot that it felt like it could burn my face. Right? Angie Beatrice? Since Burncastle's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be her ally? That kid tricked you, you see? She made it look like you might be saved if you became her piece, but I won't deceive you there. So I'll say it, Angie. Become my chess piece. Unlike Burn, I won't offer you rewards based on lies that certainly will never be granted. As long as you become my piece and help me so that this world certainly never ends. That's why the fucking VN is so long, so it feels like it fucking never ends. And then with certainty, I'll swear upon my name that this world will certainly continue. That's not all. I'll add on a bonus. This rule that binds you. I'll clear it away for you. Well, of course, I'll only do it after you've sworn to become my piece, okay? In my own throat, there was a thick, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture, or one that cares about nothing but being by Oni-chan's side. I'm not telling you to betray your brother, okay? If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got. On the other hand, when Battler closes on a Beato too much, I want you to hold back a little. That's all I'm asking, alright? Play both sides. Don't worry, there's no need to actually betray Battler. Battler can't win against Beato alone. That's why Burn threw you in, you see? As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity. What do you mean? I was doing well, see? It's really simple, isn't it? I only got tricked. Twice. I'm getting tricked again right now. Smash. Smash. Leviathan. But it was looped. Sorry, okay. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. No, I'll eat it. Asmo, pass. Yeah. Over here, One-sama. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. I'm gonna sneeze. Hey! Angie-sama is reading, so can't you be a little more quiet? Yelling stuff like that makes you the loudest one, Satan. Be silent, you foolish little sister. You're the loud one, Lucifer One-sama. Is there something you'd like to say to me? I was already used to the oldest and the third oldest sister arguing with each other. Even though they're both so quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. They might be surprisingly like each other. Nah. Cackle. You were told to be noisy, but this is a bit too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little? They can mess around all they want. It's 100 times more pleasant than the shrill laughter in the classroom. Angie-sama, go to the next page quickly. You read really slow. You like to read, Mammon? You look like you'd be the worst at doing boring things. Mammon controls greed. That also includes a thirst for knowledge. Or anything. Still, she wants to keep that knowledge all for herself, so be warned that she refuses to let people read any book you give her and sometimes burns them after reading them. Also, lust for knowledge. I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things no one else can do. So true. So I like studying and practicing because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows about all to myself. I want to go to Tartarus. As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see the greed that made her covet the page even more thoroughly than I did. As you can see, my magical power has grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. Who the fuck are you talking to, love? By now, I've gotten so that I can summon all of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't really recall where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I've been young back then, so I don't remember the details of its location. Still, I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun, together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the seven sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything, because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it, as long as they don't make me wear those. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. Really? You seem pretty smart. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. Oh, is it a lie? They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. B4? Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive. But I've been already spat out all of those complaints. Did I read that right? Holy shit. I've already spat out all of those complaints, yeah. I've already voiced my constant furious anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with friends. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the occult message bottle I hated, it seems that several of them even attacked my family, but I don't believe that, and it's pointless to question them about it. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. What I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice, or else that ringleader of the Ushorimiya suspicion. Aunt Ava. Dun, dun. Angie-sama, quickly, the next page. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Mind if I take a break? Yeah, haha. Angie-sama said break. Let's play. Angie-sama, let's play. When they noticed I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. I'm Miss Battler, and that wasn't all. Oh, great. Even Maria Oni-chan and Sakataro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, and they must have hid themselves so they wouldn't interrupt my studying. Uryu! Angie! How's studying? Yeah, Sakataru, how are you? Wait a second, let me squeeze him too. Don't we always say the first one to get there wins? Yeah, cute. Ooh, cute. You're crushing me. Uryu! Your luck ran out when you showed up while all the seven sisters were gathered. Give up and let us hug you. Come on, it always turns out this way. I apologize for my stupid older and younger sisters. Ah! Sakataru's happy to meet everyone too. Right, Sakataru? How's it going, Angie? How's the studying going? Thanks. Well, not bad. They were nice enough to pass around printouts from a quiz that another class took earlier. Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears into my eyes. Well, at least it's probably better to put a timeline. Okay, yeah. Can I please have a timeline in my head? Thank you. Janji? Uryu, you sure are good at studying, Angie. You'll be able to get a lot of points, Uryu. Good work. I was terrible at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get a good score when you study hard. You're joking. When it comes to English, Latin, and knowledge of the occult, you're much more amazing for being able to remember so much. I can remember anything when studying magic, but I can't remember anything boring. So that didn't help at all for tests. Big ADHD vibes. Well, it's true that occult knowledge would be like that, but your grades must have been pretty good in English, right? In the first year of elementary school, on a Japanese language test, there was a problem when I was given a picture of a gun and I was told to write its name in 4 squares. I got marked wrong because I wrote the English word rifle in katakana. Why? Doesn't that fit? It was supposed to be the Japanese word for gun in hiragana. I was told that's wrong because you don't learn katakana in 1st grade. I didn't really... Oh, what an awful teacher! I didn't really get it, so for that day on test, I wrote everything in hiragana. But I got in trouble with Mama for some reason. Got in trouble with the teachers too. You were probably born in the wrong country, One-chan. And the wrong era. Should have been born in the 60s. What the fuck, man? Then I'd rather have been born in a country of witches so I could enter a witch school. Ooh. If that happened, you might have had much more wonderful magical friends. Ryu! Ooh! But it's not like I mind it now. After all, I can use lots of magic, and I've got a lot of magic friends. Sakutaro is all I need. I'm not the only one. There's also Sakusuki and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda-kun the seal, Sanae-san the rabbit, Mr. Pig-kun, and plenty more. Incredible. The number of One-chan's friends keeps increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names for her friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends. What do you think? How are the 7 sisters? Do you get along with them? Yeah, they're alright. Those sisters are really energetic. They sometimes say shady stuff, but they aren't bad. I'd wanted to get a cute kid like Sakutaro, but I think being with them now is more than enough. Giggle. If you learn more of my magic of origins, I'm sure you'll be able to give birth to friends you'll like, Angie. Creation is still a bit too hard for you now. Why did you stop summoning them? There's a difference between creation and summoning, and resurrection is also different. So your greatest wish really is to revive your family? Yes. I have a vessel for it. This. That's right. I'm sure that hair accessory will eventually become the key to summoning Battler. The rest is up to your training, Angie. Which one is it? Is it just one of them? Is it both of them? Although not knowing how long it'll take is enough to make me cry, like a seagull. Ryu, stay strong, even if it's tough. If you don't give up, Angie, it will definitely come true someday. If someone gave me proof that it'd definitely be granted, at least that would calm my heart. Ryu, and I guarantee it. Without a doubt, Angie will surely have her wish granted someday. Thanks. I'm glad to hear it, even if you're just saying it to console me. It's not like that, Ryu. Stop it, Angie. That kind of emotion will turn into the magic-resisting toxin. Yeah, be happy. Always be happy, yeah. The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power. That's right. Sorry, teacher. You need to be a bit greedier, Angie-sama. Go however far it takes to get the thing you desire. You're lacking the willpower to never give up until you get it. Ryu. That isn't true. Angie's doing her best. Thanks, Sakutaro Mama. Crying about it won't help anything. There's nothing I can do except hang in there. I'll try hard. I'll grit my teeth. When is it revealed that we're just one of those like conceptual sci-fi brain things just floating in space, just imagining a reality? That'd be a good twist. That's the last scene. It just zooms out and there's just a brain just like in space, just like it had driven itself crazy. I'll definitely make my dreams come true. With certainty. Ryu, you're awesome, Angie. Do your best. Mama and I will support you. Yes, we'll support you. The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase. More importantly, Angie-sama, we finally got 10 people gathered here. We plan to have everyone play Shiratori or something. If you lose, there's a punishment game. Let me nibble your ears. You promise? Come on, is hunger the only thing inside that head of yours? Please forgive my foolish sister's stupid proposals. Are you sure it isn't about time you return to your studying? No, no, no! I waited so long for you to finish studying, so I can't stand it if you don't play with us. I don't think it's a bad idea. Perhaps playing every once in a while is good for softening the mind. You govern sloth, right, Belpha? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you? Humph. My apologies. You are diligent, Angie-sama. If it's okay with Angie, I'd also like to play with everyone. Let's make some noise. It'll definitely be fun. Ryu. Angie, let's play. Let's all do Shiratori. In that case, let's start from Sakutaro's Ryu. Oh, we're actually gonna do it. In that case, which sound should we start the next word from? Ryu or you? Ryu. From Ryu? I wonder. Maybe it really should be Ryu. It's rare for a word that ends like that to come up. Kishi, then I'm first. I'll do a word starting with Ryu. Ryu-uzu. Watch crown. What? I wanted to go first. Ryoto. Loot would have been wonderful. Zoo? Feels like we keep getting tough ones. Wait a sec. What order are we going in? Who's next? Ryu. I don't think it matters who. Whoever thinks of a matching word first. What's that? Sounds interesting. How about the person who can say the most wins? It's fast-talking Shiratori. Then I'll go. Zucchini. Niniku Itame. Garlic stir fry. Oh, I would eat that right now. Mekabu with pasta. All of them delicious. Yeah, I said 3 of them. Bells takes 3 points. You can't go again. That's stupid. Can you use conjunctions? If you could use with, then anything would work. That last one doesn't count. -1 point. Let's start from me. Then I'll go. Meringue? Yeah. Uryu. Geseido. Drainage system. Umedatechi. Reclaimed land. Chikashitsu. Shietsu. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Basement. How'd you like them apples? Onisama. Those are pretty crummy words, Giggle. So what? Then why don't you try following up with something refined? Anyway, that's 3 points for me. The next one's Sue. Okay, Sue. Sumeri! I never played such a weird Shiritori before. Ooh, it's fun. Uryu. I don't get it all, but it's fun. Uryu. I don't know who we're fighting. I played normal Shiritori before, but I've never experienced a Shitori this weird. There's only the lively 7 sisters, Maria One-chan, Sakataro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy. Yeah, without a single friend in my class. But despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch like Maria One-chan. And someday, I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan. And if possible, George Oni-chan. No! And Jessica Oni-chan. Jessica's okay, not George. And the other relatives. I'll call everyone. Everyone here without a single person missing. And we'll all gather together. This is my dream. That's right. Until I make that come true, I definitely won't lose heart. I'm sure you'll become a great witch, Anji-sama, as long as you believe in that. We 7 sticks of purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes. You'll be there for me, no matter how long. You'll lend me your strength? Of course. After all, I'm your friend, right, Anji-sama? Yes, that's right. Let's all stick together and play together, today and in the future, always, always, until the day your dream comes true, Anji-sama. The lively 10-person game of Shiritori alongside a street cut off from time, under the constantly bright rays of the sun, could have continued forever. And so it did, with Lambda Delta and Burn caught in the middle. Uh-oh, it's the sad music time. Wait, seriously? What's going on, Ushiramiya-san? In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, but if you could manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests. I mean, I did great doing that. Normally, when you know the problems beforehand, you should be able to pass easily. Right? Easily. It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you. We thought you'd studied at least that much. What the hell? Come on, are you serious? I can't believe it. They're almost all wrong, aren't they? Did you really study properly? More or less. This isn't what you call more or less, Ushiramiya-san. It's so horrible that it makes me dizzy, okay? Oh god, please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy test. Phew! Sorry. And for making the average score for the entire class plummet. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The same test had been given in another class first. The test paper had been obtained, so the average score for our class had been unusually high, enough to obscure my slight improvement. Oh, everyone else was cheating. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. If I'd spent that entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun playing Shitori with the 7 sisters, Sakataro and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria One-chan. Really? She didn't get a single one while we were there. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakataro had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgetting to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the 7 sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he? Hey, are you listening, Ushiramiya-san? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. They were annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face. This is a messed up school, just like usual. Shouldn't you be more than happy as long as your own grades are good? It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about their own grades, they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low. Or maybe it's because they really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment. So in other words, Sumari, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good, but because of collective responsibility and since they hate volunteer work. They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated. That's the only feeling that drives them to study. What noisy people. If they want to study, why can't they just do it themselves? In the end, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying. So true. Still, these guys really are annoying and stupid. Don't you dare disturb Anji-sama's precious day for even a minute. Wow, I hate those people. Just get lost. I'm hungry. Go away now. Wow. Sorry, everyone. I wonder why humans are so shameful. It's probably because instead of working hard themselves, it's easier to make you work hard and earn them a higher class average to satisfy their greed. Humans are all greedy, and they'll burden others with their greed to make things easier for themselves. We'll eventually be reunited with them on the mountain of purgatory. When they get to the fifth terrace, they'd better watch their step. Mammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Since she's saying this, you can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journeys to heaven won't be an easy one. No, on the contrary, they'd let them just fall into hell. Ooh. Because they were bad in school? That seems a bit harsh. The class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. That's correct? Really? The purpose of use? Huh. Okay. Which meant that every day, all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. It sounds awkward to me. The Academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, Sumari, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open the textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course, it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. After school in the classroom, dozens of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could answer clearly those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They've loathed me all this time, and they've rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. So, I've avoided the community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me like they always did in the past. If you just asked, we would have taught you anything, whatever you wanted, right? Right! They were getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tacked-on excuses. Ushirimiya-san, your problem is that you're lacking a cooperative personality. You mustn't be satisfied as long as everything is good for you alone. Do we think she actually is being ostracized and bullied, or is it just all in her head? I kind of think she is, but I don't know. It's definitely a possibility in this story that she's not actually being bullied. She's just being a loner and reclusive. Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart. It's written right there in the student handbook, right? I think having a cooperative heart is what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire class. I believe that itself is the thing you lack before you even start studying, Ushirimiya-san. But what do you say? Hey, have you been listening to us? We went to all the trouble of staying after school to say this for your sake, right? I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. It seems it was accepted right away, which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here. Oh shit. Ushimiya Angie got a low score on her test and caused trouble for her classmates. That's not it, right? You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, is it? It's a cooperative attitude, right? A cooperative attitude. Come on. Why do you even have to direct Ushimiya-san on how to write a letter of regret? Your abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed the directions and erased it. Ushimiya Angie didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates. Hey, wait a sec. It's pointless if you just write whatever we say, right? Do you really know what regret means? It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless. I always thought you were a bit strange, Ushimiya-san, but you really are weird. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Even following the directions didn't change the jeers much, and now it felt like they were mocking me even more. So for several more hours, without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. Just leave! I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. Hit the bricks! You can go! This is definitely bullying. At about 9 that night, I was told to stand up and read it out aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters, whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I'd been coerced into writing them down, and even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that, beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people. Yeah. Fucking hell, Angie, I'm sorry. Hey, read aloud quickly. Look how many people are staying this late just for you, Ushimiya-san. Why not thank us a little? Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude a sign that she doesn't have a scrap of cooperative attitude? It's okay, Ushimiya-san. We'll always be with you from now on. Why not study with us and remake yourself, okay? Giggle, giggle. Oh man, they're even worse than the Seven Sisters. I wonder if that's on purpose. As I stood by my seat, surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze toward the blackened page. And then, I spoke those humiliating words. But right away, jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. Oh, now they're criticizing her audio levels? It's too quiet, I can't read it. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, Sumari, that was my true field of vision. Ah. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in a lot of their eyes. Angie, stay strong. Uryu. Maria One-chan and Sakataro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads. What the hell's wrong with these people? They're just the worst. It really pisses me off. What's so fun about gathering around Anji-sama and torturing her? It's a resentment they can't voice despite their jealousy. They don't care who it hurts as long as they can let it out. What horrible people. Anji-sama. In this kind of situation, it's okay to go mad with rage for your own honor's sake. Anger is an appropriate emotion and an appropriate reaction. If you don't get mad now, when will you get mad? Stop it. Don't stir Anji-sama up with cheap anger. If Anji-sama could do that, she would have done it already. You should only get angry if doing so will improve the situation. However, from an objective standpoint, doing that now would probably only aggravate the situation further. Now they're bullying her a little bit. It may be humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it. Aha. You really are a sloth, Belfa. Quit fooling around. I can't stand this. I can't forgive them. Everyone, calm down. It'll become a burden for Angie. A burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or a place to be calm? We furniture are not so cruel as to coolly watch when our master is humiliated. Enji-sama, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating letter. Just leave, Lamayo, said Satan. If you can't let our car rage, then at least throw it onto the floor. You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they'll bend over backwards. Just throw the notebook on the floor with all your might. By doing just that, you'll be able to show your strong will. Don't start running on by yourself, Mammon. I told you, right? If Enji-sama could do it, she would have done so long ago. Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Can't you see that doing that will only make their treatment of Enji-sama even more severe? Why is this happening to Enji-sama when she didn't do anything wrong? I hate it. Sorry, not letting her eat dinner and making her stay so long after school. I hate it. And it's not just tonight, but tomorrow and the day after too. That's enough. You can't simply sit there bearing this humiliation. Hey, are you really listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the seven sisters speaking on my behalf in my heart. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off, and I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. No! No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again. Why do you never listen to us even though we're talking about something so serious? In one ear and out the other, is it? Does anything get into that thick skull of yours? Get a grip, okay? Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing us? You aren't going to start saying that you just wrote it grudgingly because we told you to, right? Until you really show regret of your own will, this seriously isn't going to end, okay? It's not just for today. It'll seriously keep going on tomorrow and the day after, you see? Don't you play us for fools, okay? I mean, why are you still even alive? Is it normal to go on living like this? If it were me, I'd just die. You can't live like this, can you? Because you being alive just means getting other people's way, getting in other people's way all the time, right? Sorry. If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on. Yeah, I'd die too. Doing that's better for the world, then I die right away, right? Then die. Oh, damn. Enji-sama. Kill all of them now. Lucifer, can you hear me? You seven sisters of purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right? You're always boasting about it to me. Then do it. Massacre them right now. Right here, right now. Oh, they're not going to be able to, so then she's not going to summon them anymore? Is that where it comes to a head? Well, for some reason Lucifer hesitated. Why? What's wrong? You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see and instantly pierce the hearts of a witch's enemies, right? And I'm giving you an order as your master. Carry it out right away. Kill them all. Enji-sama, please calm down. If they had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center, I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily, ready to regret and repent, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that, and yet Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face and didn't move to carry out my order. He jumped up there. Dyslexic. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the very beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I? The seven sisters of purgatory? Yeah, right. Stupid, so pointless. I've known it the whole time. Enji-sama. I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms, but it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze. So she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. Yak. Useless. I hate you. Disappear. You're nothing but a delusion inside my head. Hopelessness and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound like you'd hear from a frozen lake's surface during a fierce winter rang out just once. At the same time, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by a violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless fissures. And that was an accurate analogy. Oh, okay, all right. Self-congratulatory writer here. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it crumbled to the floor. Eek! Lucine! Who's the second sister? Leviathan? Carry out my order. Massacre them right now. No, Inji-sama, please calm your heart and listen. We, I mean, just listen and do it. What are you doing? I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you want to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. Angie's having a bad day. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, it probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. So seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sister shake even harder. Why won't you listen to my orders? Why? Why? My apologies. Here, under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong and... What's that? You can't do it because humans are here? That's your logic? Isn't killing humans what you do? If you can't do that, then what use of you are you as furniture? Die. Eek! Eek! Please spare me, Enji-sama. Ah! Ah! As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. Excuse me, apparently the neck is the most slender part after all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet. You can't do it because there are too many humans? Then later on, I'll call them into the shadows one by one, and you can make a bloodbath of them all, right? With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us. However, you still lack the training to materialize us in front of all the humans here. I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack and murder everyone here, that would only make your situation worse. I know it's humiliating, but please control your anger for the time being. Uh-oh. Are we doing them all one by one? Of course we are. Will I get the same answer from the next three? Are you going to tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great? You going to tell me you can't do it because magical power is too weak? Then I won't ask you to kill them all. Alright, so her coping mechanism has failed, and she has now been like exposed to like a lot of like emotional abuse and a lot of bad feelings. She's been really vulnerable, and now she's lashing out at her own coping mechanism for not protecting her from it, I guess. Yep. Oh man, Angie has it pretty bad. Then I won't ask you to kill them, all of them. Just one person's fine, so try and kill them. Right here, right now. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they'd been able to obey my order, they probably would have carried it out immediately, and yet here they were, crouching down, empty, sad, and pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers. No. Bells, I'm scared. Bells! Sucker Mary Bells? Angie-sama, spare us. I don't want to die. Die, useless furniture. Why are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless? It doesn't matter if you die, right? Die. I'm telling you to die. Do you think any idiot would leave furniture that has no use lying around? Yeah. Please stop, Anji-sama. What is it, Mammon? Are you gonna be only one to fulfill my order? There's a the missing there. That's right. You're my best friend. You alone will do it for me. Get them. As you are now, Anji-sama, even if you use us, you aren't capable of committing murder. It's furniture's duty to help with things the master can do. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do. Do you hate them, Anji-sama? You do hate them, right? I totally understand why you want to kill them. Okay, in that case, go ahead and kill them, Anji-sama. If you stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with you however far you go. I'm asking you all because I can't do it myself, aren't I? Isn't being able to do things I can't the thing that makes you furniture? Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used. Please, go ahead and use us to kill. You'll be the one killing Enji-sama. If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest. No need to hesitate. Go and carry it out right now. And once you've prepared yourself mentally, once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, then we'll help you. But you haven't done that, Enji-sama. Cackle, cackle. Oh, Angie's cackling. Don't speak, furniture, you delusion. I get it already, you don't have to tell me. You people can't do anything. You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, daydreams. I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. You're just a phantom, a pretend friend I created in my heart, in my isolation, right? I've known from the very beginning. Yeah, that's right. We're an illusion inside your head, Enji-sama, but so what? Yes, that's true. We're just imaginary friends created to soothe lonely, lonely Enji-sama's heart because she doesn't have a single friend, but so what? If you want to look at reality, just look at it. You can stop looking at us and return to being surrounded and bathed with jeering over there. Come on, go back. Welcome home to reality. Just call on us only when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends. Then spur us on even though you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands. Then deny and erase us once you realize that it's hopeless. Yes, please enjoy it. I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want, Enji-sama. Just copy the jeering that you're being showered with right now, and do the same to us to get it off your chest. That's also furniture's duty. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty. If that alone can absorb their master's bad mood even for an instant, there could be no greater honor for furniture. Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend. Damn, man. At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face, but for some reason it looked splashed with tears. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor. Smash. Who are you? Come over here, Sakataro. Angie is a little agitated right now, so you mustn't get close. What about everyone else? Are the 7 sisters alive? Did they die? It's okay. It looks gruesome, but those are the remains of the vessels after being deported from the human world. Shells that have been shed, so it's alright. They're probably deeply hurt, but they're okay. Everyone is alive. I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday. Who are you? Thank goodness, thank goodness. Angie has violated the contract of the marriage sorcière. Sorcière, right? Sorcière? To do such a horrible thing, even though witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another. Even though they were all important friends to you, Angie. No witches Alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends? Give me a break. I killed them, erased them. I smashed the 7 sisters. Ryu, that's so cruel, so cruel. Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing. I'm begging you. Maria Oni-chan and Sakataro, I want you to disappear by yourselves. Even in my imagination, I don't want to kill and erase you. We aren't your imagination. We're your friends, Angie. Uryu. Sakataro said that as he hid behind Maria Oni-chan, sobbing. Sakataro doesn't exist. Sakataro is also an imaginary creature Oni-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness. Uryu, it hurts, Maria. Why? Uryu. Stop it. Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. The same power that had smashed the 7 sisters was probably eating into Sakataro as well. But Maria Oni-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakataro's form didn't break and scatter. Oni-chan glared at me sharply. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before. Sakataro is my furniture. You cannot erase him, Angie. However, trying to deny someone is the greatest form of scorn for a witch. Scorn. Sakataro didn't exist from the very beginning. He's just a lion, stuffed animal. A phantom you personified with the delusions inside your own mind. Ooh. That's not true. Sakataro is my friend. He was a stuffed animal once, but now he isn't. No, he's a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. He can't move or talk by himself. You're just talking to him. You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist, right? You call that magic? You call that a witch? You call that a friend? I can't accept that. Who are you? Am I not me? Am I just a stuffed animal that Can't really talk. So she had the same crash out when Lambda Delta told her that she wasn't real in the game. Okay. And not Maria's friend? Who are you? As though struck with a high fever, Sakataro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing, but his body began to gradually slip down. As he did, One-chan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face. Ooh! Stop it! Don't burn Sakataro with the magic-resisting toxin! Don't bully him! Don't insult him! Don't deny him! Giggle, giggle, giggle. Maria One-chan, you're so weird. There is no Sakataro. Stuffed animals are stuffed animals. I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and cotton. There's no way they can walk or talk. Giggle, 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 giggle. Who are you? Who are you? Sakataro! Sakataro! Back to her old clothes. You aren't a stuffed animal. You aren't a stuffed animal. You're a friend. Ooh! Wah! Giggle, 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 giggle. Giggle, 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 giggle. Instead of playing with stuffed animals, it's better to play outside with everyone. I'm bored with stuffed animals already. Giggle, giggle. I hate you, Angie. Ooh. Why say something like that? Hate, 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 hate. I hate you. You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches anymore. Upon my name, the apprentice witch of origins, Maria, I hereby expel the apprentice witch Angie from the Magic Sorcerer Alliance of Witches. Oh, you know it's serious. And then, what had been peaceful days to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that really was magic, or whether those really were my friends, or else nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream, so that became the truth. Perhaps, in the farther future, I'll observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I'll acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, that the seven sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria One-chan and Sakataro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here is now the only world with the real me. Where is the real me? The person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembles broken glass sculptures, that girl who's breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. Actually, I'm Santa. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers, the one who's hanging her head, her eyes red, seeing the truth, isn't the me over there. The real me? I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh. Hey, are you listening to us? It's not like anything will be resolved if you just stand there hanging your head, right? I hear you. Ah, you finally answered. You aren't thinking that this will end if you stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry, right? We're asking if you're aware. We're asking if you're aware of the trouble you're causing those all around you. I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged that I had slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. To separate myself from and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that. I, Ushimiya Angie, do not have a cooperative attitude and cause trouble for my classmates. There is nothing to blame for that except my excessive inferiority complex towards all of my classmates because of my inability to study. And it's a shame that I'm alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they'd made me write. It was me improvising, and it was what was in my heart. They noticed that it wasn't what they'd anticipated, but while they did frown, no one spoke. So I continued. That's right. It's a shame that I lived. I should have had them take me with them on that day in 1986, and yet I was the only one who wasn't taken. Why am I here? This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in. No one will save me. For a time, I felt as though only the fictional friends I created inside myself could save me. But those friends were nothing more than a delusion, and they didn't save me at all. After all, this isn't a world of imagination, but a world of reality. So in short, up until today, I've been having the same daydream. I hated my real classmates and only lived by interacting with the friends in my head. Just now, I split up with those friends, so I am here. I have no family. I've thrown my friends away too. There's no longer anything left for me. Why haven't I died? Someone asked that a short while ago. I think they're right. Why am I alive? I should have died in the year 1986. No, I must really have died. And yet, my dead soul is locked up inside this cage of flesh. So I'll ask someone. If no one answers, I'll do it myself. Please, let me die. I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls, shocked girls, girls whose faces seemed to be saying, what the heck is this kid talking about? And a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, is this girl alright? Whisper, chatter, and then giggle. When I ordered the friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it, and so I asked real humans to kill me. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, Sumari, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that, including this world, absolutely everything is a daydream? Then, there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head, my life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. Me too, that's alright. Fade farther and farther away and take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps a teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one, and I felt my awareness return very slightly. Excuse me. The only ones who can save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human except other humans. I see. If that's what you think, then that's your world, Angie. Can Angie find happiness this way? If Angie believes that that's the only way to find happiness, then it is the only way. If she can't accept the blue bird in the cage for what it is, then she must go and search forever. Ryu, Maria, are you breaking off relations with Angie? No, nothing like that. I only did that because that's what Angie wanted. We witches are sometimes persecuted. However, we always remain by everyone's sides. And our aid can always be asked for. Will the day come when Angie will play with us once again? Maybe, or she might forget and it'll never come. In the human world, we call that growing up and saying goodbye to your childhood self. Still, if Angie just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And until then, we'll be waiting in our witch suits. Oh man, sorry, I got really tired in the middle of that. That was not like the worst scene. It did go along a bit too long, like the rest of them in episode 4. But it was interesting that something happened. But I got really tired in the middle of that. I don't know how I kept reading. I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna get a drink or something, or maybe like slap myself in the mirror a couple times. Whew. Ryu, it's not looking good. Maria, answer me. Ryu, so I really am a stuffed animal? I'm made of cloth and cotton? So there's no way I can talk? So how am I talking? I can't talk to Maria? Sakataro looked at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness. Ooh, I hear you, Sakataro. If only Jelly was here. You aren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. You are my friend. I hate Angie. Ooh. Ryu. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Maria. Ryu! Sakataro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he'd caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakataro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her, and gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little too humorous doing that. Sorry, a little humorous doing that. I just added a word. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness. Sorry. Crying won't help anything anymore. You got in a fight with Angie, but you still have lots of friends, Maria. I'm not the only one. Everyone's here. Sasuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, and many, many more. And Pig-kun. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat. Everyone is worried about you, Maria. They're all talking over and over about how to cheer you up, okay? Everyone won't go away like Angie? They won't. We'll always be together. Really? All of you... Really? Are all of you the only ones? Sorry, all of you are only with me at home. We can't go out together when Mama's around, and we can't go to school. You weren't supposed to take us to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out. But if no one finds out, we can be together at any time. Sakutaro, you're big, and so you'd be found. And then you can take one of the kids that are small enough to walk around with. For example, what about them? If you take the friends in the forest band, look, they're small, so you can hide them in your pocket and go to school together. There's a lot of them in the band. I can't fit them all in my pocket. She collected all of the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There were about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it'd probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket. In that case, you can take friends that you're especially close with. Fight Club Put for Women? That's gone, girl. That's gone, girl. You can take the 4 rabbits, your best friends, in the forest band. I could fit 4 in my pockets. Yeah. This way, they won't be found. Now, you won't be alone, even at school, Maria. Those kids will be with you, even where I can't go. Yeah. Maybe I won't be lonely that way. Maybe I can hold out until coming home from school. As long as we aren't found by the teacher and Mama, we can be with you at any time. So let's be together, play together forever. We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria. Ryu. Maria's expression finally regained a little of its brightness. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Angie in it. Even without Angie, it was fun with everyone, and yet strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Angie, who would come in at the end. All that's happened is that How are we seeing this scene? All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Angie entered it, so there's nothing to be sad about. Are we from Maria's perspective? Yeah, I'm not lonely. Sakutaro and the others are with me. Ryu! I love you, Maria. I won't let any more humans come into my world. Marriage sorcerer is an alliance between me and Beatrice only. From the start, even Beatrice didn't want to let Angie join. It's all right this way. Angie was still too young. For now, until you can be friends with Angie again, I think it's okay to forget about it. You can play together once you've regained your high spirits, Maria. Until then, all of us will be by your side. Thank you, Sakutaro, everyone. Then, Maria once again regained her former world. Didn't that say Mirage? Where is it? No, Marriage. Even if it did say Mirage, it would probably just be a typo. Marriage, so I can't say it. Then Maria once again regained her former world. She regained the world that wasn't lonely, where she was surrounded by many friends. Just like usual, she didn't have any human friends at school, but her magic friends were always with her. The rabbit band she hid in her pockets talked with her during class, sounding like they were having fun. Just listening to that greatly embellished the time she spent in class. Maria made it so that as long as Mama and the teacher didn't find out, her other friends could always be with her. When Mama told Maria to go play outside, Maria would secretly pack Sakutaro and Saku and the rest into her bag and play together at the library or somewhere. I'm not even that tired anymore and I still can't read. Holy shit. Even when Mama was late coming home and Maria went shopping for dinner, she always went with Sakutaro. The man at the convenience store and the other people were nice to Sakutaro. He sometimes gave a second portion free for Maria and Sakutaro. Wow. When Mama found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. When the teacher found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakutaro looks like a normal stuffed animal to them. After all, the convenience store man and the others say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are hopeless. There are tons of people who, unlike Angie and Mama and teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can. Oh, Maria-chan, welcome. Was your mama late coming home tonight too? Yeah, but I've got Sakutaro, so I'm not lonely. Right, Sakutaro? Ryu, it's not just Sakataro today. Some other friends came too. Oh, other friends, is it? What kind of friends did you bring today? Today, the rabbits from the forest band are also with me. Look, in my pocket. Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at it, smiling, he sent a signal to the part-timer with his chin. Then, the sign on the other register that said close was taken down, and a voice called out for everyone to move over there. All the people in line behind Maria lined up behind that one. I see. You do have a lot of friends, Maria-chan, but I hope your mama comes home soon. Ooh, Mama's busy with work again, so she's spending the night at the company. It's been very busy lately. She hasn't even been able to get much time to talk to me on the telephone. But I'm not lonely. I've got Sakataro and the rest, right? Ryu! I even got all the rabbits from the band. Look, Q. Is QQ the sound a rabbit makes? My, I've never heard that. After smiling at Sakataro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, she played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Although the shop manager gazed at this pleasantly, he had a slightly pitying look on his face. I would put there, but chat disagrees a lot with my changes lately. This was apparently a single mother household where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't have any friends. As he watched her play around happily with her doll, now we're the perspective of the fucking cash register guy the whole time. As he watched her play around happily with her dolls and claimed that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become quite famous in the shopping district. Oh shit, Rosa's not gonna like that. Maria-chan, you should eat some Odin every once in a while. If you don't eat your eggs in fish paste, you won't get big. Fish paste. Ooh, can't get a cream roll? Ryu, if you don't eat certain things, you won't get big. How about Odin for today? Ooh, then I'll have some Odin. Yep, that's the ticket. Why don't I stick a whole bunch in there? Want mustard? Hell yeah. No calories in mustard. Ryu, I can't handle spicy things. Mustard isn't spicy. I see. Then you make sure you don't let it spill on the way home. You know what? There's probably some mustard that's spicy. I'm sure it'll sure be delicious while it's hot. Ooh, thank you. She had planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner, but since Odin had been recommended to her, she would be having that tonight instead. And the shopkeeper was like, it's a little bit more expensive than what you usually get. Yes. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide what her dinner would be on her own, so it was easy for the menus to get a little one-sided. French fries forever, so it felt fun to have a meal she hadn't anticipated. Ryu, thanks for giving us extra, mister. Send my regards to your other friends at home. No stuffing yourself on your way back. Go straight home and eat it there. Ooh, thanks, mister. Maria raised the bag with the Odin container high. Huh? Ryu? What is it, Maria? The key isn't in my pocket. Oh. Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched all over her body. Wait, she's in a house? I thought she was in like a unit in an apartment building. Is it a house just on the street, or is it just a house being used just as a replacement for home? The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket, so there was no way she had put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't there. Did you drop it when you took your wallet out? No. When I took my wallet out, I definitely felt it. I also felt it when I searched my pocket partway here. It was there until partway. I didn't drop it. Base pocket checker all the time. Gotta check your pockets every like 3 minutes while you're out, right? So I still got everything? Yep. Okay, alright, good. Ooh. Even though the late autumn wind had been bearable when Maria had been thinking of returning home where the heater was, now that she was confused and had lost her key, the wind tormented her. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakataro was in upside down, but the key didn't come out. Ooh. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Oh, it's like the flower. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Maria was cold and frustrated and angry, and she stamped on the ground. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but that didn't lessen her frustration. At the same time, her tears poured out. Ooh. wasn't her fault, so it was someone else's fault. But Maria didn't know who that someone was and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger. Ryu, I'm sure you dropped it part way. Let's look for it, okay? Let's return on the road we came by and search, okay? Ooh, even though I went to all the trouble of buying Odin and got eggs and stuff for free, I won't be able to eat it while it's hot. Ooh, just put it in your teeny tiny microwave, it'll be fine. Maria, I know it's frustrating, but let's search, okay? It's no one's fault, so let's search. Maria finally lent an ear to Sakutaro's words and began to trot back and down the road she had come on. The wind was colder than before, and it felt like it was blowing in through the corners of her jacket in a mean way. Ryu, let's watch our feet closely and search, okay? Then let's get home quickly. Let the heater warm us up and eat Odin, alright? I'm sure it'll be delicious. Ooh, gone. Ooh, it's gone. As Sakutaro encouraged her, Maria searched for the key. She made it all the way back to the convenience store where she bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a drop key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet, but unsurprisingly, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin had cooled down completely. Even though she had been told it would be delicious when warm, she hadn't been able to eat it, even though that man had given her so much free stuff. Ryu, don't cry. Mama isn't coming back tonight. Let's do our best in search. Why can't I find it? Ooh. Maria, don't cry. Let's do our best in search. Maria. Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she clutched Sakutaro and held the bag of Odin, returning once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because more and more houses and stores had turned the lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store. Maria-chan, still can't find your key? Ooh, my key, it's gone. Wasn't your mother away for the night, so you can't get into your house without a key? Ooh, can't get it. Well, that's not good. Did you try going to the police? They might be able to help you. Mama said not to talk to policemen, even if they start talking to me. Alright. So sometimes Rose is right. Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, why is that? It was probably because Rosa would be liable for making such a young girl like Maria watch over the house by herself. And because she knew that this wasn't something that would be permitted by society. So Maria was indoctrinated to changing the store she bought things at so she didn't catch the eyes of adults. And into saying no more than agreeing to policemen even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told, instead of considering why she must do that. She was much more concerned with meekly obeying because her mother had told her so. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. In the first place, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone and so frequently would make anyone... Yeah, okay, oh my god. Oh man, yeah, we know. Yeah, we know who is this for? What the fuck? What? And then... After making the round trip between her home and the store once more and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there. It's that child. Maria-chan, did you find your key? Uh-oh. Ooh. Didn't find it. What's your name, miss? The policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer. Did your mother tell you not to talk to policemen? Yeah. Don't worry, no need to be scared of me. Have you eaten dinner yet, miss? I bought some, but I couldn't get into my house, so I couldn't eat it. What's your mother doing? Is she not coming home tonight? Is it her work? Ooh, do you know how we can contact your mother at work? Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, then she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. I wonder where the key went, but the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that he'd listen to her story as they ate in the police box. Maria was taken to the police box. She had her Odin heated in a microwave oven, and even salty rice cakes and hot tea were brought out for her. Oh, that's nice. She had been told not to talk to policemen, but after being asked about Sakutaro, she responded, starting to feel that this wasn't a bad person. And anyway, she wouldn't be able to return home now, so she didn't know what to do. She told him Mama's work phone number, which she had been told to tell no one of and to use only in a very, very serious situation. In the tatami room inside the police box, as she ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn her, she watched the policeman making the phone call, lazily thinking, I'm probably going to get in trouble.
Maria.
Will Mama get mad at me? Or you? He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock, grumbling. Maybe they aren't picking up because their business hours are over. Huh? Hello? Hello? Is this Anti-Rosa Limited? Anti-Rosa Limited? I remember the name before. Is it really called that? This is the Komatsuagawa Police Department police box in front of Senbonzakura Station. Is President Udaikan? No, wait. President Ushiramiya available? Udaikan? Yes. What? She's on vacation? Oh, yes. Starting yesterday, the president has been on a 3-day vacation. Is there some business you have with her? Oh, no, never mind. So do you know where she might be? You haven't heard where to contact her, have you? Sure. Could you hold on for a second? Hey, anyone heard where the president went for her vacation? Or how to contact her? I heard she was going for all-you-can-eat crabs with Sapporo with her boyfriend. I'm sure such a cold place will do wonders for shrinking the distance between them, don't you think? I just added a word. I haven't heard how to contact them. Yep, understood. Hello? I hear she went to Sapporo, but I'm not sure about how to reach her. Should I take a message? I see. What a shame. Well then, if you manage to get in touch with her again, could you tell her that we called? Sure, yes. After that, I was taken to the police department, which was even bigger, and ended up spending the night there, in jail. Then, they asked me various things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare officer came by and asked about a lot of things. And I was told, you poor thing. When I heard that, I learned for the first time. Am I a poor thing? For you. That's not true. You're happy, Maria. Ooh. Man, how is Rosa the worst one? Then, Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions on that other day. You can't be so pushy. Maria's heart is too innocent and delicate, so if there was an insensitive kid there, she could be hurt. Please, stop your pointless meddling. But in that case, miss, if the child is so delicate, why leave her home all alone? Shouldn't a mother be together with her child? I am together with her as much as I should be. I don't need to take instructions from you for something like that. Oh, really? She's very well known in this area. They say your daughter frequently goes out at night to buy things and eat. Everyone was worried and looking out for her. How'd you know that was my child? There's got to be plenty of children around this town, right? Don't just suddenly decide that it's my Maria. Kids sometimes walk around outside at night, right? How can you prove that they were all my child? It's well known around the shopping center that a girl holding a lion-stuffed animal often stops by to eat dinner and buy things. Everyone treated Maria-chan with care out of concern for her. Sometimes people even escorted her home, thinking the night roads might be dangerous, you see? You can find lion-stuffed animals anywhere. It was none of their business escorting her home. Are they thinking of kidnapping Maria? Don't bother her. Maria is my child. I am raising her. I have no intention of putting her in some strange institution. Stop your needless meddling. Who are you? Is that lion-stuffed animal mean me? It's okay. I'm the one in trouble. It has nothing to do with you, Sakataro. Maria hugged Sakataro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully. I also wish I could be with Maria every day. But I'm a single mother, so I have to work. I may not look it, but I'm a president of a company, and I bear responsibility for my employees' well-being. I'm busy with my work all year round, so there's no time for me to rest. Really? But you've been on vacation these last 3 days, haven't you? I have not been on vacation. I stayed at my company all night working. There's a mountain of matters to be taken care of that the other unreliable employees can't handle. Why are you lying like that? Someone from your company said that you were taking a 3-day vacation, you see? You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend, right? Leaving your daughter by herself for 3 whole days. I don't know anything about this boyfriend. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Where are you getting this nonsense? Why? You have any proof? What the hell, don't just start butting in on someone else's family matters. I love Maria, I have my own way of loving her, so just keep your mouth shut. I didn't go on vacation, I was just working the whole time. I was trying to finish things up at work with all my strength, because I wanted to see Maria as soon as I could. I stayed at the company the whole time. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Don't just go ahead and say something like that. Like that. Just get out. Get out. What's wrong with you? Get out. Get out. Rosa raged, her hair flying wildly. The teacup was knocked over from the force of her standing up. But far louder than that was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, yeah, the district welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had already seen her mother in a rage several times before this, but she had never seen her this crazed with anger. When she saw this, Maria was sure. This was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. And then, she herself was discovered by the evil being. Maria knew that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank, and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly slapped her on the small shoulders. So the welfare officer is gone now, I'm assuming? Alright, well, rip Sakataru. And dropped her gaze toward the stuffed animal Maria was holding. Sakataru. Maria, even though I told you so many times not to take that outside, you brought it with you, didn't you? Ryu. It isn't Maria's fault. I told her to take me. That's not true. I brought Sakataru on my own because I was lonely. So Mama, it isn't Sakataru's fault. Ryu, Maria. It's not Sakataru's fault. It's not Sakataru's fault. Instead of Maria, the brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed at the lion stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl went shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion stuffed animal. Because of that, she'd become well known in the shopping center. Didn't I tell you not to take stuffed animals with you? Why? Can't you? Listen to what Mama says. Why? Why can't you follow Mama's rules? Sorry, not orders. With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Of course, she didn't make direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of the harsh sound certainly beat against her. Miss, stop that. Holy shit! She's still here? Let go. I said let go, damn it. The district welfare officer had come back to her senses and was pinning Rosa's arms behind her back, but the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. Okay. Remember the Doom fan art we had today? She hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound. Maria didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault, so don't scold Maria. I'm the one who brought Sakataru. It's not Sakataru's fault. It's not Sakataru's fault. So don't look at Sakataru with those scary eyes. Don't look at him. Don't scold Maria. Don't scold Maria. Ryu! You. What were you doing just now and a minute ago too? Do you also play with dolls like that outside? Did you do it in front of the people in the store? So that's why they remembered you. Die, you brainless moron. Why are you such a dumbass? Answer me honestly. When you went out, you always walked around with that stuffed animal without telling Mama, right? Ryu. Stop using that weird stuffed animal talk. Speak with your own words, not stuffed animals. Sakataru isn't a stuffed animal. He's my friend. Don't call him a stuffed animal. Don't! Yeah, I get it. It was called Sakataru, wasn't it? You took him with you all the time when you went shopping without telling Mama, right? Yeah. Maria admitted it honestly. Is the welfare officer just unconscious on the floor? Like, if she... Maria admitted honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakataru would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting a small friend. Only Sakataru? Any others? You haven't been bringing weird things to school too, have you? Miss, surely your daughter has done nothing wrong. Stop this interrogation at once. You, stay quiet. I'm talking with my daughter, aren't I? Come on, Maria. Look at Mama when you talk. What's the answer to Mama's question? Ooh. It wasn't just Sakataro. All the rabbits were with me too. Do you have them with you now? Ooh. Maria fished around in her pockets, pulling out 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. The rabbits were close friends who could be together with her at school in Sakataro's place. But when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly, as though dizzy. On a school notice, it had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them, and her family was instructed to try to prevent this. But Rosa had rejected that, blaming the teacher and phoning in a protest of her own to the school, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, those at the school had grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when the other students caught sight of them, some of the boys had started complaining that only she could bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher decided to overlook it. But now Rosa knew. She had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school. And those at the school had known that she was a disgrace who brought toys to school and played with them as though they were her only friends. To Rosa, who thought her daughter was just a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was, more than anything else, something she couldn't bear. So she howled. She raged. The district welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she only met with Rosa's wrath once more. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon. And when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again so forcefully that it seemed she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for a second, she immediately froze her harsh breathing and asked Maria, "Hey Joe, thought I'd share a tidbit here that really elevates these Maria scenes. You see, Ryu Kishi actually has a lot of relevant experience useful for writing about this kind of content. It's all based on his experience working as a convenience store clerk and upselling the kids he could tell were being neglected. He actually raised the budget for this VN by stealing from the tills, so you could say that it's thanks to mothers like Rosa that we have Umineko at all." Nice one, nice one. Nice subversion there. Maria, those rabbits in the band, are they your close friends? Ooh. I see. Isn't it great that you have a full 4 friends? As she said that, Rosa grabbed one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. The cute rabbit holding a trumpet was a small doll like a chess piece. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of course, Maria and Sakataro's eyes also followed it. And then, with a speed that the eye couldn't follow, she smashed it against the wall. Eek! Wait, why did it skip that? That's weird. She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen, so she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. Oh, with blood! It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but that hadn't been enough to withstand her mother's fierce rage. "Because you didn't listen to what Mama told you, I broke one of them. From now on, every time you disobey something Mama says, I'll break another one. Remember that. Miss, you think to call yourself a mother after doing something like that? You think you can do something like that and not hurt your daughter?" "Hurt Maria? I'm also hurting, right? Who's gonna take responsibility for my wounds?" "Well, who is? Didn't I tell you to shut up?" Stop it, Mama. It's my fault. Don't get mad at this lady. It isn't Maria's fault. It's mine. Don't get mad at Maria. Uryu. Didn't I tell you to stop playing with stuffed animals like that? In the first place, it's disgusting. You say a stuffed animal is your friend. Just how old are you? How old? Well? This is just a gross, crappy stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton, right? Is this the only kind of friend you have? If you have enough spare time to pretend this monstrous stuffed animal is your friend, go out and make some real human friends. Why can you never make any friends? That's why your class always treats you like a weirdo and makes fun of you. Give it a rest and get a hold of yourself already. Grow up from this stuffed animal play. Ryu. Like I said, stop playing with that stuffed animal. Animal! Ah! Mama! Give him back! Give Sakataro back! Ryu! Mama grabbed hold of Sakataro's head and took him from me. Then she smashed him against the wall over and over. Ryu, it hurts, it hurts, hurts. I said stop, damn it. I told you to stop that stuffed animal act. It's because of the stuffed animal. That's why you can never make any friends. That's why you alone are pushed off to the side in your class and treated like a freak. I should never have given you a stuffed animal like this. I should never have given you such a disgusting stuffed animal. Man, voice actress is going ham, huh? Stop it. Give Sakataro back, give Sakataro back. Wow. Sakataro is my friend, my best friend. As long as Sakataro is there, I don't need anything else. So give him back. Give him back. For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. Mama pushed my arm aside as I tried to grab Sakataro and snatched him back, and in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakataro, twisting him. The red muffler, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came off and fell to the floor. Sakataro, who had been so precious to me, was twisted, smashed, torn at with fingernails so much. He was twisted painfully, his face curving in sadness. Then Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore it apart. Third Twilight, isn't it? In that instant, Sakataro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy. Ryu, Kotaro, Maria, Sakataro, Ryu, Kotaro, Taro, CPS officer. The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Cotton candy like the candy that were in the corpses in episode 2? Then through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly. Sakataro is dead. Maba Gurigyago, Giku, Guki, Taro, Sakuta, Akuna, Matara. Ooh. Wah. Gudaro, Sagudaro. Wah. Maria, do not cry. You're not a seagull. Beatrice, wah. Sakataro was a good friend. As long as you do not forget that, he will always be with you. So do not cry. Bring him back to life. You can use a lot of magic, Beato. You can even bring Sakataro back to life, right? About that, there are a lot of humans in the room right now. Of course, if Sakataro had been my furniture, it would be easy. However, Sakataro is your furniture. That makes it difficult for me. If you say it's difficult, that means it isn't impossible, right? Bring him back to life. Bring him back to life with the endless magic. To tell the truth, Sakataro's vessel was a stuffed animal Rosa made herself, correct? That Rosa has denied Sakataro, a life that is not permitted by its own mother cannot exist. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to calm Maria and make her accept it. Why even hear that? But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact that even with all of her own power, even she could not revive Sakataro. As long as you continue to strongly believe in Sakataro's existence, that soul will not disappear. So Maria, please do not be sad. Well, even now, look, believe that Sakataro is smiling right over there. No. You have to bring Sakataro back to life. No. Give it up. There is no magic to revive Sakataro. Despite that, you must strongly believe that Sakataro will continue to exist as your close friend. That power will become magic. That's not magic. You have to bring Sakataro back to life. You can't do it because Mama made him herself? Why did Mama make Sakataro? It was to give him to me as a present, right? It was to make him my friend, right? So why did Mama make it herself and break it herself? Why did Mama give birth to it by herself and then try to break it herself? I don't understand. I hate Mama. Can't stand it. Too sad. Want to smash Mama up like she did to Sakataro. Want to stick my fingernails in and tear her, turn her into cloth and cotton. Wah! I can't stand it. I can't stand it, Beatrice. Wah! Sakataro. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet black arms crept out, twisting around Maria as she sobbed in anger. Then, massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Maria could not see that, but Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. She could see that. Yes, in the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to eat into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms could probably tear Maria into bits easily, but Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. If Sakataro can't be brought back to life no matter what, I want revenge. I want to make Mama meet the same end. I want her to meet the same end as Sakataro. Beatrice, teach me magic for that. Teach me magic to beat Mama. Is that truly how you feel? Kill Mama. I'll kill her. No, that isn't Mama. It's the bad witch possessing Mama. I'll kill the witch Mama. Ooh. Very well. I shall give you that power. For tearing you and your beautiful heart apart, for giving you that pain, it is fitting that your heartless mother can be torn apart considerably. I shall teach it to you. I shall teach you of the abyss in the world of witches, of the depths where no light reaches. Ooh, Sakataro. I hate everyone. I hate Mama too, Angie too. I hate everyone. I hate everyone. Forgot or obey? I didn't forget. It just the chronology doesn't make sense. Like, this is a real scene, is it not? I guess it's hard to tell. The world 12 years later, October 1998.
I had planned on taking a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. There I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Amakusa had been doing some stretches on the deck. He must have a lot of time on his hands, too. After all, it'll be several more hours before we reach Nijima.
Hold on 1 second. They're saying that there's no sound? There should be sound. Hold on. I can turn up all the way to max. Okay. Can you hear the ocean now?
Okay.
Okay, I think we're
good.
Yep,
Sounds like they're good. Okay. It would only have taken a couple dozen minutes by airplane, but there was the chance that the Nijima airport was under the Sumidera family's web. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I had obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor, no questions asked. I'd bumped into a cheery boat captain, plied him generously, and he had decided to help me out amused. Still gonna be a while?
I just asked the captain, and it sounds like it'll take a full 2 hours more. Well, beggars can't be choosers.
The weather sure is nice. Feels like I'll burn.
Going to read on the deck? You'll damage your book.
Amakusa apparently thought this was because I was clutching Maria One-chan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it half asleep, which was why I'd come back up still clutching it.
Oh, me too. How's it going? Think you'll be able to find the truth of Akinjima from Maria-san's diary?
Who knows? No matter how much I investigate what happened on that island, it won't make for anything more than a theory. There's no truth written in the message bottle or One-chan's diary, just a fairy tale with a witch walking around. I'm stuck.
Looks like you've got nothing to look forward to except questioning those involved on Nijima.
I imagine the witch hunters have showered them with questions over and over, so I'm pretty sure I won't find any new facts.
So even though your hopes are that low, you're willing to spend a half-day trip on a boat to go to Nijima anyway. Talk about fickle.
It's like a journey of self-satisfaction, so that I can say, I investigated. I'm not so naive as to seriously think that the truth of 12 years ago will be revealed.
And when you're done with your self-satisfaction trip, what will you do next?
さ
Who knows?
あ考えてない
I haven't thought about it.
新島に行って
I'll go to Nijima,
関係者
ask
に
some people who were
話を聞いて
involved.
最後に
Then, after going to
発見
Rikkenjima in the end and leaving some flowers, my journey will be
私
over.
の旅はおしまいね
Several days have already passed since this journey began. After being told by Berncastle on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I'd left on a journey like trying to grasp a cloud. At the time, I felt as though I'd experienced something mystical, and had the feeling that I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. But after several days passed, my excitement died down. On that day, when I stood on the roof of that skyscraper, my heart was completely cornered and dead. So I'd wanted from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, and had crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die and actually stepping forward, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from a witch. The excitement from my jump lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I didn't even consider suspending this journey just because of that. If I stop this journey, it'll mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion. And I felt as though that meant throwing away the promise the witch made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. So because it was hard to believe that those events were an illusion, I've continued on my journey. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. It's even up to me when to end this journey. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my self-satisfaction.
Interesting that she is like calling out to herself about this, or calling herself out about the conflict she's thinking about magic not being real. Okay. Alright, I like that. Self-satisfaction, huh? It sounds bad when you say it, but I think that's actually what life is all about.
Oh? If that's the answer you've reached after hovering over the line between life and death in the mercenary business, that's probably pretty deep.
Don't take it so lightly. What I'm trying to say is that the only one who can acknowledge you in this world is yourself.
Amakusa continued stretching as he spoke, in an irritatingly fresh way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible, relatable. That may be true. People work hard when they want to be acknowledged by someone. In most cases, that someone is their parents. Children learn how to work hard because they want to be praised by their parents. Although, that's why I never learned.
Sorry, that's not how I meant it. What I'm trying to say is that there's nothing wrong with self-satisfaction. No matter who praises you, it's meaningless unless you can accept it. Turning it around, even if no one praises you, that doesn't matter as long as you can accept it.
Self-satisfaction tends to contradict a desire to improve oneself, so we're usually taught that it's bad. Somehow, your argument seems like a pretty fresh take on it, Amakusa.
The anguish of the human world comes when you want someone to acknowledge you, but you don't know what it is you should be striving for. I had a time like that too. I wanted to be acknowledged by someone, but I didn't know what I wanted them to acknowledge about me. And since I didn't know what to strive for or how far I should go to be acknowledged, I did a lot of crazy things.
Imagine someone hires a bodyguard for you and he starts talking about the anguish of the human condition. Just to get on a boat together, cruising to the place where your whole family was killed.
I think you would conclude, you know, I guess I'm in a VN.
And the answer you reached was self-satisfaction?
It sounds bad, but that's how it is. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, they say.
Who is this guy?
If I'm satisfied with my life, it doesn't matter what other people say. It's the same for your life and this journey. No one has any right to criticize you other than you yourself, Anji-san. You're the only one who determines the meaning and results of your journey. If it's been a meaningful journey for you, then that's more than enough.
I always did take you for a flippant ladies' man, but you really do say weird things every once in a while. I'll bet you think saying stuff like that will make you popular.
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, they're literally on a ship right now. That's not how I meant it at all. Looks like you want to be alone. I'll head over to the boat captain. Please take it easy.
Amakusa apparently decided I was in a bad mood. That's just how I am, though. Although I didn't feel that way myself. Or he might have finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to cool the rays of the sun. Amakusa disappeared. Only I remained. Self-satisfaction is life itself, huh?
That's just boring. Life is nothing without greed.
I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her abundant hair fluttering over by the prow of the ship. It's true that a life of greed would be fun, but unlike you, humans have a limited lifespan. If greed is eternal, that means a person will have desires even in the last moment before they die. Having desires means there's something that you want, something you don't have, some way you aren't complete. I'm sure it's tough to die when you can't think of your life as being a full one. So I'm sure self-satisfaction is necessary.
Alright, I see. Because of the existence of a lifespan, you have to compromise like that. All of my masters...
I am 36 years old. I am 36 years old, Chad. I'm younger than he is.
All of my masters had very long lifespans, so I've never thought of it.
I wonder if humans live for the purpose of becoming satisfied. If so, it's probably easiest to live without desires. I see. So that's why greed is one of the 7 deadly sins.
Giggle. Your praise honors me.
Apparently that counted as a compliment in Mammon's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful bow.
Angie-sama, do humans live so they can find satisfaction at the moment of their deaths?
Wouldn't it be pretty tough if you felt you were lacking something when you died?
If so, then humans live only so that they can meet a satisfying death. They live so that they can have a better death. They live so that they can die. Oh, man.
This kid's saying something pretty incredible. I see, as I'd expect from a demon steak, would you? However, it might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't satisfied and live only to find satisfaction. In other words,
Sumari.
That might be the same as a desire to die satisfied. I can't counter that. People live in order to be satisfied. I'm trying so hard not to fall into like a philosophy 101 argument with the VN author right now. It's like really tough for me. I just want you to know that. Anyway, people live in order to be satisfied, and they hope to die that way. So it's really painful when you don't know how to find that satisfaction.
Just to scare the shit out of chat, people who are younger than me in the chat, I don't know if this is for everyone, but for me, I think about dying a lot more as I get older, not less. The older I get, the more I think about the ending that's inevitable and coming, not less. So yeah, enjoy that coming, people who are younger than me in chat. How fantastic.
Yippee! Yay!
Yay! Okay, yay! Just how can you find something like that in a human's life?
You'd never have a conversation like this during Steins Gate, by the way.
True.
By being acknowledged. By hearing someone say, you were happy.
If it doesn't matter who acknowledges them, then I'll do it.
Yeah, that's the problem. People don't know who needs to acknowledge them.
So searching for this person who can acknowledge them is the journey of their life?
It sounds strange. Whether you're acknowledged or not, it supposedly doesn't change your circumstances. And yet, if you're acknowledged, you will be satisfied, while if you aren't, then you won't. It's almost like the bluebird. Because you can't notice the bluebird even though it's already in the cage. You have to go out on a journey, searching everywhere.
What the heck? Human lives sure are stupid.
That's right.
天草は本当に
Amakusa said something really good. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, was it?
何のことわざか知
I
らない
don't
けど
know where that proverb came from, but it's deep.
詰まるところ
Basically, if you can't find enough satisfaction unless someone else acknowledges you, that's the same as not acknowledging yourself. The ultimate in self-fulfillment is acknowledging yourself.
自分を
That's right. Because if you can know that you're fully satisfied, there's no need to be acknowledged by anyone. Just by taking notice of the small things, the human's foolish journey of life can be ended easily. You can spend the rest of your life playing and having a good time. A human's life is so ridiculous. Yeah.
Maimon's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey with the hopes that someone will acknowledge them, so that they can achieve a satisfied death, then when they realize that the person doing the acknowledging isn't someone else but they themselves, that pointless journey can end. Humans who have ended that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their head held high. How noble, how praiseworthy would that be?
天草ってさ
You know,
親とはかなり
it seems
仲が悪い
Amakusa's on
らしい
pretty bad terms with his parents.
そりゃそうよ
That makes sense.
まっとうな
Any
親が
decent parents would want him to get the hell out of the trade he's
商
in.
売だもん
Does that really matter though? As long as it's fun for the person in question.
全くよね
Exactly.
結局はそういう
That's what it
こと
comes down to in the end.
他人が
Criticism
観測
formed
した
by the
自分の評価
observations of other people doesn't matter.
自分の
If your
存在
existence is firmly
自分自身
acknowledged
が
by
しっか
you
り
yourself,
認められ
that's
たなら
enough.
自分に
If you
自
can
信
live
を
with
持って生
confidence
き
in
られるなら
yourself, you'll surely be
どんな
able
生
to
活だっ
accept
て
and be
受け入れて
satisfied with any
納
kind of
得できるに
lifestyle.
違いない天草
I'm sure
は
Amakusa will eventually eat a stray bullet on the
戦場で
battlefield
流
and
れ
get
弾を
seriously
食らって
injured.
あるいは死
He
ぬ
might
こと
even
さえある
die.
かもしれない
But I don't think he'd view that as
天
something
草はそれ
unfair.
を理不尽それ
I'm
も
sure
人
he'd
生
cackle about how that's also a part of
あい
life.
つはケラケラ笑ってるよいい生き様じゃない
What a great way to live.
惚れるわ
I could fall for the guy. Oh.
自分で自分を認められない
Pitiful humans who
哀
can't
れな
acknowledge
人間
themselves
生涯
wander
それを
about
求
searching
めて
for
さ
that their
まよ
whole lives, and without
何も
anything
受け入
being
れられず
accepted, they do
不平
nothing
不
but
満だけ
grumble
を
and
口
die
に
while
し
still
満
unsatisfied.
たされ哀れだ
How
わ
pitiful.
何の
Compared to
目的
people
も
whose lives drag on
だら
without
だら
any
生きている
purpose,
やがてまた
Amakusa is
死に
more
するか
likely
もし
to
れない
eventually
けれど
die by the
自
roadside.
分の人生
But I
に
think he's
胸を張
much
って
more
いる
noble
天
for
草の
living his
方が
life with his head
よ
held
っぽど
high.
高潔なのに
Aren't the winners in life those who achieve enlightenment? If they can do that even a little sooner, they'll be able to live that much more of their life effectively. That much more of their life effectively. Okay, I got there.
With Maimon's words, I finally accepted a certain fact. In the past, I've called that girl unusual, a little strange. However, that wasn't true. All she did was keep her head held high and finish that journey faster than anyone else.
だからマリアお姉ちゃんは
Maybe that's what made Maria One-chan so amazing.
彼女は
When she was at the age where she might or might not enter the first year of elementary school, she had already reached
それ
that
に
point.
至ったのよ
For people like us, looking at her life from the outside, it wasn't something we'd call blessed. But even though days like that were engraved in her diary, they always finished up by saying it was a happy day. Even though the part of her mother that didn't love her daughter came and went, she believed that her mother loved her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others might observe her as an unsatisfied, pitiful girl, but she herself acknowledged that she was satisfied, and so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her, that was an outsider's opinion, so it didn't matter. Whether or not it was happy for her was the only important thing. It's just like how when people who live in the city point to the lifestyles of those in rural areas and mourn their inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really none of their business. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough.
I don't agree with that, but I'm gonna find it really hard to argue against it. No. Oh no. Oh no. What a horrible feeling. Shit. Anyway, sorry, continue.
But if the people in Moncton are happy,
No,
then that's enough.
that's exactly it. No.
This is an Aristotelian-ass argument. I ain't having any of it. Anyway, I finally noticed something. I noticed it just now. I did something horrible to Maria One-chan, and to you all, and to Sakutaro as well, on that day. Whether magic exists or not, that's not up to other people to decide. It's up to you yourself. Whether magic exists to Maria One-chan is a problem for Maria One-chan to decide, not me. And yet, when I was young, on that day, I said it. By saying there was no way magic exists, I hurt her. The fact that magic doesn't exist in my eyes matters in my world. But denying it even in One-chan's world for that reason was totally misguided. Mariage Sorcière is the witches' alliance Maria One-chan created. I was invited into it and told to become a witch with them. Thinking it a new, interesting game, I went along with that for a while. But because of the cruelty of youth, I got tired of it halfway through. And I tore her pure heart apart with sharp words. At that time, we must have gotten into a huge fight. I forgot about it right away, but she couldn't forget about it. After all, to her, magic was a natural power that really existed. And she believed that she'd be able to share it with me. To Maria One-chan, magic is a power that can interpret the world as blessed. No, which can truly make everything blessed. She just wanted to share that with me too. The young me tore that feeling apart. So she closed herself up in a shell, assuming that she wouldn't be able to share her magic with anyone.
If that's true, then Lady Maria's journey through life wasn't over after all. If she'd been able to accept herself, then there'd be no need to collapse just because you denied her, Aji-sama.
One-chan was young. She still hadn't reached a philosophical viewpoint like Amakusa. Yeah, now I understand. That's why the Witches' Alliance called Mariage Sorcière was necessary. An alliance where each acknowledges that the other is a witch. That's right, I'm pretty sure that was the first article in the agreement of Mariage Sorcière. Witches of the alliance would acknowledge each other and respect each other. That's the deepest and only meaning of the Witches' Alliance. Maria One-chan wanted to share with me the secret laws to make the world happy called magic. But I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty. On that day I said cruel things to you all and Sakutaro. I said there was no way you exist.
How rude. We acknowledge that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans with their souls half asleep. I think, therefore I am. Whether you acknowledge or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the Seven Sticks of Purgatory is a fact. As long as we acknowledge it ourselves, to borrow your words.
It truly would be violence for another person like me to deny it. I'm sure that'd be like having your true mother yell, "I wish you'd never been born." No, disappear. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria One-chan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned that her mother's work wasn't really the cause, magic allowed her to continue believing. And by believing that her mother loved her, by acknowledging herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, establishing it completely. What happened 12 years ago? What happened to my family? This was never a journey to search for that.
Then what kind of journey is this?
It was a journey to apologize to Maria One-chan for what happened that day. I don't know why, but that's what I think. If I hadn't hurt her, the incident 12 years ago might not have occurred. That's what I think.
Oh, wow. That's such a burden to put on yourself, Angie. What the fuck?
Angie is not having a good time.
No. Yeah, what?
I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting One-chan could be connected with that mysterious incident several years later. But for some reason, I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of the Mariage Sorcière alliance of witches. I horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I hurt her with the thought that magic doesn't exist. So, several years later, a crime caused by a witch occurred, and a 2-day period that couldn't be explained with anything but magic was thrust in my face thanks to the message bottle. There's no way I wasn't involved somehow. I don't get it. It could be coincidence or it could be fate. For some reason, I've started thinking like that on this journey.
And what's your basis for it?
I have none. I just think it's true. Average Dragon's Den argument.
The Japanese sure are interesting. Even when they're the victim, they feel as though they did something wrong and apologize for no reason. I could understand if you said, I hate Beatrice for stealing my family or something, but you really are weird, feeling guilty for no reason and apologizing.
Of course I hate Beatrice. I couldn't continue this journey without that feeling. But it's okay to choose yet another purpose for this journey. There's nothing wrong with adding on a goal of apologizing for past sins, in addition to getting revenge on a witch for what happened 12 years ago. I can at least go to Rikenjima, apologize for my reckless remarks, and offer flowers. No. There's something better than flowers. And I think that would be more fitting for One-chan. I stood up, not minding that the sea breeze scattered my hair, and concentrated my mind. I lifted my palm up to the height of my head and imagined a vast space.
Angie-sama.
Be quiet. Come, arise. I am the witch apprentice, Angie Beatrice. I was excommunicated, but I was once a member of the same alliance, and you are the dearly missed furniture who played with me. Answer to my call. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hand. Then, Sakutaro's form was revived.
Ooh.
It truly did bring back memories, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red muffler, the voice that Joe is definitely going to replicate. It came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she?
Sakutaro, do you recognize us? Do you know who we are? Ryu! Mammon! Angie!
With a sleepy face, as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakutaro looked all around him as he spoke. It's been a long time, Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've summoned you with my own power. And now I'm the only one who can summon you.
Ryu.
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakutaro's face clouded over. In the past, I denied you. Now that I've summoned you, it means I've accepted your existence.
Are you sure? Is it really alright for me to be summoned into Angie's world?
His eyes were a bit frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the magic-resisting toxin. It was only natural that he was scared. I apologize for that day. To you too, Mammon. And to the rest of you. At some point, the rest of the Seven Sisters has gathered on the deck. No, they're always there. Always by my side. As long as I acknowledge that it's okay for them to be there, they'll always appear. You certainly do exist. Lucifer, and Leviathan, and Satan, and Belphegor, and Mammon, and Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, and Sakutaro too.
And in the back, there's Nanjo. Are you sure? You're one challenging Beatrice-sama, and you're one challenging Beatrice-sama, Anji-sama. Is it okay for one in a position of denying witches to acknowledge us?
As to whether magic exists or not in my world, sorry, but let me put that on hold. It's not like I myself acknowledge the existence of magic.
But then doesn't that contradict the fact that you're acknowledging us?
It's because magic exists for people who believe, even if I don't. If someone believes, then magic will exist in the human world. That fact won't change in the slightest whether I believe in magic or not. No, it mustn't change. That person just had to hold their head up high and believe in their own magic. I acknowledge that. So it wouldn't be strange at all for all of you to exist.
Quite a play on words, but it's an interesting interpretation. Says Satan. What you're saying, Anji-sama, is probably a devil's proof.
A devil's proof?
Right? To prove the existence of demons, you just need to find one. But it's impossible to deny the existence of demons. Kia, and we're here. That means whether Anji-sama believes in magic or not, our existence is unshakable. Ryu! The magic-resisting toxin is disappearing. From Anji. You're right. Even though you're in a position of denying magic. Why?
That's probably because I learned what it means to respect and acknowledge. Right now, I might be able to understand the depths of Maria One-chan's and Beatrice's magic. In the past, I didn't believe in things like magic. Thinking something like that couldn't exist, I acted like I was closing my eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature.
How frustrating. It's truly rare to find a human so free of the magic-resisting toxin in this day and age. And she has such an uncommon genius for being a witch. That's right. If Anji-sama tried to become a witch right now, she could grow to be a great witch, maybe even at Beatrice-sama's level. Even so, she has acknowledged our existence and is our master. Most likely, Anji-sama will be our final master. Let us think of this as our final service and apply ourselves to the fullest. Leah... But I just can't stand that Anji-sama still doesn't believe in magic herself. Anji-sama, please believe in magic too. It feels like a waste to finally have a master and have it not be a witch. Even though you have an outstanding talent that can make you one of the greatest witches, your goal is to attack witches. It's so frustrating. Well, even so, that's your life, the way you live. And in the world where you've decided that, there's nothing we can do to complain.
Thanks for understanding me. Yeah, whether magic exists to me or not, that's up to me to decide. Regardless of whether magic actually does exist somewhere in the world or not. When I think about it, this world is so vast and yet so small. Billions of people live on the earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. Even so, I will speak of a world, my world, which doesn't know even 1% of the world. I'm not qualified to deny the laws of a world I don't know. So just because magic doesn't exist in my world, I can't deny that magic exists in a world I don't know. That makes it a true devil's proof. No, maybe it's more like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can be confident in the world I know. So even if that's denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about my world, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, I've got no right to deny a world I don't know, just because I don't know about it. Therefore, regardless of whether there's magic in my world or not, I can't deny the magic Maria One-chan taught me.
Ryu! After all, even if you've never seen it, magic exists.
Yes, that's why, as I've already said, you friends of the Witches' Alliance, Mariage Sorcière, can't be denied by me or anyone else. I proclaimed that most important part again because we didn't get it the first 7 times. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakutaro and the 7 Sisters of Purgatory reflected on my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist? Do witches exist? While ignoring what the answer would be for my own world, I acknowledged their existence. That contradiction was what I'd proclaimed so boldly.
Thank you, Angie. If you'll acknowledge that much, can't you acknowledge witches too? No, that was a foolish question. You already have a clear answer to it.
Sorry. Though I do acknowledge that witches might exist somewhere in this world. But that doesn't shake my world.
Mouse, please make Umi gold so Joe can play a better story. You won't acknowledge witches or magic. You'll definitely expose the truth of Rikujima. Right?
Yes, that's my world. Even if a real witch exists, I won't acknowledge it in my world. No matter how much that witch tries to convince me.
Your position is to attack witches, Anji-sama. And I understand well that you haven't the slightest wavering in that feeling. We are your furniture, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. We will always be by your side. We will always be waiting for the day that we can be useful. Although, since you don't believe in magic, you can never be anything more than people to talk to. Convenient. That's enough for now. We've been left room to exist. For that alone, we should thank and acknowledge Anji-sama. In short, all of us.
That was a Sumari, by the way.
Oh. Are all together again. Uryu! Yeah! Sakutaro, let me squeeze you!
When Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the Seven Sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-missed reunion. If their existence is permitted, they're definitely capable of existing here. No, even if I don't permit it, they can exist. Because I acknowledged them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected over what this journey of mine meant. I wonder if everyone will forgive me this way.
You've done enough. We are furniture. Just being summoned, just being allowed to be by your side makes us happy. Uryu. Angie, thank you very much.
Come to think of it, why was I able to summon Sakutaro? No, it's the other way around. Why wasn't One-chan able to summon Sakutaro? Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakutaro had died, which meant she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. In the past, One-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words,
Sumari.
Even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. No, when you put it like that, it's even a little doubtful whether summoned things can be limited by life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro should have been an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart, but why did he die and become impossible to summon again?
There's a Koru pin, apparently.
There is. You want to read it?
Wow, what a surprise that a privileged billionaire teenager has adopted a centrist worldview that lets her freely ignore material conditions and values superficial respectfulness and decorum shown towards opponents higher than doing what's right. People don't want to hear it, but when Angie grows up, she's 100% going to do a Zoom sing-along with the stakes to raise everyone's spirits during COVID instead of using her wealth to help in any way.
I just think she's nice.
Imagine. That's because at that time, Maria saw my stuffed animal torn and decided that I died. It's the same as the existence of magic. If Sakutaro has died in Lady Maria's world, then he can't exist in her world. Uryu.
The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakutaro died. So even if Sakutaro can exist like this to me, he cannot exist before her.
I was always with Maria. When Maria cried, I was always right beside her, telling her not to cry. But my form, my voice, nothing of me will reach Maria now.
Sakutaro hung his head, looking sad. After that incident, the nature of Mariage Sorcière rapidly began to change. Before then, the alliance was a peaceful thing. But after that incident, it grew full of shadier things, focusing on how to curse people you hate. One-chan's diary began to show a clear change. A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die, and be reborn as the evil witch personality. Maria, but capital letters.
Ooh.
When she buried that diary in hatred and sadness, her heart surely wasn't satisfied. Because it wasn't satisfied, she had to bury it with hatred and sadness. And while still unsatisfied, she met with death. I wonder if her unsatisfied soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now, and continually wanders, dripping tears down and calling Sakutaro's name. One-chan needs you.
So what Sakutaro just said, sorry, what the stuffed animal just said was similar to how like Kinzo was talking about Beatrice and how Beatrice was like standing next to him in one of the garden scenes and he was unable to see her. That's an interesting parallel. Huh. So did Kinzo see Beatrice die and the whole thing that he set up is just like trying to like mindfuck himself into thinking that maybe she can come back somehow? Like if he made it like impossibly difficult for her to appear under certain conditions, that also lines up with what he said about like the bigger the risk, the higher the reward. Okay. Okay, interesting parallel. Either way, let's move on. Ryu.
What can I do to revive you in Maria One-chan's world? If I can learn that method, I'll be able to save One-chan. That's the method of atonement I've been given. What can be done to revive Sakutaro?
To Maria, my vessel had a very important meaning.
The vessel? In other words,
Sumari.
If we could revive the lion stuffed animal.
But Mama Rosa made my stuffed animal herself, so only she could make it.
Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice and was refused for that reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then, if we could make the same thing once more... But Aunt Rosa is already gone from this world. We can't make the same thing again. Was there ever another identical stuffed animal made or anything like that?
He's a stuffed animal made to be Lady Maria's birthday present and is the only one of his kind in the world. A handmade and unique vessel. That's why it conceals a great magical power. And if lost, it cannot be obtained again. It won't revive. Ryu.
Because she knew that, Maria One-chan watched that stuffed animal, which was unique in that world, get torn apart. And despaired. Because it was the only one of its kind in the world, and she couldn't permit a compromise such as buying another one. She had despaired from the bottom of her heart. But Sakutaro is right here. Even without a vessel, he's here. Because I acknowledge that he certainly exists in my world. Even if Maria One-chan doesn't acknowledge him, that can't be denied, right?
Logically, that's true, but I think using the same logic to make Lady Maria accept him could be difficult. Maria, I'm not dead. I'm right here. Ryu.
I'm sure that on Rikkenjima, I'll be able to be reunited with Maria One-chan. And no matter what, I'll revive the you that's inside One-chan and let you be reunited.
Can you do it?
It'll probably be hard. Just like how, after being invited into the Witches' Alliance, I rejected it without understanding what it meant. She might also reject your existence. But I've got to do it. That's the only way I can atone for my sins.
Enji-sama.
What's waiting on Rikkenjima? And what will happen? What will be created? Or maybe nothing will happen. That island, which was the beginning of everything, is the final destination of this journey. You all are the furniture of a witch, so as your master, I have to take you home. To the Witch's Island, to Rikkenjima.
Smash.
Smash. I need to tell you and chat that it just started pouring down rain here. So if I disconnect, go on without me because I might lose power.
Topical with the clouds in the VN.
I know. Also, I'm gonna change something really quickly. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang down. The spray that hit my cheek might not have all come from crashing waves.
He's back. Angie-san. Looks like we're gonna get a bit of a shower. Maybe you'd better go below deck.
Amakusa called out to me with an expression that said, "Oh, you're still here?" When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even though the rain was light enough not to be a pain. Having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I'm approaching the Rikkenjima of that day, and not just in distance. I went back down with Amakusa. He was carrying what looked like a really large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back with him on a day when we'd split up. I didn't inquire as to its contents, but it was hard to imagine they were anything peaceful. I won't go so far as to ask what's inside, but it looks heavy.
It's guns. Why are these things so darn heavy all the time? A French instructor taught me something interesting about that once. He said they should always be heavy. After all, a human life is heavier than the world, so these should be even heavier.
It'd be nice if you didn't need to use them.
That would be nice.
Amakusa set the golf bag like luggage down next to him, down beside him. I just auto-corrected in my head.
That's okay, I do it all the time too.
Okay.
Helicopter?
Helicopter. Plane.
Plane.
A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. Considering the weather, it couldn't have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to weather.
Oh no.
Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumidera Kasumi entered the lobby with two black suits as guards. Actually, you can read the omniscient narration. How about that as a treat?
The four black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads in salute. Katsumi-sama!
Propeller planes certainly do shake. I wouldn't want to ride one again.
We have a car prepared. Please, this way. They got into two luxury cars that had been rented.
Angie should be headed for Rikkenjima, a deserted island. How convenient. You've arranged for some tools, I take it.
Yes, ma'am. The black suit in the passenger seat put a heavy bag that had been set by his feet onto his lap, opened the catch with a click, and showed Katsumi what was inside. Inside were several silver lumps of carefully wrapped aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. A black, blunt automatic pistol peeked its face out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Amakusa's gonna have a showdown with them all.
Yep.
Can't wait for these to be cat girls. Oh shit, hold on, the first day, October 4th, 1986. Alright, I know where it is. Okay. 1986.
We're back. Okay, check voice assignments.
Okay.
Pretend it's Umi Pro and this rain is animated.
Let me see it. I see it. I have love. I can see it.
Okay.
It is animated. Alright. It was already approaching 10 at night. By now, the typhoon had wrapped itself around Rikkenjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful midday was beaten down upon by the fierce winds and resisted with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. In that rose garden was Shannon in the lead, Battler holding up an umbrella, Jessica and George carrying the sleeping Maria on his back, all heading for the guest house. Oh, I know what scene this is. We can at least make it to the guest house from here. Chen, it's fine. You should go back and rest.
Don't worry, seeing you off is also part of my duty. The family conference is going on inside, and Mom and Genji-san are probably getting stressed. If we keep you, they'll misunderstand and think you were being lazy.
That's right. Just graciously accepting our offer might be the best way to avoid burning people. Thank you, Shannon.
Not at all. Certainly, as Milady has said, it is very tense inside the mansion today. Therefore, coming with all of you allowed me a breath of fresh air, and I've been able to relax a bit.
Family conference, huh? They went to all the trouble of Tristan's kids out, so they're probably talking about something shady. Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just try and stay out of their way is probably the best way for us to be useful.
I'm sure it's all just money, money, money. Even though they act like they're so rich most of the time, when it gets tough, they all start getting pushy. Why don't they just be graceful and split it evenly between everyone?
That'd be awesome. It'd be nice if I got a share too. If I got some too, I'd split it with Shannon right away.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the sentiment.
Shannon isn't greedy at all. Normally, girls of your age would have tons of things they'd want to buy.
I guess, but none of the things I want can be bought with money.
Oh, how unselfish. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough.
That's if you're talking about things that can be bought with money. I wonder what these things that can't be bought with money that Shannon wants are. Do you have any idea, George Nissan?
Well, I wonder. I'm not Shannon, so how could I know?
I don't know either.
George and Shannon looked down, their faces red. Battler had also heard about what was going on with them, so he knew what Jessica was teasing them about. George and Nikki is a person I respect. I think you've met up with a really great person, Shannon-chan.
Yeah, I also feel relieved that we can leave Shannon to George Nissan.
Stop teasing, it's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica-chan? Have you been able to get a little closer to Canon-kun? What? So you and Canon-kun are like that?
Well, that's dirty, George. Twisting the conversation around like that's dirty.
All right, sorry. As per the crackpot theory that these two might be furniture of Beatrice, that means Jessica, Battler, and George all like the same person. What the fuck?
Hey, if that's true, whoever they are must be smoking hot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Star of the island. Like, oh, baby.
God damn. Oh, man. Oh. The stamina they must have. Holy shit. As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushiromiya family, and this year seemed like it was going to be especially important. Apparently, the family head Kinzo was personally going to be making a very serious announcement, and everyone other than the adults have been strictly ordered to leave. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he didn't really notice. But according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. So tense. Common sense made it clear that Kinzo, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the headship and the distribution of his fortune. But I'm surprised. I think that grandfather's actually going to make an appearance.
I see. So this is the witch's counterattack. I wanted to leave the Joker called Kinzo face down a little longer, but it's probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used.
Damn, my theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning and a different 18th person had snuck in is now suddenly torn apart.
I had foreseen that you'd begin to doubt Kinzo eventually. Yes, now your reasoning has all gone back to square one again, right? With this, your theory that Kinzo was dead at the very beginning and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof.
Fuck. But no way I'll lose heart. Nice cackle. There's only one. That's only one theory gone. Battler, my dude, it's not even gone. Like, let's have some confirmation first. God damn it. I'll attack you like a storm, like a tornado.
I'd have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It's far too early to give up. That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Battler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won.
Thank God for Angie. Yeah, that's right. It's still too early for me to swallow her story. Grandfather's supposed to finally appear, but there's a chance that they'll talk about how his health has gotten worse and he won't appear after all. Uncle Kraus might be trying desperately to hide the fact that Grandfather is really dead until the last second.
I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It'll be resolved soon. Very soon.
He'll attack her like a storm, like a tornado, like a Sumari.
Come on.
All the relatives of Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Oh, thank God Nanjo's here.
Yeah, thank God. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Kraus sat down in the seat of his own rank with Natsui standing motionless at his side. The other siblings were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other. Is that true?
Yes. Maria said the person who gave her the umbrella was father.
What? What in the world? In other words, Sumari, our strategy has collapsed from the roots.
Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he'll make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless.
Yep. That old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away without making a show of it? Thanks to that, we've just been quarreling with Umineko uselessly.
Or maybe he wanted to test us on that point. I might not be one to talk since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, correct? Our arguments during the day were probably overheard by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we were making a fuss with father's inheritance as our goal is now right in the open. Just incredible.
Ava uncharacteristically held her head, dejected. If, as Kiria had said, everything had been going according to Kinzo's plans from the beginning, and if this was a huge setup that had been kept up for over a year, trying to find the siblings' true intentions, then they had fallen for it completely. Oh my God, what a sentence. We still don't know for sure that it's reached father's ears.
No, it definitely has. Everyone but Nissan claimed that father was dead, and none of us believed in father's good health. Oh, it's already over. Father will make an announcement. Nissan will become the successor, and he'll say we aren't even qualified to wear the one wing. Oh, Nissan, get a hold of yourself. Rosa-san, I wonder if Maria really received that umbrella from father. Huh? What do you mean? Maria-chan might have seen father, however we haven't seen him. Maria-chan only claims to have seen him. What are you saying? Are you saying Maria's lying?
Calm down, Rosa. Maria-chan didn't necessarily lie. Still, she's an innocent kid, right? For example, if Genji-san came up to her and said something like, I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria-sama, then even if Maria-chan hadn't met Dad, she still might say that she got an umbrella from him, right?
That's right. That trick could work.
But what was it Maria-chan said? Grandfather came and handed me the umbrella.
Yes, that's what she said. She clearly said she received an umbrella directly from grandfather.
Directly, huh? Then we're stuck.
They often say that bad thinking is no better than sleeping. If you think about it a bit, all of this about the umbrella is a trivial problem. Why's that? Couldn't Maria-chan have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health? There's no evidence that father actually handed the umbrella to her. Regardless of who Maria-chan received the umbrella from, assuming she was even given an umbrella in the first place, Father will appear very soon. Once Father's in front of us, the problem with the umbrella will become completely trivial. In other words,
Sumari.
this is not the time to gossip about the umbrella issue.
What do you mean this isn't the time? I see, I got it. This is probably what Kirie-san's saying. Father is supposed to come here very soon, but the chance still remains that he'll get mad again and won't show up, right?
I see. That's true. Maybe Nissan just said Father was going to appear at random in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really is dead already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's healthy. In short, Tsumari, if Father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about that case. We're fish on the chopping board. We'd have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and negotiate directly with Father. That means we'd have no choice but to let him clobber us with his fist, then prostrate ourselves and beg for money. But on the other hand, if Father doesn't appear, then our primary strategy isn't hampered in the least. I see. In short, Tsumari, no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now. That's it. If Father shows up, we just have to carry out the normal family conference. Chat puts us at 8 so far in this scene.
Wow.
If he doesn't, we just have to keep on investigating Kraus-san.
Aren't Natsui and Kraus in this scene right now? Like, are they just listening to this? Weren't they here earlier? Is the social worker also in the scene behind a chair somewhere?
And Nanjo is here too.
And Nanjo also has thoughts. We can't let him talk his way out of it. Like, if he says Father's mood has only gotten worse.
It seems what we really should be trying to figure out is what scheme Nissan is going to try and trick us with. The way he just doesn't know how to give up is something I know better than anyone. If Father is well, we'll prostrate ourselves and beg for money. If it's a farce of Kraus-san's, then we'll continue our ugly sibling fight. It sounds like this year's family conference is going to be just wonderful.
Yep. So bad thinking is no better than sleeping, huh? It's almost 10 o'clock. Should we press a Nikki? Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus.
Yeah, he is there.
Yeah, he is there. What the? He was sitting down firmly and looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell if he was really composed or if he was scheming about how to tie together his lie.
Dear?
Calm yourself. We won't get anywhere by making a fuss after all this. Let's leave it to Genji-san, who is doing his best Kinzo impression in the rain right now.
That means that whole scene was whispers, so it should have been just done in ASMR voices. Do you want to go redo it with Joe Tingles?
Sure. Let's do it.
No, just kidding.
Let's do it. No? Okay.
It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it?
That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And it was the time that the Ushiromiya family had needed to appear. Let me tap on some bullshit for no reason at all. Hold on. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsui raised her head, relieved.
What about mouse tingles? Okay.
But because of the sound of a knock, her expression was filled with disappointment. I'm doing sound effects now, I've decided, because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked. Please excuse us. I have finished closing up the mansion for the night. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the powerful Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa, with her old body, to be forced to work this late. What the fuck? Of course, this line written by Goda? Of course, Kraus also seemed to know that. Indeed, good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa-san.
Oh, it's nothing. I may not look it, but staying up late is still one of my specialties. Wouldn't it be okay to at least let Kumasawa leave without being an observer? It really will be difficult on her body, I imagine. Leave her body alone! This is weird.
The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey. Tonight's family conference was clearly different from normal. On a normal year, no one was allowed to attend except family members. To have the servants present for such a thing was unthinkable. But this year was different. All of the servants were told to attend. Of course, they were not allowed to talk. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was happening that needed to be observed by five servants who weren't normally there and had been invited specially for this night to observe? Even Kraus didn't know.
Oh, I don't look it, but I'm good at staying up late, and my body is fabulous. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Kraus-sama, you'll be more manly at night.
I see you're still in high spirits. I'm sure you'll be working in such high spirits until you're 100. Madam, forgive my arrogance, but I've prepared a light snack. I can serve it at any time, so feel free to order it.
Thank you. You really are considerate. Please offer refills of coffee to the others.
Oh, I wish I had a coffee refill. Certainly. After nodding, Goda took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. It was a single set, and it was light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was.
Excuse me. I've taken the children to the guest house. Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert. Yes, certainly, madam.
Genji had gone with Kanon to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hand of the clock passed 10 slightly. What is it?
Sorry, someone in chat said I've taken the hobbits to Isengard. sorry, that really got me. Sorry, that really got me. Okay, go ahead.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. The hand of the clock passed 10 slightly. Once sure of that, Ava spoke to Kraus.
Nii-san,
it's time. Are you still not going to start the family conference?
The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while.
How long? Sorry, but time's up. I won't have you saying Father hasn't quite shown up yet over and over until dawn.
How can I make a promise about the time Father shows up? Kraus, what are you expecting to happen here? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some tea and calm down for now? Nikki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. Oh, we'll wait 30 more minutes. But if that doesn't work, you'll let us break into the study, okay?
Break into? Such an action will be quite lacking in respect for the head. Oh, right. Our apologies. We'll be good for 30 more minutes.
Humph.
I look forward to seeing if you can keep that same smile up 30 minutes from now.
So you honestly believe that Father is dead?
I have no desire to discuss that now. We can wait until Father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nissan.
You showed me a headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot resist. Of course, the same goes for me.
What are you trying to say? And after bragging all these years about being the successor yourself...
I'll turn your own words back on you. Sumari, I have no desire to discuss that now. All that matters is for Father to come down here. Sorry, is to come... Okay, alright, 1 second.
All that matters is for Father to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth.
Thank you for saving me. Alright, there's absolutely no need for me to argue you down. Right? Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that added oil to Ava's anger. But it didn't ignite, because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Oh shit. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. Okay, I just can't imagine how owned I'm gonna be in the next instant if Genji and Kanon and Kinzo walk through this door and they're just all there, and I'm just gonna be sitting here just going like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on then, do I? Like, just like...
Read the line, Joe.
Sorry, it was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call for silence. So everyone went quiet. The door opened slightly and Genji showed himself. Then he spoke with a serious tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension. Take your seats, everyone. At those words, the dining hall was wrapped in total silence, and everyone hurriedly returned to their designated seats. It was as though students who had been bustling around just before homeroom had suddenly returned to their seats when the teacher came, and it might even have looked humorous, but there was no way anyone would joke about it. I'm so tense right now. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall. The head of the glorious Ushiromiya family and Lord of Rikinjima, the island that sparkles gold, Lord Ushiromiya Kinzo, has arrived. Of the double doors that led to the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door. What? From the outside? What the fuck? What the fuck? How? And welcomed by a respectful bow from those two, majestically fluttered his cape, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was hard to believe that he had reportedly been at the end of his life. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo stayed standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back. And then Kanon walked across the room and had a very loud, verbal, real conversation with Shannon in front of everyone with a lot of back and forth with two distinct people talking next to each other with two distinct voices. What the cackle, 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 cackle. Welcome to Kirinshima. Fuck you, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen. Why the frightened face, Ava?
No, why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father.
Ava, you're as amusing as ever, aren't you? Why don't you just honestly say how frustrated you are at losing your bet with Kraus? You can't say it, kid. This is fucking Beatrice in a Mission Impossible Kinzo costume. What the fuck is this shit? Cackle, cackle. Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been leaked to Kinzo, and she hung her head, turning red. Well then, my sons and daughters and their companions, tonight I shall make an important announcement regarding my inheritance and the succession that you all seem so keen on. But first, fuck you! I must tell you how incredibly disappointed I am. After all, until this very day, no one has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile rose to his face as though there was no way the likes of these could have solved it, and his gaze passed through all of them. I'd planned to hand over everything to the one who could solve it, but none have been able to solve it before today, and here we stand with nothing of mine passed down to anyone. Oh, how shameful! To think that not one among you has come forward with the qualifications to succeed me. How truly disappointing and shameful and pathetic. The tea was drugged. The tea was drugged. Drug tea. We're doing the drug tea arc. There we go. I'm desperate right now. I'm so fucking desperate. Wahahaha. The siblings hung their heads in silence. Of course they would have solved it if they could. True, they couldn't deny that they wasted a golden opportunity, fuck you, but it was just so hard. Therefore, more than anything else, I want to know what was in the tea right now. I am proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. What? Fuck you, he's taking it away? In short, Sumari, time's up. This game is over. What a shame for you all. Even though it should have given you all an equal and fair chance, that's gone now. It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation. In that case, would my oldest son Kraus succeed the headship? Cackle, cackle. The answer is no.
What?
You understand, right, Kraus? I certainly gave you the title of successor, but all you did was let it go to your head. Do you know what a successor is? It means the person who will inherit your position after you, father. Wrong! The position of successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all! This is Beatrice. What the fuck? Listen up, Kraus. I won't tell you this again. A successor is what you call someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship, thoroughly breaks their noses, and makes it so they can never disobey him again. This is not only something that can be said of the headship. It's the same with money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money. It means someone who crushes everyone who had more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else. It's the same with talent. A genius is not what you call a person blessed with talent. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who would coerce geniuses and all other people to call them that using strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things, so you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor. Cackle, 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 cackle. I'll take your words to heart. Perhaps that truly was Kinzo's philosophy. As a result of faithfully carrying out that rant-like philosophy of his, Kinzo had glorified the Ushirimiya family to the state it was in today. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but that brutally overbearing outlook was no more or less than Ushirimiya Kinzo's charisma and aura. Oh, not Riz. Such an unsatisfactory person is not qualified to inherit everything of the Ushirimiya family. In that case, is Ava, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified? Again, no! You were unable to solve the riddle, and you were also unable to use the scheme to drag Kraus down. All the three of you managed to do was gather together in a united front to try and extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful. You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means. What fucking Sith Lord Count Dooku bullshit is this? What the fuck? In order to get what you want, you should sacrifice everything, becoming as covetous and greedy as possible. There we go. The goddess of luck smiles upon the greedy. You three who don't have that wild spirit are as unfit from the succession as Kraus is. Who gets it then, George? Ava and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't calculate what it was Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually... This is so fucking hell. I can't believe this shit. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the headship? If so, that would work to Ava, Rose, and Rudolph's advantage. After all, in the end, they just have to renegotiate everything among the siblings after Kinzo's death, splitting the inheritance evenly. It would surely be more troublesome if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the successor. But would Kinzo really say something to benefit any of the four siblings after demeaning them so much?
You don't think he's gonna say that because no one will succeed him, he'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? I'm afraid I wouldn't put it past father.
Blood's just risen to his head. We can't do anything but let him talk for now. Well then, father, what thoughts do you have regarding the succession of the headship? Oh, since I'm so utterly disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over to anyone. I'm just gonna live, Lamayo. Therefore, the Ushirimiya family will end here. It ends with my generation. That cannot... The Ushirimiya family was crushed long ago in that earthquake. The current Ushirimiya family is nothing but an illusion of gold that I'm glimpsing for an instant, the likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. Everything in this world is a dream, an illusion. It is, Beatrice. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Oh, okay. Yes, that's how it was from the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was part of Beatrice's contract and her curse. As if I'd let you, Beatrice, I will be the one who captures you. Tonight that goal will be realized. Cackle, cackle. Okay. Alright. For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling, and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, it was always both eloquent and insane. Foolish children such as yourselves truly are daydreams. It's as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear, wake up, disappear from the doze of the truth that I am. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me. Oh, Nanjo's talking? Kinzo-san, if I may. What is it, my friend? Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Kinzo allowed him to. I understand how you feel, Kinzo-san. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them. And as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand how parental affection can make you feel as though your expectations were betrayed. However, you are extraordinary, Kinzo-san. A genius. Isn't saying that it's only natural for them to catch up to you a little too harsh? Despite that, Kraus-san, Eva-san, Rudolph-san, Rosa-san, and all of their partners have done their very best to catch up with you. Ho ho! And just how much money have they built up with this doing their best? After these cowards fail completely in ventures and gain debt, and still try to sponge off me, how can you say that they did their very best? Money is the crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, then you cannot grasp the world. If life cannot strongly grasp this world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear. Disappear from my life and reality. That's a reckless argument. With that logic, even I must not live. Even so, I believe the time I spent playing chess with you was worthwhile for both of us, Kinzo-san. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. Humph. As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts! Yeah, go Nanjo! Yeah. Nanjo! Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion in front of Kinzo in a rage, but Kinzo's close friend Nanjo alone was allowed to. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely, after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. This surprisingly obedient side of him might have seemed cute. Cute? But there was no one here who could laugh. It may be true that your children haven't built up as great a fortune as you have, Kinzo-san, though even so, they're rich enough to make me jealous. But besides money, they have also built up many things that cannot be bought with money. When it comes to that, they are in no way inferior to you, Kinzo-san. Oh, and what do you claim they have built up that cannot be bought with money? Happiness. Family. Family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and each has built up their own happy homes.
Why'd you say that like text-to-speech?
It's the Fast and Furious meme. I've never seen one of those movies, by the way, but I know the fucking meme from Vin Diesel. They have glorified your family name and have brought back grandchildren. Grandchildren are wonderful. We older people can look at these young grandchildren who will live on into a new era that we will not even be given a chance to see, and in them we can imagine an endless future. Isn't that the sole entertainment we have in our old age? Remember, Kinzo-san, remember your joy when they first brought back their grandchildren. Your children and your grandchildren will carry your great works onto future generations, set an example. That is something that an individual cannot accomplish no matter how much money they have. The siblings all nodded in agreement. Yay, Nanjo! Certainly, Kinzo had looked happy when his grandchildren had just been born, back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, did Kinzo's heart still contain a human's warmth? In other words, Sumari. In exchange for the vast riches I created, instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren? No, that's not what I... So in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I have built up, I have gained a single grandchild from each of my children. This is wonderful! So I have created a single life using 10 billion yen! That's how it is! Interesting, truly an interesting example of the alchemical sense, right? Oh, what valuable grandchildren. Wonderful, wonderful. Wahahaha. Is that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion yen? Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter. What? It was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test him with in this question. But when Natsui was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus's silence with an answer of her own interpretation.
Yes, Jessica is a daughter I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that can't be measured with money.
Ho. So you can state for certain that she's worth 10 billion. Ho ho. What about you, Ava? What about your George? Since Natsui had answered that way, Ava naturally came up with her own answer as well, that somehow made it so George was worth more than Jessica. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to a provocative question like this, she answered as well.
Yes, father. George is worth 10 billion. No, even more than that. And that's not in the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. He'll become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great works, father.
Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsui as if she'd scored a point. Even now? Even now?
Especially now. Their dad is there. That's the one whose point she wants the most. What do you mean?
When she heard that what Ava had said, Natsui was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus. Oh, I see. Then what about you, Rudolph? What about your battler? Compared to George-kun, there's nothing about battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He talks about grand dreams and things that couldn't be done. I guess in that way, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots. But I'm sure that guy could do things that even a group of 10 billion average people couldn't do. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy. But at the very least, there's no doubt watching over his life will be more fun than looking at 10 billion average people. Ava clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech, which would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently Rudolph had done that on purpose, so he grinned back at her. What of Maria?
Maria is my adorable and only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all.
Oh, I see. Dreams in the future, miracles and possibilities are the source of my magical power. No magic without hopes holds any strength. I cannot expect any more from you who have proven to be average, but I see, my grandchildren hold future possibilities, and expecting a magical miracle from them may be worthwhile. If you're saying that, in this way, they are worth more than 10 billion. Yes, I can see where you're coming from. When Kinzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone speak up, but even so, he would sometimes accept something on his own while yelling by himself and change his own opinion.
Relatable.
So relatable. That's what this felt like to the siblings, and also
This is
chat.
like when you stop looking at chat. Yeah, this is when you stop looking at chat and just fucking close your eyes and talk to the ceiling.
Apparently, even though Kinzo had been disgusted by his unsuccessful children and had cast them away as being unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father might suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move. Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to hand over all I have to any of you. However, it would be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see if one of them is qualified. I've always thought of them as mere kids, but there's a chance I'll find a shining gem amongst them that will catch me off guard. And testing them for that would be... Yes, it would be a shame to abandon that final side trip of in my remaining life. Is he gonna try and get the kids to solve the epitaph? Well then, what shall I do?
I can, with confidence, recommend George as someone fitting to follow after you.
Ava claimed that right away. Natsui looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look, telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words. How bold. Then, let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see if they are qualified to succeed the Ushirimiya family inheritance and wealth.
Father?
However, that does not mean that one of you will indirectly receive the inheritance. I am already disappointed in you all. There is no longer anything I have to give you. Not a thing. The ones I will question are my grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are my grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this, understood? I shall obey Father's decision. Same here. I'll go along with what he decides. What about you, Aneki?
Of course. I believe Father will make a wise judgment. I will also obey Father's decision.
I shall think of how to test my grandchildren, which means this is no longer any business of yours. After all, none of you are involved with the succession in any way now. So right here, right now, perhaps we should discuss a different matter that does involve you. Ooh. A different matter? Indeed. That is tonight's true purpose, and the true purpose for this final Ushirimiya family conference as well. I have no desire to hear your thoughts and opinions. I demand only your assistance. Assistance in my ceremony. Your ceremony?
Quiet. Father's talking now.
Rudolph and the rest had automatically narrowed their brows at the occult-like word. Could he be planning to start some strange ceremony involving Beatrice's resurrection again? And he wanted their assistance? What in the world was he planning to do? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities, there we go. I did it halfway, that he called by the same name, such as starting to burn a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with a stench. Ugh. To the siblings, a ceremony was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies. Father, just what do you mean by that?
If we can assist you, we'll do anything. Right, Rosa? Yes, but what in the world is it?
A ceremony as inscribed in my epitaph. Is this... Okay, without spoilers, should we take a break now or at the end of the scene?
We can take a break now, or we can take a break in like 5 minutes, and it'll be a really funny way to place the stop.
Okay, 5 minutes then. A ceremony as inscribed in my epitaph. A ceremony to revive Beatrice and open the door to the golden land. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers, I shall now capture and force into submission with my greatest hidden art. For that purpose, I must offer 13 people as sacrifices. Gathering 13 people's worth of sacrifices is no easy feat, but tonight is the family conference. Many adults have gathered on Rakinjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out this ceremony. Taken literally, it sounded like he was telling them to become human sacrifices for his dark ceremony and die. Ridiculous. Was it some kind of metaphor? But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to illustrate. The siblings whispered together about what Kinzo was saying. What's Dad going on about? Is this his usual sickness? Probably. Listen silently for now.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I like how they're not completely united, but I do like how the four of them are more united now that Kinzo is supposedly, allegedly, maybe in the room. Like
yeah,
they're all
enemy.
Yeah, like they're all scared of him. Like, damn, the damage this man has done. What is it you don't understand? I am making this extremely simple. I told you that I'll choose 13 of the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices in a ceremony to revive Beatrice. Duh. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices in my ceremony. Wahahaha. Listen, this is not a joke, nor anything of the sort. This is my final bet, my final ceremony, the last one I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count that can easily satisfy the massive number of sacrifices I require. Become the sacrifices for my ceremony. Kinzo-san, you weren't serious about what you said back then, were you? It wasn't a joke? Unusually for him, Nanjo's face changed color as he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices. Sorry, my friend. That was no joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on, the final ceremony, the final game that I will attempt. Yes, this is a game! If gaining my fortune and leaving this island is your goal, then there are only two ways to achieve it. Will you escape being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and spectacularly survive by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph and stopping the ceremony? Didn't happen last time. Or will you kill me and thereby stop the ceremony? Those are your only two options. Alright, let's go. By now, everyone wasn't just whispering, but chattering and muttering away. Even the siblings had noticed that Kinzo was beginning to act abnormally. Father, are you a little tired? Genji-san, has father been drinking? No, the master is sensible. Sorry, Dad, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Dad's free to start up any weird ceremony he wants to revive the witch he loves. That's his hobby. But getting wrapped up in that and being made into a human sacrifice is a little more than I can handle.
Rudolph, are you trying to interrupt Father?
What are you talking about, Aneki? You expect me to listen to something that's shady and say, oh really? Was the ceremony Kinzo had mentioned literally something disturbing, or was it some kind of test to choose the successor? It seemed that Rudolph had taken it literally, but Avis apparently still believed that it was something like a test or examination to find a proper successor. But Kinzo responded with a clear smile. Well then, that is all I have to say. No objections or opinions are necessary from you. I will simply awaken from my dream of having 4 unsuccessful children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes may seem like a dream, an illusion, something that couldn't conceivably be of this world, and a world that defies understanding. But that itself is my reality. Now I will finally awaken from the shallow, useless dream that all of you are. Come, the game has already begun, see? With this many of you here, I can take lives starting with anyone. So long, my unsuccessful children, and for the final and only time in your lives, be useful for my ceremony. Arise, Pendragon's memorial troops. Please God, no. Please God, no. Please God, no. When Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled as though towards a packed audience, the air shattered like glass, and the outlines of 3 people who supposedly hadn't been invited to this island appeared.
Now we can take a break.
No! I was about to say this is the best scene of episode 4 so far, but now fucking Bunny Girl's back.
Chester 45 right here. Chester 410 right here.
No.
Chester 00 right here, sir.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm so cool right now. Does she have a scar on her ear?
And an eye patch.
3 girls with strange forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Where from? When? Who? Who were they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank because they spent all that time thinking they lost their last chance to survive. You have permission to shoot 6 to death. I leave the choice of targets up to you. Begin your attack.
Unrestricted firing. Understood, sir. Thank you for granting us such excellent targets. Everyone, commence unrestricted firing. First one in.
When 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and she pulled its string. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room, leaving haphazard gold curves everywhere. It chose Natsui from among those sitting at the table of the family conference, pulverizing the left half of her face. Holy shit! Flesh and deep red blood scattered around, leaving massive red spatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. Silence fell. Despite the massive number of deep red spots left on the tablecloth. No, hold on. There's way more than 6 people here, so some people are going to be witnesses to this. How is that going to work? No one could understand why Natsui's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though dozing while still sitting. And they watched on in silence. Those sitting on Natsui's right-hand side were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting on her left, to her left, were not, because people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate, and could even see inside her. Natsui. One down. Natsui, is it? A luckless woman to the end. Oh, she really did have a headache. Next.
00 firing.
After scratching the empty air in the same way and readying her bow, 00 fired as well. After it flew around and around at high speeds like the golden arrow, 410 had released drawing a convoluted curve in the same manner. It's gonna hit Rudolph. Yeah, it has smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way as it looked at Natsui in shock, killing him instantly. This time, everyone managed to avoid freezing up mentally. They realized that a fearsome murder had started playing out right in front of them, just as Kinzo had said. And they realized that Kinzo would probably kill even more. Wah! Yeah! Shrill screams burst out. Even so, they didn't know what to do, so they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish.
Father? What do you think you're doing?
You fool! Run now! As Eva asked Kinzo that in total shock, Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses faster than anyone else and risen to his feet, pulled at her arm from behind. He's dead next. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Yeah! Just like the 2 before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed, and the right side of his head, which had happened to be facing that direction at the time, had been blown away with its contents exposed like a watermelon or a pomegranate again. So, still holding Eva, Hideyoshi slumped backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Eva fell over backwards with him.
Dear? Dear?
Eva screamed. It was only natural. The face she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull The mashed brains and the crushed jaw all lay bare.
45 impact. It's a hit.
Spectacular. Fire again. 3 more remain. Father, what is this supposed to be? When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Kinzo, Double O blocked him. With her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so Double O lifted Kraus by the nape of his neck and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony. Yeah. Oh. Everyone, run! Get the police! An ambulance! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Nanjo's sharp words finally dissolved the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. When Goda and Kumasawa each tried to escape from the dining hall first, 410 moved in an instant and appeared there, blocking the way.
You sure are slow, yeah. Did you think I'd let you escape? Yeah.
Help me!
Goda-san, duck!
Even though Goda didn't understand, he crouched when he heard Kirie's sharp voice. Then, a burst of air rushed above his head. Kirie had taken a big swing with a chair to mow 410 down. She's dead next. But 410, still with a mocking expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with a single hand.
What a scary woman, yeah? You really want to go the same way as your husband that much?
From the cuff of her arm where she had caught the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, wrapped itself around the chair and burst open. It was a fearsome power, like a vice. When Kirie realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually something that surpassed human knowledge and that a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a fierce alarm bell that welled up from deep inside her. Oh, I was wrong. Genji, Shannon, and Ken and all the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, even with a scene like this before their eyes, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kirie thought that they managed to stay calm because they were with the enemy, and had been given a guarantee that they wouldn't be killed. But as soon as she thought that, the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. Oh, it's Genji! Genji-san!
45 impact. It's a hit.
Oh, Genji, how unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friend. Cackle, cackle. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch. The half of Genji's expression that remained was smiling. No, it was indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell over, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor.
Genji-sama?
We're nothing more than the witch's pieces. Nothing more, nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Cannon's faces, one couldn't sense any naive hopes that they'd be rescued. That's right, Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. Does that mean Kinzo can be a target here too, then?
He was in the other games, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, who will we go for next, yeah?
410 looked at Kirie for a second. In that second, Kirie was prepared for her own death. But when she readied her golden bow in midair, 410 was looking at someone else over Kirie's shoulder. Well, it's not going to be Nanjo, because Nanjo always survives. So as imprudent as it was, Kirie felt as though she had been saved. Again, an ugly, exploding, popping sound rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kirie turned to face the direction of the sound, she saw blood gushing like a fountain and Ava lying on her husband's chest. Of course, her face had been half smashed just like her husband's. 410 had mercilessly targeted Ava as she'd clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing. Really? Oh yeah.
Let go of Nissan. Let go of Nissan. Just stop it, father. Just stop this brutality.
Run away, Rosa. Rosa's objection didn't reach Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-splattered dining hall. I was going to say, oh yeah, Rosa exists. I forgot. Yeah, I think Rosa's probably going to be cut out then. And she wasn't able to lessen Kraus's pain at being lifted up by the nape of the neck by Double O. Oh, that's still happening. Okay, so Rosa had no choice but to use force. She lifted up a chair beside her and gave a warning.
Father, order her to let go of Nissan. Just stop them from doing this.
I cannot. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path through to your own fate with your own hands. You who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear. Let me see you overcome your weakness one last time in your life.
Father? Ah!
The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-control in Rosa's life. What Kinzo had said might have been true. If she had grasped that courage a bit sooner, her life might have become more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then there was a bursting sound, the sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. It could not have been this. With the chair still lifted up, she neatly lost half of her head and slumped over. Still holding Kraus up with one hand, Double O had stuck her other hand out toward Rosa. The golden stake released from that arm. It constricted Rosa in a helix, and it smashed into her head.
Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of shooting so close to you, sir.
I care not. So this makes 6 people.
Yes, Lord Goldsmith. This makes 6 people.
Goldsmith, man. When she indifferently communicated that, Double O let go of Kraus, whom she had been lifting up this whole time. Indeed. So the sacrifices of the first Twilight were Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsui, Hideyoshi, and Genji. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Do you want to read Jelly's pen, Mouse?
Eh? Why are you so upset, Tom? Umineko is finally a killing game. Isn't this what you kept saying you wanted? It's just like those beloved killing games that jump-started your streaming career, so you've got to love it. Right, Tom?
It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall had been dirtied by blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. What's the difference between spatter and splatter? The spelling? Or is it like a technical term, spatter?
Spatter is smaller particles.
Oh, okay. In a way,
that's what I got from Google.
It's not AI though, right? Just normal Google?
No, just normal.
AI turned off. Okay, all right. In a way that was fitting for that abnormal space, Akinzo's abnormal laugh alone echoed out. The curtain has finally risen. The ceremony to revive Beatrice has begun. You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first Twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friend. Ranove.
Oh yeah, the whole gang's here.
When Kinzo called Ranove's name, the demon butler showed himself in midair, bowing respectfully. Nice to meet you, everyone. And good day to those of you I haven't seen for a long time. Coo. It seems this place is once again spectacularly untidy. Pay it no mind. It takes a stimulant of this level to wake me from my daydream-like days. Allow me to introduce my friend, a reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Ranove. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Just who is he making that introduction to? Kraus and Kirie, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo, Goda, and Kurosawa could only look up at this middle-aged gentleman they didn't know in shock. Only Shannon and Cannon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. So I wasn't able to greet Genji. I hope he was at least able to fulfill his purpose painlessly.
It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have time to feel the pain.
Is that so? Very well, we'll go along with this. Allow me to introduce another friend. Arise, my friend, Virgilia. Oh man, she's here too?
The gang's all here.
Once again, a silhouette of someone the relatives didn't know appeared from empty space. She appeared in a refined dress while making an elegant greeting.
Thank you for summoning me, Master. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a bloody place such as this.
Allow me to introduce her too. This is both my friend and a reliable counselor, Virgilia. I desire to borrow your great power as the Witch of the Finite. Lend it to me.
Even if I tried to refuse, such a thing wouldn't be permitted for one subordinated by the power of your summonings. As you wish, Master.
Still, what a fearsome fellow to think he summoned 3 of the Chiester sister corps, then me, and even Virgilia. Even though it's only in the area of summoning, to think that he surpasses Milady so thoroughly. How frightening. I can't help but shudder at the Ushomiya blood. In order to carry out Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, I shall give it my all as a summoner. This still isn't enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ceremony this time, I shall summon more. More characters? The Pendragon Memorial Troops and Ronave and Virgilia. I can still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more. Answer to my summons, Sakutaro! Ryu! One of the 72 demons. Gap?
Gap? You can even materialize her?
This really means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island. It already proceeded far enough to materialize us. By now, we shouldn't be surprised no matter how great a demon he summons.
Has Rikenjima already been completely sucked into a parallel world then? I hope he does not surrender.
He learned a lot last time, correct? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. What? Probably, I should say. Ukuku. Well then, shall we engage the stage now? Okay, are they talking about Battler here or Kinzo?
Kinzo, I think.
Well then, shall we enjoy the stage we now stand upon? It seems the main character is the master this time. Let us expect a script with a different flavor than Milady's.
Chat says Battler for sure. Could be either.
I think it's Battler right now. I think he was talking about Battler. When Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale light gathered in the empty air, twisted. And a magical circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. What the fuck? Kind of looks like a trident. Oh, for... Well, damn, I see why she's called Gap. All right. And with a sound like glass breaking, a new demon could be seen there. You did well to answer my call. Yeah, one of the 72 great demons.
This is one hell of a place you've summoned me to. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room, Goldsmith?
The literally devilish woman, wrapped in a venomous, ominous costume, looked at the scene which should have made her cover her eyes and twisted her mouth in a grin. Summon you for such a reason would be like using a cashmere muffler to mop the floor.
It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. Perhaps this island is finally submerging completely into fantasy. This all-star cast is even more surprising than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chiester sisters, the great demon Ronave, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? I see. As a conductor for that, I couldn't think of anyone better than you, Goldsmith.
I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, correct?
Of course not. There's no way I could resist the subordinating power of the legendary great summoner, Lord Goldsmith, who forced the famous great witch Beatrice to do his bidding. I'll assist you, although I will of course ask a fitting price. So, what's my first job?
Damn, if only I had answered H. Bomber Guy's DMs to have him reading on today when Gap appeared. If only. If only. You okay? You alright? You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm getting roasted in Umidan for saying he was talking about Kinzo. It's fine. I'm so cool about it.
Capture the cowards. Don't roast Mouse. It's fine. What? It's fine. Capture the cowards who made it through the first twilight. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Cannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kirie, and Kraus. Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people. Until it's time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices. Cackle.
A cashmere mop, huh? Understood.
As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then, when she snapped her fingers, Kraus was swallowed up by the floor as though a round pitfall had opened up beneath him. Wah!
One down.
Oh, she's making gaps in the floor. Okay, very, very good name. There was no hole in the floor, but it certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kyrie's. She snapped her fingers. Kyrie jumped back as though repelled. Her instincts had been right. After all, in the place where she'd been until a second ago, a round jet-black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kyrie had no way of eluding Gap's capture. Wah! When she snapped her fingers again, a shocked Nanjo was swallowed up by the floor and disappeared. When she did it again, 410 let out a short yell and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened, swallowing both Shannon and Cannon, who had been standing in a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that he would be next, Goda dashed out through that door. Of course, Kumasawa had also escaped with lightning speed, chasing after Goda. As Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round, jet-black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the recklessly fleeing pair away and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kumasawa had escaped in a matter of seconds.
I've gotten slow. I let two get away. Don't worry, we're currently locking onto the escapee targets. Data link ready. Shall we snipe?
No, I cannot authorize that. They are precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization.
Great Lord Goldsmith, we await your orders.
It is still too soon for the coming of the second twilight, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. It must not be now. Let them do as they please. It isn't as though they can escape from this island.
The source of the Master's magical power is noise and risk and tests of luck. Ho ho ho. In other words, tsumari, it means being fickle, it would seem.
Cackle. Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us steadily advance the ceremony from here on. Well then, that is that. Next are my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are... You're still gonna do that? Whether they're qualified to become my successor. Let's see, how shall I test their qualifications? Cackle, cackle.
If you decide that they're qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection?
Of course. Despite that, I will test them. Perhaps a woman cannot understand that contradiction, nor my madness. Okay, cackle, cackle.
Well, apparently men are as weird as ever. I don't get the very concept of playing around with risk.
Oh my, and I thought you loved that sort of thing.
Of course. If a man whispers to me about dangerous risks in love, I go head over heels. But only if he's hot. Be quiet. Try to refrain from whispering.
Truly noisy women, but at least they aren't boring. This is what makes summoning so pleasant. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk in my ceremony. That is the work I expect of you. 6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, and it was contaminated with red, gruesome decorations. It was now unimaginable that, until just a second ago, 13 humans had been arranged here in a well-organized manner. Kinzo lined up the famous demons and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of a night of overwhelming mass murders, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. Unless Maria just, impressed him somehow. Oh,
Sorry to keep you waiting.
She's here.
Now the curtain finally rises on the first twilight. That Kinzo. I see he loves being flashy as usual. So even that man who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around can shine so when on the stage.
Damn. Always killing in a grotesque way as usual. Smashing half of their heads. The bad tasty witches and demons have always wait, hold on. The bad tasty witches and demons have always pisses me off. Okay, it's there. I'm the wrong one. All right.
Smashing half of their heads. I see. So she's realized that in the games up until now, that's been the most ideal method of killing.
Ideal? How is such a grotesque way of killing ideal?
Isn't it though? Try and remember the very first game.
You. So you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. Damn, so does this mean that the witch's corrosion continued and there are now even more creeps wandering around? The more the witch's corrosion advances, the more Rikinjima tilts toward the spirit world. That's why strange, insane people keep appearing one by one. This island has been closed off by the typhoon, so no human can leave it, much less appear as a new character to increase their numbers. And yet Angie, but the more the corrosion advances, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, there might be more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. The numbers might be a thing that represents this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And the corrosion hasn't just affected the number of people, but apparently their fashion sense as well. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? This is what Battler's thinking of? It's so scary, I can't imagine, but I'm doing it anyway. Ah, seriously, give me a break. Don't make these weird guys increase in number anymore.
I can't do that. They'll keep increasing more and more. I'll defy all the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap. It's been a long time, Riche. Have you been well? Why do I ask? You look great. Have you gotten younger? You look 200 or 300 years younger than when I last saw you.
Okay.
Oh, I see. What?
Obama meme? Okay. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced his Gap, took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. That smile felt openly obscene. I guess she's Beato's friend, which means she's gotta be a creep among creeps. By the way, they were saying something about a closed circle or whatever, but what does that mean?
Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rikenjima is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since such a place is isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited in number. Having new suspect candidates added on one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. In other words, Sumari, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans in the mystery genre itself. You're Gretel? I see. You look like a wise kid. I love kids like you. You taste so sweet and tantalizing. Gross. Keep the jokes to your clothing. It's Devilish Pretty's newest, Jack the Ripper Christmas Blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world couldn't understand, okay? At least we know it's well ventilated. Why don't you add a gap to the head part as well? Let a little air into your brain. Gap is always sensitive to the fashions of the spirit world, but this year's fad truly is bold. I think I'll order one sometime. For you, Riche, I'd recommend Ali Gray, Alice in the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime soon to look at the clothes. You really should drop by the spirit world every now and then. When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that. Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Riche. It looks like this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Know what that is, girl?
Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean?
Just what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game? When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Remember?
Remember. Episode 1, The First Twilight. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda. All 6 of them had their heads pulverized and died.
At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. Some had their faces pulverized, and some had half of their faces pulverized. That's right. The ones with their faces smashed were Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, and Goda. The ones with the sides of their heads smashed were Kraus and Shannon. At the time, I thickly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me.
Disadvantageous for you? I see. So that's what this is. That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but that made it hard to confirm the identity of each person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon Chan had their heads half smashed. That alone was atrocious enough, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identities. But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, as his son, could only guess by inference that it had to be Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained vague until the end whether that really had been Dad's corpse. Interesting. If this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well, I would probably have claimed that since the identities of Dad and the rest of the bodies were impossible to confirm, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game.
Well done, correct? A faked death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being the culprit's accomplice. Therefore, corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain are always disadvantageous for the witch's side. You can suspect fake deaths for all corpses, hypothesizing that one or more of them is the culprit for the crimes that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch.
Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy.
That's how it is. Normally, for the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games, and I'll now use red truth starvation tactics. Since you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack, I will not use the red easily. I'll make you come apart at the seams by using red in just a single place, as rarely as possible. In the end, it means I will permit all rants regarding your guesswork for all the closed rooms, and I only have to smash one of those once with the red truth.
Even though you've always teased me, once I start counterattacking, you now hole up back inside your shell. Quit kidding around.
At any rate, I don't want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I worried and worried over it. Then, Gap gave me an idea. It truly is a simple method. I just pointed out something obvious and you hit upon the idea, Riche. I simply said you only had to create corpses whose identity could be distinguished and whose complete death would be understood. In short, Tsumari, I put those 2 things together. The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the pulverization of the head, the vessel for the soul, which is the perfect symbol of death. When I put those 2 parts neatly together, oh, wonderful! I came up with the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half smashed.
I'll bet you love 2-colored bread and 2-colored ice cream. You're just like a greedy kid.
At any rate, even if half of their heads are smashed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time.
Get it. Since Beato is trying to act tough and is refusing to say anything red, we've got to suspect everything. Of course, I'm definitely not going to swallow the theory of magical mass murder by the Chester-ass Nachans.
You sure have gotten prudent. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything. I wouldn't have anything less from a rival. Since there's fortunately no red now, he can imagine whatever he wants and reason over and over again as he likes. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut him down at once with the red truth.
Smash? Yeah!
Ah, ooh.
Silent, black, cold, painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. What? And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, with her body this cold and hurting, the pain grew the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marbles in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. Ah, this is why I always tell myself, even if it's just for a nap, I've got to at least grab a sofa. I should get a sofa. I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second and end up sleeping on the floor or in the study chair, it'll hurt my body later and make things difficult. Okay, so is this the aftermath of Sekataro getting murdered? Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Since I slept on such a hard and cold floor, the half of my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear, but I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. No. Ooh, I wonder where this is. I thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light, but even if I looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter, patter, of footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. Oh no, she didn't sense anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps, so, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint approaching silhouette came into view. Oh, it looked like a child much younger than Maria. Who is it? I don't know this kid, but the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart. Uryu. The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in the half of her face that had started hurting from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against that side of her face. Are you alright? Does it still hurt?
Thanks. I'm fine, little guy. Where are we? It's really cold.
Come this way. You mustn't stay here. That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. She didn't know the situation, but even so, she dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. It didn't even really feel like she was moving forwards. Even though she was running, she couldn't even feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare, that kind of unreal sensation. So even though I ran, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself. Ryu, are you okay?
I'm sorry, my head hurts.
When the kid said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being stuck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that the child's word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly.
I'm sorry. Could you stop saying Uryu?
Uryu.
Wait a second. Didn't I tell you to stop?
Sorry. I had the feeling that this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my forehead this time. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around this child, my head hurts. Are you okay? Let's go quickly. You mustn't stay here.
Why shouldn't I be here? Hey, where is this? Who are you? Where's your mama?
The one who made me is you, Mama.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think that, like, technically it would be like Maria's brother, because she, that child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all. Did you forget about me? You made me, right?
Wait a second. Stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right. Where's Maria? Where is she? Maria?
I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where's Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria is there for me. Maria is here, but she's not Maria now. It's better if you don't meet with her now. It's better for your sake and Maria's as well. For Maria's sake as well. Escape.
Huh? What are you saying? Where's Maria? Maria? Answer me!
Maria's gonna find you. Come this way, quickly, Mama. That child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped walking.
Let go! Just who are you? What gives you the right to call me Mama?
Mama is the one who made me. Did you forget? For Maria's birthday present. You made me with your own hands. Did you forget?
You couldn't be Maria's Sakutaro?
Yes, the lion stuffed animal Mama made.
Ah!
A fierce sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he had grasped with his hand. When I knocked his hand away without thinking, he looked at my palm. A hole the size of a thumb had opened there and deep red blood gushed out. Ooh. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side. Who are you? Are you okay? Are you okay? What's wrong? Sakutaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury, but in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he'd grabbed my hand, regardless of whether there was malice in him. I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie.
Go away! You have nothing to do with me. Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama. Go away. Disappear.
Ooh, you. Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. It gaped open and pitch-black insides peeked out. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Ooh. Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then, all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion, stuffed animal, without a doubt. These were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day while overcome by my emotions. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Wow! Sakutaro! Sakutaro! Wow! Wow! She's upset. Like a flood from a broken dam or like a broken TV, Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. Yeah, I was overcome by my emotions and went overboard. Yeah, just a little bit.
Just got a little upset.
Yeah,
just got a little upset. It's understandable, right?
Having a bad day. It was a mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. And then she grabbed my leg and broke it all over again. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then it burst. After all, she refused to make up with me, even though I'd apologized, and there was nothing else I could do now anyway, and it was all Maria's fault in the first place. Oh god. Since she's too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time like this, she can't make any friends. That's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instructive guidance. After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even if I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brothers and sister and father and mother too, huh? But when I cried about that, while I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor and kick and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it back that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks so that only the base is left. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. So I looked at my hands. From my wrist onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared, as though only that part of my arms had become ceramic. No, as though all of me, from the wrist onwards, had suddenly become ceramic and had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much before falling off. After all, look, aren't both of my wrists lying smashed by my feet?
Huh?
There was no pain, but the shocking sight of my hands breaking off from the wrists onwards made me scream.
Oh, what is this? What is this? My hands! My hands! My hands! Ah!
This way, you won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage.
What's happening? My hands! My hands! What did you do, Maria? What is this? What on earth is this?
Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who?
If she'd used those hands for patting her daughter's head, flipping through picture books, or making warm meals, it may have been worth leading them on.
Mama hit my head more than she patted it. She never opens picture books. She doesn't even make me food. I go buy it myself. But I mustn't go to the same store more than once. Mustn't have my face remembered. Mustn't talk to the policeman. Why? Why is that? Is it my fault? Am I not allowed to have Mama pat my head, have picture books read to me, or eat dinner with Mama? Why not? Why not? I didn't do anything wrong. It isn't my fault. It's Mama's. Mama's fault. Mama wouldn't play with me, but Sakataro did. He even read books, watched TV, and ate meals with me. He was a much better friend than Mama was.
I'm not proud of it. But what am I supposed to do? I'm busy with work. Work, I tell you. You know that, right? It was unavoidable. There's nothing I can do. True enough. It was unavoidable. Unavoidable that you'd injure your daughter, tearing her heart apart and making her tears run with blood. In that case, there's no avoiding the same thing happening again, right here, right now. Come, Maria. Enough of the excuses from a woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her or not? Is she innocent or guilty?
I won't forgive her. Mama's guilty. I'll make Mama meet the same fate she gave to Sakataro. Take Mama from the seam at the neck and tear her apart so we can see the cotton inside her. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rosa's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on and cracked readily and broke apart. Rosa had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms from the time she'd torn Sakataro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nail stuck deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split into top and bottom. and Sakataro had been torn apart. Bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rose's case, something like black, thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of her blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human, tearless or tearless?
Tearless.
Tearless human kept inside their body. I'm quiet? Joe barely audible? What do you mean? Joe too loud? Joe is getting quiet? What do you mean?
I think you were just talking quietly.
Oh, was I? Okay, I can move the
Yeah,
I can move the microphone closer. Okay.
This is incredible. Hideous. What filthy insides. Splendidly done, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother or not? Innocent or guilty?
I can't forgive her. Still can't forgive her. She's guilty. When Beatrice brandished her pipe cane, gold butterflies seeped up and restored Rose's broken flesh in an instant.
Feel the depths of your sin, which cannot be repaid by a single human life. And remember your own great sin. Come, try and remember. Remember the scale of your sin.
I turned the game audio down by 2 decibels. Apparently it's loud.
Okay.
Hello? Is it Mama? When will you get home?
I'm sorry. I'm busy with work today, so I'm staying over.
Staying over for work again? Looks like work is tough for you again today, Mama.
Yeah, sorry. I really am busy. I'll be holed up in the company the whole time. I can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama just can't finish her job quickly this time. Unless I give them a better design, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this work is. So it'll just have to take some time.
Yeah, I understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house. So do your best work, finish it quickly, and come back, okay?
Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise I'll buy a delicious cake tomorrow and take it home.
I don't need cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you came home that much sooner.
Don't worry. I'll come back quickly, I promise. So let's have some delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought the other day. Both of us together. I promise.
Just putting that out there. Yeah, I promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama.
Oh, I was muted, sorry. Oh, it's a lonely story, but isn't this mother-daughter love wonderful with both looking out for the other? Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa? I kept that promise, didn't I? The next evening, didn't I do as I promised? Buying a cake and returning earlier than usual?
That's not it. I knew. That evening, a pay-on delivery package came from Mama, but there wasn't enough money in the wallet, so I called Mama's company to ask what to do. I was told only to call at special times. But I thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for Mama's work, so I called. Then I was told that Mama had the day off. I was told that it had been decided long ago that Mama would have the day off and that she'd gone far away to play. I knew, the whole time, I knew Mama was lying. But you know what? Sakataro scolded me, saying that it wasn't true. Every day, Mama was very busy with work. There was no way she'd abandon Maria and play. He said that the person who told us Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake. That's what Sakataro said, so I believed it. I believed it. I love Mama, love her. Of course Mama says that she loves me, loves me. Yes, me too. I love you, Maria. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then, she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. The dark room made the starry sky on the ground below the window stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below. You didn't tell your daughter you were on vacation?
I told her once, but she was so noisy I decided not to tell her anymore. It's less work that way.
If you were worried about your daughter, you didn't have to force yourself to put this on your schedule, right?
But that way, we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that?
The slender, middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that slight action.
Come on. Let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this precious wine.
I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being. But for that very reason, I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter.
Don't I always tell you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I try not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, okay? I wouldn't even have phoned from here if it weren't for the noisy drunk laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs.
Rosa-san, can't you reconsider taking sudden vacations like this in the future for your daughter, Sake? Who's this guy? Isn't it enough if we only meet when our schedules match?
Our schedules will never match up that way, right? And I always want to be with you.
That's a child's way of loving. Loving between adults should be a little more stoic. Not being able to be with you for long periods of time makes me lonely too. However, I think we can enjoy more than enough adult loving during that limited time. Alright.
So you're telling me to go be with my daughter more. Be a mother, not a woman?
That's what you want too, right? You must always want to spend lots of time with your daughter. I won't run away. I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me.
Did you get back on good terms with your wife? Looks like you've had about enough of being separated from her.
I don't want to talk about my wife. Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter.
I'm sure you think single women with children are a pain.
I've never said anything of the sort before.
Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me. Even if I tell them not to worry about paying that child's living expenses, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter. But I guess you don't like single women with children after all.
That's not what I'm saying. I haven't started to dislike you, Rosa-san. I'm just trying to tell you to take better care of your daughter, something I know you wish for yourself. And I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to her. That's all I'm saying.
Liar! I've just become a burden for you, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know. I understand. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood. Yes, you're already like those other men. You don't want a woman with a child. You don't want a divorcee because that's a pain. You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? Yes, that's right. I totally get it. I once went out with a man with children, so I really get how you feel. That's why I believed I'd be able to be together with you, a man who understood about my daughter. That's right. You were always in the way.
Man, sorry, I just can't help but think back to when one of the Persona games dealt with an issue like this, with this much delicate nuance. I wonder which one. I wonder which one's gonna come out on top.
Not Persona catching strays right now. Come on, man. Give him a break. If only you didn't exist, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Because you exist, you were always in the way of my happiness.
Mama.
Even I didn't want you to be born. No, that's not it. I thought I might be able to build a happy family together with you. But that man disappeared right before your birth. He said he'd build a warm family with me, tricked me, and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where did that man go? He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and met with a new love. And this time, he might have been able to create a happy family. And as for me, I have you. I can't even look for a new love. Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. But for a woman, for me, I I have you! I had you as a stone weight, and because of you, I can't search for romance, I can't find love, and I can only live alone. No, I wasn't even allowed that. I wasn't even allowed a night to drink myself drunk all alone. Who are you? Who? You wasted my life and won't even let me have a new life. Just who are you to my life? Die, disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. I've been doing my best to act like a good mother so that I'd be accepted by the outside world. Yes, I've done my best. As I watched other women in my generation praise being single, sometimes playing with passion, or even being joined with someone in love, I was stuck being both a mother and a woman. Whoever showed appreciation for my efforts? No one admired me. No one praised me. I got what I deserved? Secondhand goods? Divorcee should die? You don't want anyone who's not a virgin? I'm the one who doesn't want anything to do with you, you damn inexperienced virgin brats. I was so desperate. I probably looked like an easy woman to you. Yes, I was desperate. You probably couldn't imagine how desperate a woman like me, who's still at the age where she wants to know love, was. When I realized that my time was being filled with work and caring for my child, so that I'd probably grow old and end my life still like this. Of course I hate your real father too, but we both share the blame for bringing about that catastrophe. I myself might have been persistent enough to make him run away, but the catastrophes after that were all your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, right? The day after one man left me, when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk, was Parents' Day at your school. When I tried to hide my tear-stained eyes with heavy makeup, the way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you is something that not only you, but probably everyone in the world couldn't understand. I hate you, loathe you. And until now, I've never really loved you, even once.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Damn. Oh, damn.